Hey, ladies and gentlemen, Alberta's pride.
Hey, hey. Good to see you all. You're watching the Tommy Temper Show. I'm Tommy Temper. We're coming to you live here now. Well, unless you're watching a recording. And we've got a special Middle East war special. So we'll bring it on here and get the show rolling. Nice to see everyone today. Get a little bit of chat on the screen here. And get the rest of the show all figured out here. Turn on some switches in the back there and bring on some action. We've got a news report coming in here, and we've got some of Iranian information coming up here. Let's go.
So why a country like Iran or other countries who are interested to have a peaceful nuclear energy should rely on NPT for their peaceful activities?
Update. This is the Iranian...
it is very unfortunate that Israel is doing...
People are talking about what's happening with the war. So let's listen to Iran's side here first.
And by the way...
Good to see you. ABD in the house. Hey, hey.
Dirty job. It's a shame.
Looking good today.
They know that Israel
Thanks
is
for
doing
turning
a
those
dirty
switches
job,
on.
and they
Appreciate
support
that.
it, and they give it every right to do it, and they call it defending itself.
It's defense. This is Iran. They're not happy.
It's really a shame. Pardon? Well, I think I'm not in a position to reveal what we are going to do in response to what Americans did last night. I just talked about the fact
they're not happy
NPT
at all
to protect Iran
ABD, good to see
from and its peaceful nuclear program, and this is a serious challenge.
Next, we'd like to take a question from IRIB. IRIB, if I can get a question from IRIB.
Miss Anya. Yep. Thanks for joining us.
I'm from a Turkic newspaper and also representing Net News Agency.
Oh, hopefully it gets better.
It is indicated that China is supporting Iran. How do you evaluate its deterrence power vis-a-vis USA and Israel? And can we learn your expectations about your relations with the Russian Federation?
Well, there was a problem with the translation, or I think with the device, it doesn't work properly.
Get your coffee and fill her up and join us here today. Good to see you all.
Question. Well, I'm going to Moscow this afternoon, and I have a meeting with President Putin tomorrow morning. Russia is...
Welcome over on X.
A friend of
Got
Iran,
about 17 people watching over on X there right now.
and we enjoy a strategic partnership, and we always consult with each other and coordinate
And
our
media
positions.
in the house. Hey,
Russia
hey.
has been a part and the participants of JCPOA, so they have been always a party to nuclear negotiations. And
Listening to
even in
Iran
the past 2-3 months
talking about
that
their
we were
side of the whole
negotiating
conflict
with,
here, which
with the
is
United
interesting.
States, we always
Decal in the house. Hey, hey.
briefed our Russian friends about the latest about any progress.
Excellent. We're going to be switching to different feeds and getting different
talks.
aspects of the whole story here.
I will have serious consultations with the Russian president tomorrow. And we continue
going to be teaming up with Russia. Russia doesn't want to help Iran, though, apparently.
A permanent member
They're
of the
already in
Security
financial
Council.
trouble over in Russia, trying to keep their war going against Ukraine.
We're trying, together with China, to introduce a resolution to the Security Council for the cessation of hostilities. Obviously, now the situation has been changed, and I will have discussion with them.
Oh, Mikator Media. Are you from the UK?
The final
you're from the
question
UK,
from
if I'm not
IRIB,
mistaken.
if we can hand over the microphone to the gentleman right there. Thank you.
خسته نباشید آقای عرقچی. از خدمتتون که دیروز آقای اردوغان صحبت‌هایی داشتن در میانجیگری، فکر می‌کنید نقش ترکیه در این رابطه به چه ترتیب
Translator's not working well.
Thank you. Yesterday, President Erdogan mentioned a mediation
Right on.
instrument. Can Turkey handle such a diplomacy or mediation activity?
آقای اردوغان رئیس جمهور محترم ترکیه داشتم. هم ترکیه
This is the view out my window right here.
Had
Snowy
very
and still
productive
cold
meetings
here in
with the
Edmonton,
President
Alberta,
of the
Canada.
Republic of Turkey yesterday, and I also had contacts with some of the countries of the region. Some of the countries of the region, such as Turkey, are indicating that they could be
That's funny, but
mediating.
actually it's not funny, but true. I feel sorry for you. But believe me, we're no different in Canada. We're like, I feel like we're occupied here too. Like the fabric of Canada has been changed. I feel like I'm in, at this point, East India.
For a peaceful settlement of this question. But as all of you know,
Got a magpie out here.
we suddenly faced
I'm going to bite to eat.
with the aggression by American forces to our nuclear facilities.
Good for you. Support that new
Islamic
party
Republic
in
of Iran
Britain.
condemns in the strongest terms
Sun Honey in the house.
the
Hey,
United States
good to see you.
brutal military
Another wrench showing up.
aggression against Iran's peaceful nuclear facilities.
Big ups to you.
It is
Thanks
an
for joining us.
outrageous, grave, and unprecedented violation
Watching
of the fundamental
Iran.
principles of the Charter of the United Nations and
Not
international
happy.
law.
Of
The
course.
warmongering and lawless administration in
You
Washington
see that flag? That's the
is
flag of
solely
the
and
Islamic
fully
regime right
responsible
there.
for the dangerous
And if you see the flag with
consequences
the
and far-reaching
lion on it, that's the
implications
real flag.
of its act of aggression. The U.S.
So
military
this is
attack
the Islamic
on the
regime
territorial
who's up on the mic
integrity
there.
and national sovereignty of a UN member state carried out with genocidal Israeli regime, carried out in collusion with the genocidal Israeli regime, has once again revealed the extent of the United States
Listen to his
hostility
wording.
towards the peace-seeking people of Iran, who will
They're
never
peaceful.
compromise
Yeah,
over
right.
their
Working on an
independence
atomic
and
bomb.
sovereignty. The Islamic Republic of Iran continue to defend Iran's territory, sovereignty, security, and people by all means necessary against not just U.S. military aggression, but also the reckless and unlawful actions of the Israeli regime. While President Trump was elected on a platform of putting an end to America's costly involvement of forever wars in our part of the world.
That's right. Restore Britain.
has betrayed
That's the
not
I
only
keep
Iran
forgetting
by abusing
exact
our
name of
commitment to
the party.
diplomacy, but
But
also
yeah,
deceived
I would
his own
support that,
voters by submitting to the wishes
That party,
of a
absolutely.
wanted war criminal who has grown accustomed to exploiting the lives and wealth of American citizens to further the Israeli regime's objectives. The U.S. act of aggression against Iran's peaceful nuclear facilities
Hey,
constitutes
Brandon.
not only a
Good to see
flagrant
you.
breach of the UN Charter, especially the prohibition of the use of force under Article 2, Paragraph 4, and the obligation to respect the state's territorial integrity and sovereignty, but also a violation of UN Security Council Resolution 2231. It cannot be emphasized enough how much of a devastating blow that the US, a permanent member of the Security Council, has dealt to the global non-proliferation regime. The Islamic Republic of Iran reminds the United Nations, the Security Council, the UN Secretary General, the International Atomic Energy,
Hey Bob, how you
the
doing?
International Atomic Energy Agency, and other relevant international bodies of their duty.
This is
and
Iran
responsibility
speaking here right
to
now.
take urgent
Pegasus
and
is live.
decisive action
Yeah, I
in
see him on
response
there.
to this breach of international law.
But
Silence
I
in
just
the
wanted to
face
hear
of such blatant
Iran's side of the whole
aggression
situation
will
here.
plunge the world into an unprecedented level of danger and
See how
chaos.
pissed off Iran is.
Humanity has come too far as a species to allow a lawless bully to take us back to the law of the jungle.
Listen to the
The
rhetoric.
Islamic Republic of Iran calls on the Security Council to convene an emergency session to unequivocally condemn the criminal act of aggression by the United States against Iran and to hold the administration in Washington accountable
what they
for
think
its
is happening.
violations of fundamental principles of United Nations Charter and of norms of international law. The responsibility of the IAEA and its Director General, who through
Okay, we'll pull
evidence
him up here. Hang
bias in favor of warmongering parties.
Starts with us. We're addressing it, but we're not stopping there. Under President Trump, for the first time in history, the Department of War is on the offense against narco-terrorists as well. I should back up a step, though. In order to get 100% operational control of our border, we didn't just look at Border Patrol and say, that's your job. It's a law enforcement function. We deployed the United States military. Right now, the Division Command of the 101st Airborne is in operational control of the southern border. We ensured that the most capable assets we had in our country were deployed to our own border to defend that border against the narco-terrorists and drug dealers seeking to enter our country, not treating it simply as a law enforcement function. Working with our partners, but recognizing it's a core military function. But going on offense with Operation Southern Spear has restored deterrence against the narco-terrorist cartels that profited from poisoning Americans. Last month, we went a few weeks without targeting a single boat. Why? Well, because we couldn't find a whole lot of boats to sink. And that's the whole point, is to establish deterrence from narco-terrorists who have been able to traffic almost unfettered. And if the consequence was simply to be arrested and then released, well, that's a consequence they'd already priced in a long time ago. A new dynamic had to be put in motion in order for their decision cycle to change. And when adversaries are forced to move out of comfortable positions, as you know, as military men and women, they're more vulnerable when they're moving in a different direction, which is also the point. Drug overdoses that kill our citizens have dropped. Flows of fentanyl, a weapon of mass destruction, are down 56%. We will continue to destroy these threats. In January, U.S. forces raided and arrested the most dangerous house and the most dangerous compound inside the most fortified fort in the capital city of Caracas of two indicted individuals, Nicolas Maduro and his wife, fugitives of the U.S. law.
Did you hear that?
Operation
Caracas.
Absolute Resolve showed the bravery of America's best, our warfighters. Nobody can do what the United States of America can do. It's not even close. President Trump has shown what is possible when you reject the status quo delusion that threats to our homeland and our hemisphere are somehow secondary. America is prepared to take on these threats and go on the offense alone if necessary. However, it is our preference, and it is the goal of this conference.
Oh, hang on.
We all do it together with you, with our neighbors and with our allies who are eager and willing and capable. To do this, to work together, we must first acknowledge what was lost and then understand what needs to be restored. All the nations represented in this room are offsprings of Western civilization. Our nations are and always will be united by our heritage, our history, and geography in this new world. We share the same interests.
Hang on.
And because
Let me just hit this volume here. Oh, where's the volume for that one? Oh, sorry about that.
Christian nations under God. Proud of our shared heritage with strong borders and prosperous people ruled not by violence and chaos, but by law, order, and common sense. Or whether we are permanently torn apart by something else, led astray by competing forces, radical narco-communism and anarcho-tyranny, which threaten our people, borders, and sovereign lands in the name of a false sovereignty or a false peace.
Exactly,
Uncontrolled mass migration, which overwhelms domestic resources intended for deserving
all day long to Iran, but the regime just wants to cause terror.
And unchecked violence. Or the belief in so-called globalism that seeks to erase our distinct national identities in the name of tolerance, erase our borders in the name of compassion, and erase our warrior ethos and that which makes us strong in the name of so-called diversity.
Thanks for
and political
supporting
correctness.
the stream. Appreciate it.
One of the dumbest phrases in military history, which used to be echoed from the former Defense Department in the previous administration, they would say it over and over and over again, was "Our diversity is our strength." It's the single dumbest phrase in military history. Because what is our strength is our unity. Our strength is in our shared purpose, in the training we do together, the capabilities we have to do, we can do together. In our context, the Constitution we swear an oath to defend together, the uniform we wear together. That is our strength. We reject other notions.
Give me an indication.
A new choice.
Do you like that?
We must defend our national interest and restore our national identity.
The chat in the side there,
Otherwise,
or should I remove that so you can see the video over there?
Poorer,
you want that on-screen chat, or yes? Give me a 1 for yes and no.
This matters not because we seek to preach to you about culture wars or ideologies, or to tell you how to run your countries. We're not here to tell you how to run your countries. Instead, it matters how we assess the threats facing us and the choices that we make on how to overcome them. That is what will define our destiny.
Exactly.
President Trump understands that today's threats to border security and key terrain in our hemisphere are existential questions for our nation and for all of yours. When adversaries conduct incursions in this hemisphere off the coast of a U.S. state, Alaska, or off the coast of Greenland, or in the Gulf of America, or the Caribbean,
just because it's covering
that is a direct threat to the United States homeland and to peace in this hemisphere.
It's covering up some pretty good video there.
When adversaries control ports or infrastructure along strategic choke points for U.S. and hemisphere trade, such as the Panama Canal, or install military facilities just miles off our shore. That is a threat to the United States homeland and peace to this hemisphere. When terrorist killers and cartels capture strategic infrastructure, resources in entire towns or cities close to U.S. borders and U.S. shores, or profit from mass illegal migration,
that used to go around to the bars in Nashville.
That is a threat to the United States homeland and a threat to all of you as well, to the Americas. Doing it now. The same adversaries that threaten our shared heritage threaten our shared geography as well. They seek to displace the historic North-South relationship that we've always shared with some sort of a new global South that excludes the United States and other Western nations, but includes non-Western powers and other adversaries. The answer to our challenge is not to ignore our geography in the name of global interests, but to embrace our shared geography in the name of national interests. That is why President Trump has drawn a new strategic map from Greenland to the Gulf of America to the Panama Canal and its surrounding countries. At the Department of War, we call this strategic map the Greater North America. Why? Because every sovereign nation and territory north of the equator, from Greenland to Ecuador and from Alaska to Guyana, is not part of the global South. It is our immediate security perimeter in this great neighborhood that we all live in.
Israel has showed up.
Each one of these countries border either the North Atlantic or the North Pacific. Each one of these countries sits north of the two basic geographic barriers that exist in this region, the Amazon and the Andes Mountains. This is basic geography that we don't teach in schools as much as we should. and it restores our North-South relations, and we must get it right. In the North, the United States must enhance posture and presence in cooperation with you and our sovereign partners to defend our shared immediate security.
I wonder how he's
perimeter.
liking those 72
in the South,
versions up
meaning
there.
South of the equator, the other side of this great neighborhood. We will strengthen partnerships through increased burden sharing. This will enable you to take a greater role to defend the South Atlantic and the South Pacific, and to secure critical infrastructure and resources in partnership with us and other Western nations. This is what we did in World War II, just like we sunk ships with torpedoes in World War II. At the Department of War, we called it the quarter sphere defense. And we will do this again. If we're serious about our national security, and if we prioritize geography, business as usual will not stand. This means that for every country in this hemisphere, border security must be your top
America,
priority.
the Kurds.
Border security
go in there,
is
boots on the ground into Iran.
President Trump said it when he first started to run.
In
You're
Iraq,
not a country if you don't have borders.
Or are they in
right.
Iran? Not sure on that one.
President Trump sealed our border by directing the military to mobilize resources and personnel to stop invasion by cartels and other criminal actors. You can do this as well, and many of you have. This also means that you too can and must go on the offense against narco-terrorists. We've had great collaboration with many countries in recent months, and I want to thank every country in this room that has supported our access to find, fix, and finish cartel targets. We have only just begun to work with you. More must be done by you and by us to target narco-terrorist groups across all domains.
Well, they're definitely against the Islamic regime.
We will dismantle narco-terrorist networks in this hemisphere, and we will deny access to the state adversaries who support them. We will correct the mistakes of the past, the mistakes of the so-called
That is a big story.
South.
The stuff that's going on in British Columbia.
Who's been an
Holy
excellent
smokes.
partner and a great new leader here at Southern Command.
What's the matter with our Canadian
government? One of the great
government?
mistakes of the past
They
was
wanna
that our
just
leaders didn't
give away
provide
everything.
the U.S. Southern Command with the support that it needed.
You can give away title of the property and they won't be able to get mortgages.
Social workers
It's just
and
plain
NGOs,
ridiculous.
Law enforcement. That's changing. General, I'm directing my team to correct these historic failures, to ensure that your command has the resources and staff that you need for this robust mission ahead. It's the least we can do. I want to, absolutely, thank you. It's about time.
Because I knew they were in Iraq.
But it's not just us at the Department of War. It's not just Southern
all over
Command.
that whole area.
This is across the Trump administration. This is across the Department of War as well. Stephen Miller, thank you for your support and your leadership, for your clarity,
That's what
understanding why this matters to each American citizen,
American backing,
and why the War Department is central to ensuring that it happens. It doesn't happen
agency is over
without
there.
President Trump, and it doesn't happen without your clarity and your leadership. I want to thank General Nordhaus as well for your support at every level. There's so many to thank. I see Corey Lewandowski here from the Department of Homeland Security. It doesn't happen without the Department of Homeland Security. Of course, Joseph Heumeyer.
Yeah,
the other part of the new bromance between him and General Donovan. Eric Irgc, who's
and you have different
in my office. He was my first sergeant
like
in
you
Iraq.
have the
He's one of my senior
Shiite
advisors.
Muslims
Day one, he
that are
worked at
different
Southcom
than
for a long
what's in
time.
Iran.
Said, we need
So
to be
don't get
focused
along either.
on the cartel threat. And he built a team to help put us in that direction, a lot of which manifests to this day. Patrick Weaver, Phil Hegseth, who I happen to know, and Ricky Berea, my chief, for doing a great job putting this together. Tony Salisbury, thank you. So many folks that every single day in Washington, I hope you know, are working hard to run as fast as you are, to stand alongside you in this mission. This is not a conference with flags so we can pat ourselves on the back. I can tell you that if I sold that to President Trump as the objective, he'd kick me out of his office. This is an operational conference to bring our countries more closely together to achieve a shared objective and do so aggressively. This is not a one-way street. Every partner in this region has to do more and invest more in your security as well. We, like you, want a hemisphere of sovereign, secure, and prosperous nations. We, like you, want what another great American president, Teddy Roosevelt, called the permanent peace on this hemisphere, and it will require action from all of us. You know, our schools used to teach American school children about our blessed history. Every child in grade school grew up knowing the remarkable story of this country. They knew that President James Monroe was once an orphan, that at a mere 16 years old, he had to look after his siblings. I've got an almost 16-year-old. He couldn't look after anything. It's remarkable. Well, that orphan grew to be not just one of the greatest presidents, but one of our greatest Americans. After his presidency, when his wife died and he became frail and ill with heart failure, but he still spoke about what he called our shared cause of liberty, still talked about the toils and the perils of our war for independence.
Fence lizard.
James Monroe, our 7th president, died on July 4th, the 4th of July, Independence Day, 1831, 50 years after 1776. What I like to say is, here at the Department of War, we're in the 1775 business, which is when Americans took up arms before they even declared independence. All of you are also in the 1775 business. Without the force of arms, without our militaries, we cannot keep our country safe. That's my responsibility, and it is yours. With Donald Trump in the Oval Office and with all of you here, we can still realize that long ago dream of James Monroe in our time. We will make the Americas great again. Thank you, and God bless you.
Get on that horse. Go for a ride.
All right, wanted to bring you those remarks there from Secretary of War Pete Hegseth as he was speaking at Southern Command over in South Florida. Again, speaking as part of a cartel-related summit, but we also know that later on today, 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time, he's expected to hold an update on Operation Epic Fury. Now, in
what Americans did last night, I just talked about the fact that NPT failed to protect Iran from and its peaceful nuclear program. And this is a serious challenge.
This is
Next, we'd like to take a question
voice coming from Iran here behind me. A little bit of rhetoric from their side to see how they're liking it.
If I can get a question from IRIB.
Yılmaz Parlar, Türker Gazete, Türkiye Cumhuriyeti'nde çıkan gazete.
I'm from a Turkish newspaper and also representing Net News Agency.
İran'a destek verdiği söyleniyor.
It is indicated that China is supporting Iran.
Tarafından caydırıcı olmasını nasıl
How do you evaluate its deterrence power vis-a-vis USA and Israel? And can we learn your expectations about your relations with the Russian Federation?
Well, there was a problem with the translation, or I think with the device, it doesn't work properly. I understood the last part of your question. Well, I'm going to Moscow this afternoon, and I have a meeting with President Putin tomorrow morning.
Iran wants the help from Russia.
Is
Putin doesn't have any money to help Iran.
And
barely got enough funds and drones or whatever to keep Ukraine at bay. Never mind send help over to Iran. He's actually
and coordinate our positions.
using Iran is supplying Russia with the drones.
And the participants of JCPOA. So
apparently he's got a broke partner there. He's going to go over and see Putin.
And even in the past 2-3 months that we were negotiating with the United States, we always briefed our Russian friends about the latest about any progress or
thanks for the kudos there, Fence.
Talks. Well,
I actually lived in Iran for a little while, so
serious consultations.
I have a good feeling for what it's like
the Russian
in the country.
Tomorrow,
and they don't
we
like
continue to
the
work with each
Islamic
other.
regime.
Russia is
They're
also
Persian people.
a permanent member of the Security Council.
They're not Muslim. You know,
and we know
sure
that
there are some staunch
trying,
Muslims
together
in
with China,
Iran, but
to
the vast
introduce
majority of the people are
resolution
not
to the
the
Security
Persians.
Council for the cessation of hostilities. Obviously, now the situation has been changed, and I will have discussion with them that how it should be proceeded.
Yeah.
Final question from IR.
Exactly,
If we can hand over
Mikhail.
the microphone to the gentleman right there. Thank you.
Good point. We'll be hiding out in Russia.
خسته نباشید آقای عراقچی. از خدمتتون که دیروز آقای اردوغان صحبت‌هایی داشتن در
Exactly.
میانجیگری فکر
Over
می‌کنید
40 years.
نقش ترکیه در این رابطه به چه ترتیب خواهد بود میتونه
Thank you. Yesterday, President Erdogan mentioned a
They've taken
mediation
over Iran. I think it was
instrument.
79 or
Can
something is when they
Turkey
took
handle
over.
such a
من دیروز ملاقات
diplomacy
بسیار
or
خوبی رو با
mediation
جناب
activity?
آقای اردوغان رئیس جمهور محترم ترکیه داشتم. هم
They're going to
ترکیه
arm those Kurds to go against the Islamic
Had very
regime.
productive meetings with the President of the Republic of Turkey yesterday. And
No, I
also had
haven't.
contacts with some of the countries
Haven't
of the
seen that
region.
movie.
Some of the countries of the region, such as
Interesting to see
Turkey,
that, though.
are
Red.
indicating that they could be mediating so that the
That's good to hear. Hey, Troy, good to hear you. Super Bond Troy,
important meetings
along with
the foreign
ABD
ministers of
in the house,
our
and
region, and
got
we
Sun Honey
discussed
Studio.
about different
Part of Bonza.
initiatives and ideas
Part of
existed
Bonza.
for a peaceful settlement of this question. But as all of you know, we suddenly faced with the aggression by American forces to our nuclear facilities. The Islamic Republic of Iran condemns in the strongest terms the United States'
You betcha,
brutal
Troy.
military aggression against Iran's peaceful nuclear facilities. It is an outrageous, grave, and unprecedented violation of the fundamental principles of the Charter of the United Nations and international law. The warmongering
Exactly.
and lawless administration
And you're,
in Washington
you know what? You're in range of Iran with
solely
the technology
and
that they
fully
have right now,
responsible
probably.
for the dangerous
Maybe the
consequences
the United States is maybe a little too far away,
implications
but they're
of
crazy.
its act of aggression. The U.S. military attack on the territorial integrity
Yeah,
and
but
national
we don't know for
sovereignty
sure
of
that
11
happened.
member states
Apparently,
carried out
the USA is
its
denying
genocidal
that that
Israeli
actually
regime
happened. But
carried out in
if it did happen,
collusion
it was not
with the
a,
genocidal Israeli regime.
they
has
would
once
never
again
target
revealed
something like
the
that.
extent of the United
Could be
States'
incidental if the
hostility
Americans did it, but on the
towards
other hand,
peace-seeking people of Iran,
maybe
who will never
the Islamic
compromise
regime
over
did
their
it, and they're
independence
using it as
and sovereignty. The Islamic Republic of Iran continue
rhetoric.
to defend Iran's territory,
But yeah,
sovereignty,
it's bad that it happened.
security,
I agree.
and people by all means necessary against not just U.S. military aggression, but also the reckless and unlawful actions of the Israeli regime. While President Trump was elected on a platform of putting an end to America's costly involvement of forever wars in our part of the world, he has betrayed not only Iran by abusing our commitment to diplomacy.
Oh no, Trump has betrayed the voters.
His own voters by submitting to the wishes of a wanted war
Yeah, well,
criminal
don't say
who has grown
death to America
accustomed
then.
to
How about that?
exploiting the lives and wealth of American citizens to further the Israeli regime's objectives. The U.S. act of aggression against Iran's peaceful nuclear facilities constitutes not only a flagrant breach of the UN Charter, especially the prohibition of the use of force under Article 2, Paragraph 4, and the obligation to respect the state's territorial integrity and sovereignty, but also
Congrats on the
violation
new baby.
of UN Security Council
Planning
Resolution
a wedding. Wow.
2231. It cannot be emphasized enough
Good for you, ABD.
how much of a devastating blow that the US, a permanent member of the Security Council, has dealt to the global non-proliferation regime.
Good point.
The Islamic Republic of Iran reminds the United Nations, the Security Council, the UN Secretary General, the International Atomic Energy,
less aggression,
the International Atomic Energy Agency,
rhetoric,
and other relevant international bodies of their duty and responsibility to take urgent and decisive action in response to this breach of international law.
Daisy.
Silence in the face of such blatant
Good
aggression
morning.
will plunge the world into an unprecedented level of
Daisy's
danger
a big
and
Trump
chaos.
supporter.
Humanity
Put
has
on
come
that
too
Trump
far
t-shirt today.
as auspicious to allow a lawless bully to take us back to the law of the jungle. The Islamic Republic of Iran calls on the Security Council to convene an emergency session to unequivocally condemn the criminal act of aggression by the United
TTC,
States
no flex zone.
against Iran.
Hey, good to see
and
you.
to hold the
Thanks a lot, anyone
administration
that's
in
watching.
Washington
Make sure you
accountable
sub
for
up to the
its
channel and give us a
violations
thumbs
of
up.
of fundamental
Appreciate a couple of
principles
thumbs up
United Nations
out there if you're
Charter
watching.
and of norms of
Good
international
to
law.
see you in the chat.
The responsibility of the IAEA and its Director
TTC,
General,
no flex zone.
who through evidence bias in favor of warmongering parties paved the way for the current violence and bloodshed, is now clearer than ever. We call on the IAEA Board of Governors to immediately convene
The House vote.
and
I don't know where I
carry
can
out
get that
its
from,
legal
Troy.
responsibility in response to the
If you have a
dangerous
URL for that,
US attack on Iran's
if you can
peaceful
find it or
nuclear
something, let me
facilities,
know.
all of which have been under the agency's full safeguards and monitoring. The world must not forget that it was the United States which, in the midst of a process to forge a
Good morning.
diplomatic outcome,
Good morning.
betrayed
It's
diplomacy
nice to see you
by
this
supporting
morning.
the genocidal Israeli regime's launch
It's a good
of
day
an
in North
illegal war
America,
of
but
aggression
I'd hate to be in the
on
Middle East.
Iranian nation. Not content with such malign actions, the United States itself has now also opted for a dangerous military operation and aggression against the people of Iran. In doing so, the U.S. administration
Thanks a lot for
holds
sticking with us.
sole and full
32 on
responsibility
X,
for the consequences
38 on
of its
YouTube.
actions, including the Islamic Republic of Iran's right to self-defense under the principles of the United Charter. In accordance with the UN Charter and its provisions allowing a legitimate response in self-defense, Iran reserves all options to defend its security interests and people. Thank you very much.
We will now be taking questions. We'd like to start with the Associated Press.
Distinguished Minister, are the doors for negotiation still open?
Tamam. Şimdi ses geliyor mu?
Can you hear me now?
Sayın Bakan,
Distinguished Minister, the question is
hala
as
kapıyı
follows.
açık mı görüyorsunuz?
Is the door for negotiations still open?
Hadi değil mi?
Okay. I just shared stream out over on Facebook. So thanks a lot if you're watching over on Facebook. Going to get more people watching over there. And if you're over on Facebook and you're watching the stream, please share it out to some groups that would be interested in the stream.
In the English channel, can you hear me?
East Coast Donor in the house. Hey.
Just translate real quick.
I decided to boycott
He's asking if
Ryan,
there are still room for
because
negotiations
he keeps
moving
timing
forward.
me out over there, you know. A little too
It's all right now.
a little too woke for me. And you too, I bet. I hate going over there. Everything you say in your chat is like subject to being timed out. And you're one of the worst for getting timeouts.
Did you contact Iran? What kind of damage has been incurred on the nuclear facilities? Is there any intermediary country
Big one,
like
WTD.
Turkey, like Saudi Arabia, like Qatar? Are you continuing your such activities of mediation?
I know.
How do you see the process? Thank
I
you.
sent Ryan an email saying that I canceled my membership to his channel because I was paying him to be, a green name. And I said, you time people out just for saying some guest has no mic or say something about LGBTQ or something lefty. And, he just times you out all the time. I'm so pissed off with that I'm boycotting
attacking a nuclear facility by itself is an unforgivable violation.
If you time you out too much, you just go somewhere else. That's all.
And should be condemned.
And they have their little left-wing echo chamber.
Yesterday, as I said, I had discussion.
Yeah, exactly, Mossad.
Talks with a number of foreign ministers of the region.
Too much rainbow.
Almost all of them are very much concerned and interested to play a role to end.
I'll check that.
This aggression by Israel, of course.
I'll check that link. Hang on.
They're worried about a possible attack by the United States, but yesterday we were all talking about
that's not live
Israeli
though.
aggression.
In Iowa's rural communities and throughout rural United States.
Of course, the door for diplomacy should be always keep open, but
See what you're talking about,
this is not the case right now. My country has been under attack, under aggression, and we have to respond based on our legitimate right of self-defense.
Problem is that's not too visual.
We will do that as long as
Fox Now is
necessary.
playing it. If you look on that one right above my head there. But I just want I want to listen to the rhetoric from Iran here, because this feed here is something that you're probably not going to see on American television coming in from Istanbul. So I want to hear the side of the war from Iran. But you can see in that Fox on the side there, you've got that House vote happening.
Thank you very much, Minister. So you say that you need to respond right now, but we know that Iranians are known for their talents in negotiations, in diplomacy and trade. What would be the conditions after responding for Iran to come back to a negotiation table, maybe with the U.S. as well? And Turkey has been offering that Ankara can mediate
6 injuries in Abu Dhabi
between Turkey, U.S. and Iran. What would be your response to that? Because right now the U.S. is technically involved.
Johnny
in
is
this
so
conflict.
anal. He just times out anyone there. He's he's the most anal mod on the internet. Absolutely.
Return to diplomacy, because we were in the
That's
middle
why
of diplomacy.
I really don't like going over there. You're walking on eggs typing in his chat. I hate that.
Israelis blew it up.
By the way, we're talking about
we were in the middle of
East Coast Owner and I hang out in this chat called
Europeans.
Ryan Jesperson Show.
Happened only 2 days ago
And we're
in
talking
Geneva,
about
when
how he
this
times
time
people out in that
Americans
chat.
decided to blow it
Ridiculous.
up. So we were in diplomacy, but we were attacked militarily. So it was not Iran, but the US who betrayed diplomacy. They betrayed negotiations.
He's blaming the U.S.
When
It wasn't
at the middle
us.
of
It wasn't
negotiations
us.
with
We didn't do anything.
They gave green light to Israelis, if not instructed them.
Green light, red light.
To attack Iran's nuclear facilities.
Red light, green light.
I think they have proved that they are not men of diplomacy, and they only understand
What
the
do you
language
mean?
of threat.
They tried
and
talking
force.
to you, They told you quit working on that frickin' nuclear bomb. You know, like, come on.
United States.
It's like your mom tells you quit doing that, and then you don't quit doing that, so she gives you a slap. This is the real world here. You're getting more than a slap there, guy.
They have no respect to...
You have no respect, being the source of terror in the Middle East.
Law regarding, you know, managing the board and facing challenges.
Yeah, go over there and say something bad.
There is no red line that they have not crossed.
Good.
And the last one, the most dangerous one, was happened only last night, when they crossed a very big red line by attacking nuclear facilities. I don't know how much...
Oh, you mean those nuclear facilities that you were working on to make a bomb? Those ones?
Now calculating.
And now Iran is attacking nuclear facilities in other countries. How about that? Why are you doing that?
Nuclear facilities, the damages are for the United Nations Charter. It was not only Iran's facilities which was bombed, it was also the United Nations Charter.
I saw that.
It was also non-proliferation regime.
But it was recording, it wasn't live.
Last night.
Or if it was live, it went down.
And it was the rule of law.
Didn't Spain
law which was bombed.
Say something that Trump didn't like, and Trump said he's going to cut off trade with Spain?
How much room is left for diplomacy? And
I heard something about that.
I'd like to hand over to TRT World.
Mr. Minister, the U.S. President Donald Trump warned that
Iran
must
I
now
agree.
make peace.
We should have a panel on that.
Attacks, he says,
I'd like to bring on somebody that
is
really well educated on the
responding to death threats from Washington.
the talks and the agreements that the Canadian government has with the Aboriginals.
The international community should respond of such a clear threat against the United Nations Charter. Iran has done nothing wrong.
Yeah, exactly.
We do not
that's what it was.
Why Iran should be attacked?
UK is like, no, we want to stand off on the whole thing.
That Iran is
mind you, they're a real lefty.
It's now more than 20 years that we are trying to prove that our peaceful
lefty government in the UK
is in fact peaceful. And would remain
and it seems like the lefties are all like, no, we don't want to have anything to do with this.
Negotiated for a long time with the so-called P5+1.
Probably the same thing in Spain.
And we came to a deal which the whole world celebrated as an achievement of diplomacy. And then it was the US who withdrew from that deal and reimposed their sanctions and restarted their threats. Again, we were negotiating with the same administration, then all of a sudden they decided to attack us, first by Israelis, then by themselves. And now they are threatening us for more attacks. So it's not up to Iran, but it's up to the international community to condemn this, to prevent this. Otherwise, there would be nothing left for the international law, for the security at the world level. The Security Council should play its role, should play its responsibility to condemn and prevent these kind of threats. We will certainly defend our interest. We will certainly defend our territorial integrity, our sovereignty, and our people. And I'm so glad that our people are now fully understand what injustice they are doing against the Iranian people. They are united and in solidarity with the government, and we stand firm against any aggression.
Next, CNN Türk.
Mr. Minister, how do you assess the West's stance on Israel massacres? No one seems to mention Israel's allegedly illegal nuclear weapons. The German Chancellor even said Israel is doing the dirty work for us. So what is your response? Thank you.
The dirty work.
Well, what should I say?
Oh my
You
God.
said everything. That Iran is under attack by a nuclear-armed superpower and a nuclear-armed regime. And Iran, as you know, is a non-nuclear armed country. That should be certainly condemned. If not, the whole non-proliferation regime would be undermined. And
there, I made me a
defeated.
little bit bigger.
Iran is a committed member of NPT. But NPT is not able to protect us. So why a country like Iran or other countries who are
Lies.
interested to have a peaceful nuclear energy should rely on NPT for their peaceful activities?
They're just a lefty government that doesn't want to get involved in helping the
It
United
is very
States. That's all.
unfortunate that Israel is doing as the German
That's why they need to
Chancellor
change their government
called
over. A little more
a dirty
right-wing
job.
government over in the UK.
And by the way, they supported that dirty job.
Yeah, France is getting involved. Yeah, I
It's a
heard
shame.
that.
They know that Israel is doing a
Helping
dirty
out.
job, and they support it, and they give it every right to do it, and they call it defending itself. It's really a shame.
Starmer, yeah.
Pardon?
He's pretty far left.
Well,
look who's in the chat.
I think
it's Erdem.
I'm not in a position
Long time
to reveal
chatter in the
what we are going
Tommy
to do
Temper
in
channel.
response
Good to see you.
to what Americans did last night. I just talked about the fact that NPT failed to protect Iran from and its peaceful nuclear program. And this is a serious challenge.
Next, we'd like to take a question from IRIB.
Boop, boop.
IRIB, if I can get a question from IRIB.
Yılmaz Varlar, Türkiye Gazetesi, Türkiye Cumhuriyeti'nden çıkan gazete.
I hear
Turkic newspapers,
Charles
and
Veach
also
there
the
got
News
arrested
Agency.
for free speech,
It is
talking,
indicated that China is
vocal cord
supporting
violation.
tarafından caydırıcı olmasını nasıl
How do
değerlendiriyorsunuz?
you evaluate its deterrence power vis-a-vis USA and Israel? And can we learn your expectations about your relations with
Good for
the Russian
France.
Federation?
Exactly, Denise.
Well, there was a
Good to
problem
see you.
with the
Coming
translation.
in on Facebook.
I think with the device, it doesn't work properly. I understood the last part of your question. Well, I'm going to Moscow this afternoon, and I have a meeting with President Putin tomorrow morning.
Cash in the house. Hey, hey.
Russia is
Hamilton Patty.
friend of Iran.
Yeah,
And
I had one
we
cup already.
enjoy a strategic partnership,
Tim Hortons.
and we always consult with each other and coordinate our positions. Russia has been a part and the participants of JCPOA, so they have been always a party to
34 in the
nuclear
house on
negotiations.
YouTube.
And even in the past 2-3 months that we were negotiating with the United States, we always briefed our Russian friends about the latest.
It is pretty
of
cold here
any
right now.
progress or lack of progress in our talks.
Looking out that
Well,
window,
I will
snowy
have serious
and chilly.
consultations with the Russian president tomorrow, and we continue to work with each other. Russia is
Tim
also
Hortons, yeah.
a permanent member of the Security Council. And we know
My
that
wife bought a
they
of Tim Hortons
were
pods
trying,
for the coffee
together
maker.
with China, to introduce a resolution to the Security Council for the cessation of hostilities.
Yes, Carney is trying to
obviously
limit free
now
speech.
the situation
Absolutely.
has been changed, and I will have discussion with them.
It'll happen
how
eventually.
It should be proceed.
Where I'll have to really shut up about
question
anything.
From IR, I believe we can hand over the microphone
probably
to the gentleman
anything
right
to
there.
do with
Thank you.
religion. I know we're in a warming trend up here, though. It's cold. It's snow still out there. Let me see. What's the weather? -9, but we're going up to +4,
Yesterday,
above
President
freezing.
Erdogan
So the snow that you see is going to start
mediation,
melting today.
Instrument.
+4,
Can
+9,
Turkey,
+17
handle such a
on
diplomacy
Saturday.
or mediation activity?
Unbelievable.
ترکیه داشتم. هم ترکیه
Like Hawaiian weather
had
coming.
very productive meetings with the President of the Republic of Turkey yesterday.
Exactly,
I also
BKL.
had contacts with
He's gonna
some
go
of
see
the
Russia.
countries of the region.
See Putin, but
Some
Putin won't go.
of the countries of the region, such as Turkey, are indicating that they could be mediating so that the
not going to help.
Lots of useful, important meetings with the foreign ministers of our region.
Melted snow, yeah.
And we discussed about different initiatives and ideas existed for peaceful settlement of this question. But as all of you know, we suddenly faced with the aggression
I like the nice weather
by American forces to our nuclear facilities.
Holy
the Islamic
smokes,
Republic
Troy.
of Iran condemns
It's a heat wave.
in the strongest terms
That's like a
the United
summer
States
temperature here.
brutal military aggression against Iran's peaceful nuclear facilities. It is an outrageous, grave, and unprecedented
80 is like a
violation of
super
the
hot day
fundamental
up here.
principles of the Charter of the United Nations and international law. The warmongering and lawless administration in Washington
I don't.
is solely
No,
and
I did
fully
not.
responsible for the dangerous consequences
One with the bad
and
knee.
far-reaching
Not sure who
implications
that is.
of its act of aggression. The U.S. military attack on the territorial integrity and national sovereignty of a UN member state carried out with genocidal Israeli regime, carried out in collision with the genocidal Israeli
The end of
regime,
cabin fever.
has once again revealed the
So
extent
UN is
of the United States hostility
Iran is a
towards the
member of the
peace-seeking people of
UN.
Iran,
So
who will
that's
never
why he's
compromise
pissed off.
over their independence
Leaning to the
and
UN here
sovereignty.
now.
The Islamic Republic of Iran continue to defend Iran's territory, sovereignty, security, and
We
people
got Birdie Num Num out there.
by all means necessary against not just U.S. military aggression, but also the reckless and unlawful actions of the Israeli regime. While President Trump was elected on a platform of
My
putting
window's
an
dirty.
end to America's
It's the
costly
birds were having a
involvement
bird bath
of
out there the
forever
other day,
wars
believe it or not.
in our part of the world, he has
In the bird
betrayed
bath there.
not only Iran by abusing our commitment
That's
to
a dog
diplomacy,
dish with a
but also
electric
deceived
heater on it.
his own
That's why
voters by submitting to
it's
the
not
wishes
frozen.
of a wanted war criminal who has grown accustomed to exploiting the lives and wealth of American citizens to further the Israeli regime's objectives.
Yeah, exactly,
the US act of
Denise.
aggression against Iran's peaceful nuclear facilities
Good point.
constitutes not only a flagrant breach of the UN Charter, especially the prohibition of the use of force under Article 2, Paragraph 4, and the obligation to respect the state's territorial integrity and sovereignty, but also a violation of UN Security Council Resolution 2231.
That's right.
It cannot be emphasized enough how much of a devastating blow that the US, a permanent member of the Security Council, has dealt to the global non-proliferation regime.
Yeah.
The Islamic Republic of Iran reminds
They're actually
the United
eating chicken.
Nations,
That's
the Security Council, the UN Secretary General,
some chicken that it didn't eat everything. Put it out there. So the birds are like cannibals out there, eating their own.
And other relevant international bodies of their duty and responsibility to take urgent and decisive action in response to this breach of international law. Silence in the face of such blatant aggression will plunge the world into an unprecedented level of danger and chaos. Humanity has come too far as a species to allow a lawless bully to take us back to the law of the jungle. The Islamic Republic of Iran calls on the Security Council to convene an emergency session.
You're a lawless bully now.
Unequivocally condemn the criminal act of aggression by the United States against Iran and to hold the administration in Washington accountable for its violations of
well, why doesn't the United Nations tell them to quit trying to make a nuclear weapon?
Of international law. The responsibility of the
Edward
IAEA
Cam,
and its
you woke
General,
up. Miga.
Who through evidence bias in favor of warmongering parties paved the way for the current violence and bloodshed, is now clearer than ever. We call on the IAEA Board of Governors to immediately convene and carry out
It's all
its legal
propaganda, Denise.
responsibility
Propaganda.
in response to the dangerous U.S. attack on Iran's peaceful nuclear
That's what
facilities,
you're talking about.
all of which have been under the agency's full safeguards and monitoring. The world must not forget that it was the United States which, in the midst of a process
Great Britain.
to forge
Oh,
a
really?
diplomatic
Sending
outcome,
jets to Qatar now.
betrayed diplomacy by supporting the genocidal Israeli regime's launch of an illegal war of aggression on the Iranian nation. Not content with such malign actions, the United States
I saw that,
has
Denise,
now also
where they're
opted
having
for a
meetings in
dangerous
schools so that they don't
military
get bombed
operation
in
and aggression
Iran now.
against
I
the
saw
people
that.
of Iran. In doing so, the U.S. administration holds sole
They're hiding
and
in the
full
schools.
responsibility for the consequences
And then they wonder why
of its
that
actions,
school gets bombed.
including the Islamic Republic of
I think
Iran's
it was
right to
accidental, though.
self-defense under the principles of the United Charter. In accordance with the UN Charter and its provisions allowing a legitimate response in self-defense, Iran reserves all options to defend its security interests and people. Thank you very much.
And mods, no timeouts, no bans, unless there's personal attacks.
We will now be
against
taking
me.
questions. We'd like to start with the Associated Press.
Sir Kier. Give him a drink of water before he passes out. Look at it's a full audience there. Full crowd. No, all it is just a few left-wing news media.
Distinguished Minister, are the doors for negotiation still open?
Oh, that's where they're getting their uranium from. Africa.
Can you hear me now? Distinguished Minister, the question is as follows. Is the door for negotiations still open?
No translation.
Exactly. You got it. Oh, except Queenie. Watch out for Queenie because she's on the warpath there today.
Interpreter, please speak.
Can you hear me, sir?
Queenie.
Can you hear me, sir?
Watch it.
In the English channel, can you hear me?
The mods are watching you.
If I may just step in here and just translate real quick for my colleague. He's asking if there are still room for negotiations moving forward.
Welcome to the show, but be civil. Don't attack me. Don't say stuff about me, Queenie. You can talk about the program, what you hear, what we're talking about. But don't attack me, the
negotiation door still open?
channel owner.
Did you contact Tehran? What kind of damage has been incurred on the nuclear facilities? Is there any intermediary country like Turkey,
Nice
like
to see you.
Saudi Arabia,
Good morning.
like Qatar? Are
Good
you
day.
continuing your such activities of mediation? How do you see the process? Thank you.
It's everybody's friend.
Well, I have been in touch with Tehran, of course. I still do not have exact information about
Japan, South Korea, USA,
damages.
Pakistan.
But I don't think it matters.
Something could happen.
How much damages have been made. Attacking a nuclear facility by itself is an unforgivable violation of international law and should be condemned.
Don't worry about my channel, and I won't worry about your channel.
Yesterday,
come on.
as I said, I had discussion and talks
It's only a channel.
with a number of foreign
Just a small
ministers of the
voice on the
region.
internet.
Almost all of them.
You know, like I don't
very much
have like
concerned
1,000
and
people
interested to
watching
play a
or
role
something, you know.
To end
Yet.
this aggression by Israel, of course.
Yeah.
They
But we do
were
have
worried
about 71 people watching.
Possible attack by the United States, but yesterday
Because
we were all
I've got people watching on Facebook and on
talking
X
about
as well.
how to stop the Israeli aggression.
So the
Well,
ticker is showing 71. Brett in the
Of course,
house.
the door for
Brett, good to see you.
diplomacy should be always keep open, but this is not the case
On the
right
side
now.
of Iran is
My
Brett.
country has
So
been under attack.
watch his comments.
Under aggression, and we have to respond.
So we've got
based
Iran
on
in the
our
house, and we've got
legitimate right of self-defense.
Mossad,
And
Israel in the
we
house.
will do that as long as needed and necessary.
And Iran, Queenie
We'd
in
now
the
like
house.
to take question from Al Jazeera.
You got Daisy, USA in the house. So you got all sides. Could be a big fight in the chat coming up here. Mossad likes the arming of the Kurds there to fight Iran.
Thank you very much, Minister. So you say that
Be nice,
you
Queenie.
need to respond right now, but we know that Iranians are known for their talents in negotiations, in diplomacy and trade. What would be the conditions after responding for Iran to come back to a negotiation table, maybe with the U.S. as well? And Turkey has been offering that
Helium
Ankara
3.
can mediate for a trilateral between Turkey, U.S. and Iran. What would be your response to that? Because right now the U.S. is technically
Sasquatch.
involved in this conflict. Thank you.
Well, I think it is irrelevant to ask Iran to return to diplomacy.
Oh, no.
Because we were in the middle
It
of
would be a big
diplomacy.
fight on the panel.
We were in the middle of talks with the United States when
AP's
Israelis
cat dog.
blew it up. And again, we were in the middle of talks.
All of Queenie's
and
friends are
negotiations
showing
with
up now.
Europeans. Happened only 2 days ago in Geneva, when this time Americans decided to blow it up.
Queenie, you've
So,
got a
we were
cute
in
little pet
diplomacy.
name for everybody out there.
But we were attacked militarily. So it was not Iran, but the US who betrayed diplomacy. They betrayed negotiations.
That's kind of weird
When
there,
at the
Brett.
middle of negotiations with
Because
us,
the Kurds don't like
they
the
gave
Islamic
green
regime
light
traditionally.
to Israelis, if not instructed them.
So it could be a turncoat.
To
And it's
attack
Smooth
Iran's nuclear
Operator,
facilities.
another American fan.
I think they have proved
Good to see you.
that they are not men of
Smooth
diplomacy,
in the house.
and they only understand the language of threat and force. And this is very
Listening to
unfortunate.
Iran at the moment.
the United States
Troy
showed that they have no respect.
How
to
come
United Nations Charter.
Queenie's chat members
no
don't show up
respect
over
to
here?
International law.
Only Queenie.
They have no respect to any
drop more Epstein files.
international
Want to see all the redacted
law
files.
regarding
I wag the tail.
managing the board and facing challenges of the board. There is no red line that they have not crossed.
Check out PressPad. Make sure you
And the last one,
subscribe
the
to
most dangerous
PressPad
one
because I
was
might
happened
very
only
well
last
be
night
doing my streams over on
when
PressPad there.
They crossed
This is more,
a very big red line by attacking
business type stuff.
nuclear facilities.
And that's more of my,
I don't know how much room is left for diplomacy.
shall we say, news channel.
We are now calculating
So everyone,
the damages.
make sure you're subbed up to PressPad.
And as I said, the damages are not only for our nuclear facilities. The damages are for the United Nations Charter. It was not only Iran's facilities which was bombed, it was also the United Nations Charter. It was also Non-Proliferation Regime and NPT, which was bombed last night by Americans.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you can
And it
come up
was
to Canada. But it's, people
rule of
complain it's
law
real expensive to live up here.
And international law which was bombed. So now we
Too
have
much
to
inflation.
see how much room is left for diplomacy, and we will decide.
I'd like to hand over to TRT World.
Yeah, exactly. We're all mini
President Donald
influencers
Trump warned that Iran must now
in
make
name only.
peace, otherwise
It's celebrity
future
Queenie
attacks,
in the
he said,
house.
Would be far
Queenie, you're a
greater
celebrity,
and
you know
much
that.
easier. So how is Tehran responding to that threats from Washington? Thank you.
I think it's not up to Iran to respond to that. The whole international community should respond of such a clear threat against the United Nations Charter. Iran has done nothing wrong. We do not understand why Iran should be attacked for a false.
Yeah. I think I'm going to start
accusation
identifying as a
that Iran
native so
is
that I can get in on
seeking
some of
nuclear
those land
weapons.
claims, you know.
It's now more than 20 years that we are
They're
trying
like-
to prove
they're getting
that
like
our peaceful
instant title.
peaceful
It's like
nuclear
winning
program
a,
is in fact
$1 trillion
peaceful
lottery.
and would remain peaceful.
The hell's going on in Canada?
We negotiated
There's no-
for a long
that's-
time.
that's a lack
with the
of
so-called
stability.
P5+1, and we came to a deal which the whole world celebrated as an achievement of diplomacy.
Can't even reach to clean it. Yeah.
And then it was the
It doesn't
US
matter
withdrew
how
from
long
that
your
deal
fingernails are. If you
and
can't
reimposed
reach,
their sanctions
it ain't going to get wiped.
and
saying.
restarted their threats. Again, we were negotiating
Oh, that's funny.
with the same administration. Then all of a sudden they decided to attack us, first by Israelis, then by themselves. And now they are threatening us for more attacks.
Got to
So
invent
it's not up to
something
Iran, but it's
for
up to international community
those that have trouble
to
wiping their
condemn
butt.
this, to prevent this. Otherwise, there would be nothing left for the international law, for the security at the world level. The Security Council should play its role, should play its responsibility to prevent, to condemn and prevent these kind of
The thought.
threats.
Oh my God.
We will
Just the
certainly
thought.
defend our interest. We will certainly defend our territorial integrity, our sovereignty, and our people. And I'm so
Jeez,
glad that
Queenie.
our people are now
Everyone's a pred.
fully understand what injustice they are doing against the Iranian people.
Yeah. I didn't
They are
even know what
united
Vagisil was until
and in solidarity with the government.
started watching Queenie.
And they stand firm against any aggression.
Next, CNN Turk.
Queenie, you're skewing the chat from the war talk to Vagisil,
Mr.
so
Minister,
come on.
how do you assess the West's stance on
Keep it on
Israel
topic.
massacres? No one seems to mention Israel's allegedly illegal nuclear weapons. The German chancellor even said Israel is doing the dirty work for us. So what is your response? Thank you.
Yeah. I plead innocent. I had nothing to do with Queenie.
Well, what should I say?
Getting on YouTube.
You said everything.
Nothing whatsoever.
Iran is under attack.
Queenie, Zello.
By a nuclear-armed
Zello.
superpower
That's
and
funny.
a nuclear-armed regime. And Iran, as you know, is a non-nuclear armed country. That should be certainly condemned. If not, the whole non-proliferation regime would be undermined.
Well, don't be violent, and no one will hit you.
Would be defeated. Iran is a committed member of NPT. But NPT is not able to protect us.
I don't know the story, though, Queenie, about that comment.
So
don't hit anybody.
Why
be nice to everyone?
A country like Iran or other countries who are interested to have a peaceful nuclear energy should rely on NPT
we will rock you.
Peaceful activities. It is very unfortunate.
Like, oh no, Queenie's in the house. Oh,
as the German Chancellor called, a dirty job. And by the way, they supported that
dirty job.
Dirty job.
Dirty job.
It's a shame.
Okay, you Americans, you're doing a dirty job.
Israel is doing a dirty job, and they support it, and they give it every right to do it, and they call it defending itself.
Pretty much.
It's really a shame.
Shame.
Pardon?
We're trying to make a nuclear weapon.
Well, I think...
Dirty job.
I'm not in a position...
Mossad, you're doing a dirty job.
Reveal what we are going to do in response to what the Americans did last night.
Dirty job.
I just talked about the fact that NPT failed
Daisy,
to
dirty
protect
job.
Iran
Crime in America. Dirty job.
And its peaceful nuclear program. And this is a serious challenge.
Next, we'd like to take a question from IRIB.
Irib. Hey, thanks for watching over on X and Facebook.
IRIB, if I can get a question from IRIB.
Give us a thumbs up if you like what you're watching. Appreciate that. In fact, I'll give my stream a thumbs up on YouTube.
I'm from a Turkic newspaper and also representing Net News Agency.
I forgot.
It is indicated that China is supporting
it was all
Iran.
fake.
How do you evaluate its deterrence power vis-a-vis USA and Israel? And can we learn your expectations about your relations with the Russian Federation?
Well, there was a problem with the translation, or I think with the device. It doesn't work properly.
Why don't you get a different little translator earphone? There's been trouble with every single question so far.
Well, I'm going to Moscow this afternoon.
Head to
I have
Moscow.
A meeting with President Putin tomorrow morning. Russia is a friend of Iran. And
yes, we are friends.
Enjoy.
Except Putin has no money, no drones to send to Iran. You're on your own.
With each other.
By the way, thank you very much for sending us
Russia has been
drones, Iran. We appreciate that.
Participants of JCPOA, so they have been always a party to nuclear negotiations, and even in the past 2-3 months that we were negotiating with the United States, we always briefed our Russian friends about the latest about any progress or lack of progress in our talks. Well, I will have serious consultations with the Russian president tomorrow. And
actually, this channel is quite old,
work
Queenie.
with each other. Russia is also a permanent member of the Security Council.
Go look at the very first video on this channel. You'll
and
see
we know that
it was
we're trying
the Tommy Temper
to introduce a resolution
whatever,
to the Security
mannequin.
Council for the cessation of hostilities.
Go look at the date on that.
Now the situation has been changed.
In fact, if you look at my about, you
will
see when this channel was started.
Discussion with them that how it should be proceeded.
Let me see. Let me go back.
Final question from IRIB. If we can hand over the microphone to the gentleman right there. Thank you.
This channel was started in 2016, Queenie. 2016. Remember when the convoy was? Convoy was 2020
Yesterday, President Erdogan mentioned a mediation
so this channel's been
instrument.
on
Can
for a long
Turkey
time.
handle such a diplomacy
Long
or
time, way before the
mediation?
convoy.
ترکیه داشتم هم ترکیه
I had very productive meetings with the President of the Republic of Turkey yesterday, and I also had contacts with some of the countries of the region. Some of the countries of the region, such as Turkey, are indicating that they could be mediating so that the
lots of useful, important meetings with the foreign ministers of our region, and we discussed about different initiatives and ideas existed for a peaceful settlement of this question. But as all of you know, we suddenly faced with the aggression by American forces to our nuclear facilities. The Islamic Republic of Iran condemns in the
Stock market down,
terms
price of oil
the
up.
United States'
There, Jim.
brutal military aggression against Iran's peaceful nuclear facilities. It is an outrageous,
Yeah,
grave,
I had
and
press pad as well.
unprecedented violation
Press pad
of the
was another
fundamental
channel.
principles of the Charter
I've actually
of the
probably
United
got about
Nations
10 channels,
and
and most of you
international
don't
law.
even know what the other channels are.
The warmongering
But I
and
do go
lawless
live and I do stuff
administration in
over on
Washington
other formats as well,
is
other
solely
channels.
and fully responsible for the dangerous consequences
But I don't like
far-reaching
to
implications
promote those channels over here.
of its act of aggression. The U.S. military attack on the territorial
Well, yeah,
integrity
you had a channel, but
and
you
national
didn't go
sovereignty
live.
of
You were like a
UN
chatter,
member states
you know.
carried out
So, you know, everyone has a
with
YouTube thing,
genocidal
whatever.
Israeli regime,
But my channel was
carried out in collusion
did a video
with the
back when I first
genocidal
made
Israeli
the
regime,
channel.
has once
Tommy
again
Temper.
revealed the extent of the United States' hostility towards the peace-seeking people of Iran.
DFW, hey,
who will
hey,
never
good to see you.
compromise over their
214
independence and sovereignty.
in the house.
The Islamic Republic of Iran continue to defend Iran's
Yeah, exactly.
territory,
You were a chatter.
sovereignty,
You had no
security,
content on your channel.
and people
I had content on
by
my
all
channel when
means
I made
necessary
my channel
against not just
back
U.S.
in
military aggression,
whatever it was,
but
2016.
also the reckless and unlawful actions of the Israeli regime.
You were just
While
watching
President
YouTube.
Trump was elected on a platform of
But I was
putting
actually
an
streaming.
end to America's costly involvement of foreign
And other
wars
channels too.
in our
Even
part of the
before
world.
2016, I have
He
other
has
channels that I
betrayed
started
not
that are still
only
going that
Iran
have lots of
by
subs
abusing our commitment
that you
to
guys don't even
diplomacy,
know about
but also deceived his own voters by submitting to the wishes
in
of a
different
wanted
niches.
war criminal who has grown accustomed to exploiting the lives and wealth of American citizens to further the Israeli regime's objectives.
Yeah, at this
The US
point,
act of
it
aggression
doesn't matter,
against Iran's
Queenie.
peaceful
It's
nuclear
like
facilities
I don't dwell on the
constitutes
past. I
not
only
a flagrant
think
breach
about
of the
the
UN
present
Charter,
and the future.
especially the
The
prohibition
past
of the
is
use
already
of force
gone.
under
It's over,
Article 2,
and you can't
Paragraph
change
4,
the past.
and
And
the
really,
obligation to respect the
it
state's
doesn't matter
territorial
who,
integrity
what,
and
where, when in
sovereignty,
the past.
but also
It's all
a
over.
violation of UN Security Council Resolution 2231. It cannot be emphasized enough how much of a devastating blow
Yeah,
that the
it
US
doesn't matter, Queenie.
permanent
It's
member
like
of
the
the
past.
Security
The
Council
past is the past.
has dealt to the global
Don't worry about who did what with
non-proliferation
what.
regime.
We were all here having
The
fun.
Islamic Republic of Iran reminds the
I'm on the
United
internet
Nations,
to have fun,
the
primarily.
Security Council,
If I can't
the
have
UN
fun, well,
Secretary
I won't be
General,
here.
the International Atomic
I'm not
Energy,
here to berate people or call people liars or
the
call people
International
out.
Atomic Energy Agency,
I'm
and
just here to
other
have
relevant
fun.
international bodies of their duty and
So try
responsibility
and have fun.
to take urgent
Use your channel
and
for
decisive
positive
action
purposes,
in
not
response
for
to this breach
calling
of
people
international
out,
law.
calling people names,
Silence
stuff like
in the
that.
face of such blatant aggression will plunge the world into an unprecedented level of danger and chaos. Humanity has come too far as a species to allow a lawless
Coming in for a
bully
drink
to
of water.
take us back to the law of the jungle. The Islamic Republic of Iran calls on the Security Council to convene an emergency session
Okay, go live.
to unequivocally condemn
By the way,
the
anybody
criminal
can
act of
restream my
aggression by the
channel.
United
I don't
States
care.
against Iran,
I don't give strikes
and
to
to
anybody.
hold
So
the administration
if
in
anybody wants to
Washington
restream what you see
accountable
here,
for
go right
its
ahead.
violations of fundamental principles of United Nations Charter
So we
and
can
of
all
norms
have fun.
of international law. The responsibility of the IAEA and its Director General, who through evidence bias in favor of warmongering parties paved the way for the current violence and bloodshed, is now clearer than ever. We call on the IAEA Board of Governors to immediately convene and carry out its legal responsibility in response to the dangerous U.S. attack on Iran's peaceful nuclear facilities, all of which have been under the agency's
We can't change the
full
past. We can only
safeguards and monitoring.
learn from the past and
The world must not
try and move
forget
forward and
that it was the United
lead a better
States
life,
which,
be
in
better
the midst
from the
of a
past.
process to forge a diplomatic outcome, betrayed diplomacy
Oh my
by
gosh.
supporting the genocidal Israeli regime's launch of an illegal war of aggression
That's right.
on the
Wear
Iranian nation.
a bra.
Not content with such malign actions, the United
Wear a
States
bra.
itself
That would be
has
my
now
advice
also
as well.
opted for a dangerous military operation and aggression.
And I'm
against
not
the
going to
people of
say
Iran.
once in a while I wear my wife's
doing
bra
so,
because everyone
the
would
US
use that against me if I said
holds
that. So
sole and full
I'm not going
responsibility
to say
for the
that.
consequences of its actions, including the Islamic Republic of Iran's right to self-defense under the principles of the United Charter.
You can't have fun when you're
In
streaming, when can you?
accordance with the UN Charter and its provisions allowing a legitimate response in self-defense, Iran reserves all
I know
options
it's hard to get a good
to
audience.
defend
It is,
its
honestly.
security, interests, and people. Thank you very
And
much.
if you're constantly berating people, well, your audience is not going to be great. It's not going to be big.
We will now be
A lot
taking
of people get
questions.
turned off by that.
We'd like to start with the
You have to try and
Associated
be
Press.
nice. Queenie's on a weight loss program, so you know, maybe when the and I'm actually on a weight loss program myself here too. So you know, trying to get rid of the football linebacker neck.
Distinguished Minister, are the doors for negotiation still open?
Good morning. Good morning.
Can you hear me now? Distinguished
It's nice
Minister, the
to see
question
you
is as
this
follows.
morning.
Is the door for negotiations still open?
I'm doing terribly well. Terribly well. That works for all occasions. Meow. Cat
Interpreter,
Bever.
please speak.
Can you hear me, sir?
Oh, it's the old misspelling.
Can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, I can hear you.
In the English channel, can you hear me?
In my right ear.
If I may just step in here and just translate real quick for my colleague. He's asking if there are still room for negotiations moving forward.
It's all right now. You can his translate is okay.
سيد البكان أحمد غنام من التلفزيون العربي Müzakerelere hala kapı açık mı görüyorsunuz? Tahran'la görüşmüş
Is the
müydünüz? Bugün
negotiation door still open?
ne kadar
Did
size
you
karşı
contact
zarar
Tehran?
görmüştür?
What kind of
Arap
damage has been
Baharı'ndan
incurred
bir var
on
mı?
the nuclear
Görüştünüz,
facilities? Is there
bölgedeki
any
ülkelerle,
intermediary
Türkiye,
country
Sırbistan, Katar gibi
like
ülkelerle
Turkey, like
görüşüyor
Saudi
musunuz?
Arabia, like
Exactly.
Qatar? Are you continuing
Nasıl
your
görüyorsunuz bu süreci?
such activities of mediation? How do you see the process? Thank you.
Hey. Huckleberry in
Well,
the
I have
house.
been in
Looking good.
touch with Tehran, of course. I still do not have exact information
214.
about the level of damages, but I don't think it matters how much damages have been made. Attacking a nuclear facility by itself is an unforgivable violation of international law and should be condemned.
Mouthball. That's kinky. Queenie, that sounds
Yesterday,
kinky.
as I said, I had discussion and talks
Bing, bing,
with a
bing.
number of
Yeah, Queenie.
foreign
You
ministers
need
of the
that
region.
bing, bing, bing back again. Bring that again.
Almost all of them
That was your
are very
trademark.
much concerned
Bing, bing,
and
bing.
interested to
Who's
play a
your
role
daddy?
to end this aggression by Israel, of course.
Okay. Oh, we have
worried
USA in the house.
It's time to kick ass and chew bubble gum, and I'm all out of gum.
That's right.
Talking about how to stop the Israeli aggression. Well, of course, the door for diplomacy should be always
Colonizer.
keep open.
I'm the
but
colonizer.
This is not the case right now. My country has been under attack, under aggression, and we have to respond based on our legitimate right of self-defense.
Where do they do that?
And we will
Hawaii,
do that
Hawaiian style roast.
as long as needed and necessary.
We'd now like to take
I'm on a weight loss
question from
program
Al Jazeera.
myself here. My wife bought me a scale so I can weigh myself. But I haven't weighed myself yet. But I've gotten a little chubbier in the last few years, so that's why I'm, taking a bit of
Thank you
action
very much,
here now.
Minister. So you
Watching
say
what I
that
eat.
you need to respond right now, but we know that
I'm on a seafood
Iranians
diet.
are
If I see food,
known
I eat
for
it.
their talents in negotiations, in diplomacy and trade. What would be the conditions after responding for Iran to come back to a negotiation table?
Ooh, that hits hard,
maybe
Edward.
with the U.S. as well. And Turkey has been offering that Ankara can mediate for a trilateral between Turkey, U.S. and Iran. What would be your response
Yes,
to that?
that's
Because
true. Iran
right
is
now the
run by
US is
religious
technically,
extremists
involved
that
in
are
this conflict.
pushing terrorism throughout the region.
Well, I think it is irrelevant
supplying money.
to ask Iran to return to diplomacy.
Probably weapons
because we
and stuff,
were
who
in
knows?
the middle of diplomacy. We were in the middle of talks with the United States when Israelis
Holy smokes, Edward. You've
blew
been
it up.
really watching Queenie.
And again,
Got
we
all
were
the
in
dirt
middle
on
of
her.
Talks and negotiation with Europeans happened only 2 days ago in Geneva, when this time Americans decided to blow it up. So we were in diplomacy, but we were attacked militarily. So it was not Iran, but the
Yeah,
US
we get it. We get the idea.
who betrayed diplomacy. They betrayed negotiations. When at the middle of negotiations with us, they gave green light to Israelis, if not instructed them
I don't
to
know.
attack Iran's nuclear
Well,
facilities.
The United States is going in, Brett,
I
to
think
try and
they have proved
stop the terrorism and
they are not
to defend
of
Israel.
diplomacy.
Really, honestly, you know that.
and they only understand the language of threat
But
and
you know,
force.
some people
And
are
this is
like,
very unfortunate.
"Yeah, Israel's bad, and the Jewish people
United
own
States
the banks and whatever.
Showed that they have no respect
and that they're all bad
United
people.
Nations Charter.
But they don't cause me any harm. You know what I mean? Not at all.
They have no respect.
They don't cause people harm in the Middle East unless they're attacked. And it seems like they're getting attacked like on a daily basis.
International law.
That's what the whole thing is all about. They don't want war. And they're actually
managing the board.
Starting a war in order to stop war. As
there is no
crazy
red
as
line
that
they have
seems.
not crossed. And the last
But
one,
I understand
the
where
most
you're coming
dangerous
from.
one was happened only last night.
That,
when they crossed
But keep in mind that the people in Iran, the Persian people, have been oppressed by the Islamic regime for 40 plus years already.
Room is
so
left for diplomacy.
they're sick and tired of the whole thing here now.
We are now calculating.
But let's, it would be a good thing if the Islamic regime could be crushed in Iran, and it was just
nuclear facilities,
nice and peace in the Middle East
for
again.
the United Nations Charter. It was not
But
only
as long as the Islamic regime is there, there won't be peace in the Middle East, guaranteed.
It was also non-proliferation
But
regime
of
and
course,
NPT, which was bombed.
they'll pop
last
up
night
somewhere else.
by Americans. And it
There's
was
cells that pop up all the time in the Middle East.
the rule
It's
of law and international law which was bombed. So now we have to see how much room is left for diplomacy, and we will decide.
I'd like to hand over to TRT World.
That's funny.
Mr. Minister,
I don't think it was an
President
ejection.
Donald
It
Trump
was just
warned
a
that
bill.
Iran must now make peace, otherwise the future attacks, he says, would be far greater and much easier. So how is Tehran responding to that threats from Washington? Thank you.
I think it's not up to Iran to respond to that. The whole international community
But I get your
should
side of the
respond
story.
of such a clear threat against the United Nations Charter.
I get it.
Iran has done nothing wrong. We do not understand why Iran should be attacked
No, that's funny.
for a false accusation that Iran is seeking nuclear weapons. It's now more than 20 years that we are trying to prove that our
I wish they'd invent a chill
peaceful
pill.
nuclear program
You know what I mean?
is in fact peaceful
Need
and
a
would
chill
remain
pill.
peaceful.
Chill out, Queenie. Take a chill pill.
negotiated for a long
Whatever
time
you're taking,
with the so-called
it's
P5+1.
like aggravating you. And you're getting
And we
mad.
came to
You're
a
mad
deal
all the time.
which the whole
Always
world
like,
celebrated as an
like
achievement of
hitting on
diplomacy.
everybody.
And then it was
let's
the
see.
U.S. who withdrew from that deal and reimposed their sanctions.
Got to be something out there that
and
would work for you.
restarted their threats.
Chill out a little bit
Again, we were negotiating with the same
instead
administration.
of attacking.
Then all of a sudden they decided to attack us, first by Israelis, then by themselves. And now they are threatening us for more attacks. So it's not up to Iran, but it's up to international community to condemn this, to prevent this. Otherwise, there would be nothing left for the international law, for the security at the world level. The Security Council should play its role, should play its responsibility to prevent, to condemn and prevent.
Yeah, just
these
have
kind
to
of
talk to my
threats.
bestie there.
We will certainly defend our interest. We will certainly defend our territorial integrity, our sovereignty, and our people. And I'm so glad that our people are now fully understand what injustice they are doing against the Iranian people. They are united and in solidarity with the government, and we stand firm against any aggression.
Next,
Well, I asked her to buy me a scale because I'm on like a weight loss program, and of course, you need a scale to track if it's actually working.
The West's stance on Israel massacres. No one
Honeymoon's
seems
over,
to
yeah.
mention Israel's allegedly illegal nuclear weapons. The German chancellor even said Israel is doing the dirty work for us. So what is your response? Thank you.
Well, when you go on Ozempic,
Well,
you know, you
what should
can
I
go
say?
on a eating binge,
said
and
everything.
apparently,
That Iran is under attack
apparently you can eat as much as you
by
want when you're on that stuff.
nuclear-armed superpower and a nuclear-armed regime. And Iran, as you know, is a non-nuclear armed country.
I
That
think
should
it's
be
a slow
certainly
day.
condemned. If not, the whole non-proliferation regime would be undermined and would be defeated.
Oh yeah, I've been watching
Iran
what's
is a committed
been
member of
going on.
NPT.
They have been relentlessly, Israel and
But
the U.S.
NPT is
bombing
not able to protect us.
Iran. The very latest thing that
So
the U.S. is bombing is
why
police
country
stations
like Iran or other
to
countries
try and get rid
who are
of,
interested to have
you
a
know, the
peaceful
police
nuclear
that are
energy
supporting and
should
killing the
rely on
citizens
NPT
in
for their,
Iran. They want to get rid of the
peaceful
police
activities.
stations. That's the next thing that they're targeting that I hear. I don't know if you heard
It is
that.
very unfortunate
But yeah, I've been
that
following what's
Israel
going
is
on.
doing as the German
But, you know,
chancellor
I can't
called
see everything.
a dirty job. And by the way,
It's a dirty
they
job.
supported that dirty job.
It's a dirty job.
It's a shame.
But someone's got to do it.
They know that Israel is doing a dirty job and they support it. And they give it every right to do it. And they call it defending itself. It's really a shame.
Really gets the chat going.
Pardon? Well, I think
Well, and likewise, you've got all the Democrats
I'm not in a
are
position
up in arms about the whole thing.
to reveal what we are going to do in
Not
response
going to have
to what Americans did last night.
you know, support.
I just talked about the fact that NPT failed to protect Iran from and its peaceful nuclear program. And this is a serious challenge.
Yeah, we're Spin City.
Next, we'd like to take a question from IRIB.
Yeah, Queenie, you know that Anonymous is a
IRIB, if I can get a question
terrorist
from IRIB.
banned organization in the States, you know?
Yılmaz Varlar.
You know how Antifa is being deemed a, you know, criminal organization? It's the same thing as Anonymous. They're banned in the United States, and you're playing Anonymous on your channel all the time. There,
It is indicated that China is
you don't even know
supporting
that
Iran.
it's like the Proud Boys in Canada. You know how
How do
they're
you
put on the terrorist
evaluate
list?
its
Yeah,
deterrence
well, that's what
power
Anonymous
vis-a-vis
is in the
USA
States. Go look
and,
into it.
Israel, and can
And
we
they're
learn
pushing
your
that
expectations
propaganda
about
there
your relations with the
over on
Russian
your
Federation?
channel all the time, and you don't even realize that it's banned in the States.
Well, there was a problem with the translation, or I think
Go
with the
do a
device, it
Google
doesn't
search
work
on
properly.
Anonymous.
I understood the last part of your question.
Just
Well, I'm
saying.
going to Moscow this
And
afternoon,
thanks
and I have a
to
meeting with President
Christy.
Putin tomorrow morning.
Good to see you, Christy.
Russia is a friend of Iran, and we enjoy a strategic partnership, and we always consult with each other and coordinate our positions. Russia has been a part and the participants of JCPOA, so they have been always a party to nuclear negotiations. And even in the past
Jen,
2-3 months that we
Good
were
morning.
negotiating with the United States,
Tricky.
we always
Tricky.
briefed our Russian friends.
You are here.
About the latest.
Let's see. I think the only one blocked is
about
Catamus
progress
Rex
or
at the moment.
Lack of progress.
She
in
came
our
in here and started disrespecting
talks.
me.
Well, I will.
So I had to block Catamus Rex,
serious consultations with the Russian
the
president
leader of the
tomorrow.
Troll Central.
and we
Her channel is
continue
now
to
Troll Central.
work with each other. Russia is also,
You know, with Al
a permanent
Munson
member of
and
the
a bunch
Security
of those
Council.
guys.
And we know that they were trying, together with China, to introduce a resolution to the Security Council for the cessation of hostilities. Obviously, now the situation has been changed, and I will have discussion with them at how it should be proceed.
Most of the time
Final
she does
question
a
from
live
IB, if we
that
can
is
hand
not
over the
recorded,
microphone to the gentleman right there.
and it gets
Thank you.
just deleted. That is super expensive bombs, huge bombs that the U.S. is using. You know, those ground-penetrating bombs and stuff like that. Those
Yesterday,
things are not
President
cheap.
Erdogan mentioned a mediation instrument. Can Turkey handle such
Where's
a
Kenny?
diplomacy or mediation activity?
آقای اردوغان رئیس جمهور محترم ترکیه داشتم. هم ترکیه
I had
Sunshine and
productive
lollipop.
meetings with the President of the Republic of Turkey yesterday, and I also had contacts with some of the countries of the region. Some of the countries of the region, such as Turkey, are indicating that they could be mediating so that the
lots of useful, important meetings with the foreign ministers of our region, and we discussed
Yeah, I haven't
about
been to
different
many rallies.
initiatives.
I've been out
and
there with
ideas
the
existed for
people that are
peaceful
promoting
settlement of this question.
Alberta independence.
But as all of you know,
On Saturday and
we
Sunday,
suddenly faced
I was hanging out
with
on the lake
aggression
because they have a petition over on the
by
lake there
American
in
forces
Sylvan Lake.
to our nuclear
And I
facilities.
was riding my quad around there and talking to the
The
people.
Islamic Republic of
That's who
Iran
I'm hanging around
condemns
with.
in the
People that
strongest
are
terms
gathering petitions
United
for
States'
independence in Alberta.
brutal military
But otherwise, I haven't been to
aggression
any other
against
rallies.
Iran's peaceful nuclear facilities.
Oh, Jason.
It is an outrageous,
You know what?
grave,
The only time
and
that I've
unprecedented
ever seen Jason
violation of the fundamental
was when we
principles
got kicked
the
out of
Charter
the
United Nations
Carney rally
and
in
international
Edmonton.
law.
That is the only time that I've ever
warmongering
talked to him
and
or
lawless
seen him or
administration in
anything. And
Washington
the only reason that I was with him is because
solely
I heard
and
that
fully
he was in
responsible
the
for
neighborhood
dangerous
and wanted to
consequences
ride to
and
that
far-reaching
rally.
implications.
But otherwise, I don't see him. I
of
don't talk
its
to him at all.
Act of aggression. The
And
U.S.
everyone
military
thinks that I
attack
do, but I don't.
on the territorial integrity and national sovereignty of a UN member state carried out with genocidal Israeli regime.
Yeah, but the problem with Cadamus Rex is that she comes in here and then purposely disrespects me. So, you know, and I've said it, told everyone, if you disrespect me in the chat, then you'll get blocked.
Who will never compromise
And Queenie,
over
you're
their
like on
independence and sovereignty.
eggshells there. I haven't blocked you
The
yet,
Islamic
but
Republic of
be
Iran
careful.
continue
Don't disrespect
to
me
defend
personally.
Iran's territory, sovereignty.
It's like, how would you
security,
like it if I
and
came
people
into your chat and
by
then
all
started
means
calling
necessary
you out personally in your chat?
against
What would you do
not
to me
just
over in
US
your
military
channel?
aggression, but also the reckless and unlawful actions of the Israeli regime. While President Trump was elected on a platform of putting an end to America's costly
Got a point there,
involvement
Huckleberry.
of forever wars in our part of the world, he has betrayed not only Iran by abusing our commitment to diplomacy, but also deceived his own voters by submitting to the wishes of a wanted war criminal who has grown accustomed
Yeah, well,
to
I'm not
exploiting the
pro
lives and wealth of
Anonymous
American
because
citizens
Anonymous is like
to
a
further the Israeli
terrorist
regime's
organization
objectives.
banned in the United
The
States.
U.S. act of aggression
Anonymous
against
is not
Iran's
good to
peaceful
push.
nuclear facilities
Just saying.
constitutes not only a flagrant breach of the UN Charter, especially the prohibition of the use of
Yeah,
force
Anonymous
under
is like
Article 2, Paragraph 4,
Antifa,
and the obligation
you
to
know, where
respect the
it's a
state's territorial
loose-knit
integrity and sovereignty,
group
but also
of
a violation
people that
of
have the
UN
same
Security Council
ideology,
Resolution 2231.
and they're pretty
It
much
cannot
hang
be
out on the
emphasized
internet.
enough how much of a
Probably in the
devastating
dark
blow that the
internet.
U.S., a permanent member of the Security Council, has dealt to the global non-proliferation regime.
In the house, roast
The
season.
Islamic Republic of Iran reminds the United Nations, the Security Council, the UN Secretary General,
Roasty.
the International Atomic Energy Agency, and other relevant international bodies.
Let's bring on
of
some
their duty and responsibility.
The whole,
to take
bells and
urgent
whistles, because I think the first term, President Trump's NPR, a lot of the things set out publicly were superb.
Audio here.
But we are going to focus in on a few problems that I can't get into in an open setting, but welcome talking to you and your team about that if that's of interest.
Gentleman's time's expired. Chair, not recognized gentleman from California.
Once again, that is the Undersecretary of Defense there testifying amid the Iran war. We've also been sharing with you here on Live Now from Fox. If you are just tuning in, we are keeping an eye on Capitol Hill.
Thank you,
because
Fox, for the
House
feed.
is set to have two key votes today. One is going to be on Iran and war powers. The second on DHS funding, as we are still in a partial government shutdown.
Roast
I also wanted to share this
season.
with you. We are going to be bringing this to you uninterrupted, and this is slated for 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time, as we're set to hear from War Secretary Pete Hegseth and Admiral Brad Cooper, as they are both set to be speaking here once again at 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time. We're going to bring that to you without commercial interruption. This is going to be an update on Operation Epic Fury.
Negative. I didn't watch MCF, but I saw he was.
As he was in Florida. He is still there, and so that's where we're going to be getting this press conference from. We are stepping away for a commercial break. Thanks for being with us.
Yeah,
You're
I
on Live
can
Now
see
from
that
Fox.
happening. I saw that he went live. I saw the thing where he was going live, and then he, whatever. He wasn't live yet. He was going to be live in 30 minutes or something like that. And then I never did click to go back there again. I kind of forgot about it. But yeah, I can believe that, Christy. That I can believe. Make it the points. Make the points. Hey, let's bring on the Alberta song here. Here's a song that I wrote about Alberta. Let's see if I can find it here. We will put it on. Was it this one? A little bit of Alberta independence for the crowd out there.
In the shadow of the Rockies, where the wild winds blow, Albertans rise up, tired of the status quo. Oil sands pumping black gold, beef on the grill so fine. Grain fields waving golden, canola blooming in the sunshine. But Otter was taking our billions, unfair equalization gain, sending it east to Quebec while we shoulder the blame. No more pipelines blocked, no more carbon tax chains. We're done with the feds, breaking free from their reins.
Oh yeah! Freedom!
Sovereignty calling, independence coming through.
Little sovereignty.
No more woke liberalism, stealing our way of life.
We're sick and tired of it.
Stand tall, cutting loose from the strife. Rocky Mountains watching as we claim our own land. Freedom for our families with a rifle in hand. Alberta freedom, let the anthems roll. We're building our nation forevermore.
Yeah. I'm not going to pay anything. I'm here for fun. I don't mean to disrespect anybody. Everybody needs to lead a good life. Be happy. Happiness. You don't get revenge. That's stupid. Get in trouble.
Beef ranchers and farmers, grain silos stand proud. Oil rigs turning profits under Alberta's cloud. No more begging.
It's Crackhead Kenny in the house.
Strong we stand. We'll negotiate our future with the world in our hands. Alberta freedom.
no threats, Queenie, no threats.
Independence coming through. No more woke liberalism, stealing our way of life. Albertans stand tall.
Super, super, super salty.
Rocky Mountains watching as we claim our own land. Freedom for our families.
Okay, talk to Jason.
Rifle in hand. Alberta freedom. Let the anthems roar. We're building our nation forevermore. They say it's illegal, but self-determination's all right. Like Ukraine from the Soviets, we'll fight through the night. No more sending our wealth to fund their endless schemes. Our pensions rising, fulfilling our dreams. Tired of the liberals, their rules and their games. Albertans awakening, falling out on names.
Woohoo! Let's go, Alberta independence.
Canola fields yellow, beef herds grazing free.
Oh yeah.
Oil sands fueling futures as far
I
as
love
the
this
eye
song.
can see.
I wrote it.
We're Albertans first, with hearts full of fire. Separation's the answer.
That's us.
Lifting us higher.
Funny.
No more being the wallet for a broken confederation.
Funny for the win.
Freedom's our birthright, our declaration. Alberta freedom, ringing loud and true. Sovereignty calling, independence coming through. No more woke liberalism, stealing our way of life. Albertans stand tall, cut loose from the strife. Rocky Mountains watching as we claim our own land. Freedom for our families with the rifle in hand. Alberta freedom, let the anthems roar. We're building our
Pat
nation
Pfeiffer, good to see ya. Pat for the win. I see you're sponsoring MCF. Looking good.
forevermore.
Forevermore. Forevermore. Oh, yeah. Loving it. Thank you very much, everybody in the chat. Enjoying all your company here. The chat is going hard. Really hard. Of course, a lot of people are not talking about the Iran-U.S.-Israel conflict, but that's the main topic here today.
Port. I can't figure out why the Pentagon said they didn't want to do the Baltic Security Initiative and also talk about withdrawing forces out of the Baltics. When they lead the way, they have the highest level of defense spending. So why not be stronger for our Baltic friends?
Oh, no, it's Sandy
sir,
Foster.
I've seen your commentary, and one thing I must say I
gosh.
appreciate today is I think you rightly recognize this as part of
Trudeau's,
from the president and the
best
secretary
friend.
on down.
Good to
We
see
all
ya.
think in the same way. And so it's a total myth that we're not aligned with the president. I appreciate that your point and your
I'm not
questions like
anti-Canadian.
Congressman
I love
straightforward, so
Canada.
I'll
I'm
grapple with them
Canadian.
in the same spirit that you
But I'm
offer,
also
and happy to come
Albertan.
talk.
And
I know we have
it's gotten
different
to the
views
point
and
where
different
I'm
views with many in the
Albertan
administration, but I appreciate
first.
the way you framed it, sir, and
Canadian
don't take it for granted.
second.
I would say, sir, from what it sounds like, I mean, this document and the national security strategy, just
And
driving
it's
the
like when
president's
you're in a
approach,
marriage
I'll get
and
to
it's
your
not
question, sir,
working and you're
is
getting dumped on
flexible
all the
realism
time and
is a
somebody's,
practical approach. It sounds, I
like
think it's a bit different than yours.
stealing
In some
money
ways,
out of
maybe
your
yours
wallet.
has been
What
an
do you do?
ascendancy in the past, and we're trying to make a break, but we're not
Go, like,
trying to con
quit
you
it.
about it. It's pretty straightforward. I recognize, obviously, your distinguished military service. This is more kind of grounded in military reality, almost like a more empirical, kind of dispassionate way, and less in the rhetorical style. Sir, one thing I would really stress on is we see ourselves as in line with the Cold War legacy and more of a
You got a
break from
time out.
post-1989,
Oh, my
when I think
gosh.
we got a bit hubristic, as the document says. We don't talk about spheres of influence. That's
Yeah,
something that's put
spicy.
on us.
Spicy
we
today
can get into a
there,
discussion about
Pat.
the 1890s. I don't know. It's interesting. On Baltic Security Initiative, let me get back to you we are not trying to punish the Baltic states. The president has been clear that our wealthy allies should be prepared to step up. We're looking at this in a pragmatic way.
Kids that sign up to serve, they might very well
move in the same direction, just as your
They
predecessor
want to sign up
said
to the
about
military.
China. The goal with Russia is to avoid a war while we're, and to Mr. Turner's point about protecting NATO, but we've got to do it in a militarily realistic way, and you know this very well, sir.
So.
All right, so we do have another live feed that is coming in here, and
I
this
agree
is
with
taking us
Mossad.
out to Iowa as we're
Free
listening in to Governor
Persia
Kim Reynolds speaking on
from
the
the
service members
Ayatollah.
that were killed in
I
Iran.
agree with that
Let's listen in.
100%. And I would say that 95% of the people in Iran
As many Iowans are
would agree
aware,
with that.
approximately 1,800 Iowa National
Sure, you've
Guard
got
soldiers and
5%
airmen
that are like,
with the 2nd Brigade
Ayatollah,
Combat
Ayatollah.
Team, 34th Infantry Division.
But 95% of the
deployed
population
to the Middle
is,
East last year in support of
Free Persia.
Operation Inherent Resolve. About half have now returned to the United States, and tragically, as we know, 2 of our soldiers were also lost during this deployment. Staff Sergeants Nate Howard and Edgar Torres Tovar were killed
I like that.
in an
You
enemy
make a
attack
threat,
on
and
December
right in your threat, you
13th
say
in
no
Syria.
threat. Come
I
on.
had the opportunity to visit our soldiers in the Middle East in January, and I wanted the opportunity, first of all, to get in
Just,
theater and
Queenie,
just to show
I'll say to you like
our
I
support,
say to
state
everybody,
support, and to truly
make sure
express
you don't
to them
break
how
the law
grateful our state
with whatever
is for
you do.
their service and their
Don't break the law.
sacrifice.
It's
But
like
can
I
tell you
said to
without
everybody in the
hesitation that
convoy.
I gained
I
so
said,
much more
don't
from them.
break the law. Whatever you're doing, don't break the law. If the cops
I
tell
had
you
the
to move,
opportunity to see
move.
firsthand how critical they are to the
Simple.
mission in the Middle East. And almost at every single stop, they were leading those missions. And I heard over and over how personally committed that they are to
I
it.
live pretty close to you right now.
They believe
Just come up here
in
to
the work
Edmonton.
that they're doing.
You know where I live
They
at
stepped
Edmonton.
forward and they chose to serve.
If you're gonna bug
Even
me
in
or do
challenging
something,
and
just
dangerous
hop in your car.
situations.
I'm just a car
It
right
is
away.
our responsibility
I live in
to
Alberta.
stand strong
I live close
in
to you.
support of each and every one of them. Losing 4 soldiers from
So whatever
Iowa
you're gonna do, if you
in the
want to
course
see me
of 3
personally,
months
come and see
is
me
a
personally.
sobering reminder that our freedom
You know, I met you in
is
Red
not
Deer
free.
there.
It demands sacrifice.
We will meet up
and the
again.
Kind of service
There's no
that
doubt
these
about that.
heroes and their families have made on behalf
But you know,
of
I don't
all
have
of
anything
us.
against you. Do what you want.
And it's why our support
Just
for
do
the
what you
men and
want.
women who wear our nation's uniform is so important.
But don't
we
break the
owe
law.
them not only our gratitude, but our unwavering
And
commitment
when you threaten
to stand
people,
with them, to
that's
care
akin to breaking
for
the
them,
law.
to
So
care for
don't
their
threaten
families,
people.
and to honor
Not nice.
their service to our state and
You
to
know, I
our
understand
country
what the internet
every
is all about.
single day.
People are keyboard
before I
warriors
open
and
it
stuff
up
like
for
that when you're
questions,
behind the
I
keyboard.
want you to know just
But when
ahead
you
of
meet
time,
people in person,
I'm not
what are
selling,
you going to do?
I might not be able
Are you
to
going to bring a
answer
gun
some
or a
of the
knife or
questions that you
something?
might
Stab
have
me?
on this
Like,
topic.
what's the deal?
Because as I
What's your-
mentioned,
what's your game plan?
This is a federal military component. But my team will be happy to provide everybody with
Yeah,
a
exactly,
contact
Super
for the U.S.
Salty.
Army Reserve Command Public Affairs Office so
Don't
that you
sh-
can
we're not gonna
reach out
shut off
directly
any
to them.
electrical
It just
switch
was,
or
it's
anything like
different
that.
with
That's
the
not gonna
Guard
happen.
because they answer to me, and so we're able to get the questions. We're able to really lean in and understand
see that,
what's
eh,
happening,
crackhead?
and it's
Even you
just
see
a
that.
different path
Not
that
nice.
that communication flows with the U.S. Army. So, and they're not, doing it intentionally. It's just a different setup, and so we were able to be notified
Sadly, it's a
immediately and
symbiotic
able to start to drive
relationship.
things. And the
We
communication
both need each
is
other.
good, and we're
Honestly.
getting it as
Sure,
we're
Trump
asking
wants to
for
put
it,
up
but
tariffs
it's just
to,
a lot of the things I don't have
make stuff
detailed
that we,
information
produce more
for, like I
expensive to
would
buy
have
in
if
the
General
States,
Osborne would be
so
standing
that some of those products
right
will be
here, able to
manufactured in the
answer
States.
a lot of the
You know,
questions. It's
hey,
a different
nothing wrong with that.
operation. I did have the
Let
opportunity
him do
to
that.
talk with Colonel Bob Hegland. He is the Rear Detachment Commander here at Fort Des Moines, and so I just wanted to make sure that the information that we had, he confirmed was accurate, and that he will keep us posted as
Ricky,
we
that's a good question.
move forward
I have
throughout
no
this
idea.
process. And with that,
He just
we'll
kinda
open it up
disappeared.
to questions.
Not around anymore. Grand Central. Yeah, Trans Central is over
I'm not
at
going to talk about numbers.
Catamus
If you want to
Rex
visit with
now. Is the new,
Congressman, I'll let you do that. What I
or
can
Cat
tell you
Rex.
that we are
The
aware
channel
of the
is Cat Rex.
injured soldiers, and I can confirm
new
that they
Trans
have been
Central.
safely evacuated to Germany. So all of them are out of theater and are in Germany. And so they're still, I do believe they notified families.
Definitely smoking and
the
drinking over
soldiers,
there.
But I'm not
Crime
going
in
to,
America.
I'll let him, or I would, probably
I've actually
let the
been on his
Department of
panel
War
there a
confirm,
couple of times.
The numbers,
You know,
and I'm
and
sure
it's
that,
fun.
That will be
He
happening at
plays
some
music
point.
and whatever, does his thing. But yeah, it's like Lincoln Kane there. So Lincoln is like, goes way overboard. Like drinks way too much and like passes out on the panel.
Just how grateful I am to each
Stuff
and
like
every one
that.
of them. I can't imagine the
Goes
sacrifice,
a little bit too far.
that they're, and just, they to think they're coming home and then maybe things have changed, delayed. We've had some
content
killed in
is,
action. So just,
like
just
you
how
say,
grateful we
bunch of
are
drunks sitting
for,
there and stuff like that.
their son or daughter or family or husband or
If
wife
you don't
or
drink,
dad
it's hard
that
to
have stepped
stay and
up and
watch.
chose to serve our country. And we forget that less than 1% of Americans serve on our behalf. That is such a small
Gonna
number.
turn down that,
and in
audio
Iowa,
a little
we have
bit.
a large percentage of that. We always have. We are, strong Americans. That
Why isn't
believe
Trump
in this country, that
acknowledging the
believe
deaths
in
of the military killed in
and
this
we
war?
believe that we need to do whatever
I
we
don't
can
know.
to protect it. And the fact that we have so
Like
many
he's not
families
on
and individuals that have
the
stepped up to
podium
serve in that capacity says a
24/7,
lot about
and
who
he
we
has
are
other
as
people
Iowans.
that
And so
talk
just know
about
how
stuff like
much we
that.
appreciate you. These individuals that have been killed and those that have been wounded and really those that serve every single day are
panel
heroes.
time.
And we are so grateful to each and every one of them. And,
It would be a real shit show.
As we walk through, I will
There, Troy.
be a part of the dignified transfer. Like
And I don't know if I have
earlier, and so we're waiting to hear
the
when that will
wherewithal
be,
to
but we'll be there every
endure
step of the way
a shit
until
show.
we get those Iowans that have been killed or wounded back home. And we'll continue to provide the support that our families need to get them through this really difficult
you're
time.
Carney's buddy now. Yeah, exactly. Like it doesn't matter who's running the Liberal Party. You'll be a liberal. You're probably a lifelong liberal, and it'll never change. So you embrace the party, embrace the man, whoever it might be. But Carney is doing harm to Canada, and everything that he does is spending $1 billion here, $1 billion there, $1 billion whatever, and it always involves. You ever notice that it always involves Brookfield? That whenever money gets spent, Brookfield benefits from the money being spent. I don't know if you follow that at all. There's a guy that streams called Moose on the Loose. Go over and watch his channel, okay? Because he's really good on picking up how, whenever something happens. Like, for example, he went to India, and he's going to spend a couple $1 billion in India, and it's on a company that is, a subsidiary of Brookfield. Like every single time he goes anywhere and talks about spending billions, it appears that Brookfield is the beneficiary of that. So, like, I don't mean every time, but a lot of the time.
Iran has done
and that is just absolute corruption. Like Carney is so corrupt, it is unbelievable. He's running Canada to enrich Brookfield, which in turn enriches himself. And I'm really, really surprised that you liberals don't see that. But you're like, elbows up, yeah, Carney, yeah, we want Carney. He's the best guy. He's the best guy to negotiate with Trump. He has negotiated dick all with Trump. All he's done is bash Trump, put most of you liberals against Trump, and is, propping himself up by bashing Trump all the time. Like, come on.
They tried to negotiate.
Don't you see what's going on? Are you blind?
It just wasn't successful. They weren't, I don't believe, from what we're hearing, agree to the terms. I haven't had any direct context. That's my personal opinion. But
don't be blind.
I don't. This is the results of stepping in and doing this. But I think, as I said, when I was over there visiting them, every soldier that I talked to believed in the mission, and they were proud to be a part of it.
It's solid shit,
doing the right thing. The ones that I talked to.
But Queenie, to attack me is like it's fruitless. It's fruitless. You may not like what I say, whatever, but it's all words.
Well,
and you can attack me with words, but
I can't
you know,
really
to
go
say
into those
whatever, you're
details.
going to
A
come
lot of
over
it
to
was
my house or do something to me
confidential,
personally or
and
whatever.
Some of the updates that we were secure information, some of the updates
Yeah,
that we were
don't
able
go there.
to
It won't work
participate
out
in.
well for you.
But you know, that's
Don't do
something
that.
that's always front and center. I think in any time that we have the
You know,
soldiers. in
everybody
theater,
protects
that's the number one
themselves,
priority is to keep them
and
safe.
Alberta is akin to the castle law now. So, you know, we're able now to protect ourselves and our family in our own homes with this castle law. So, if anything happens,
I think we need to stand
look up the
with
castle
our
law.
soldiers that are in
Okay.
theater right now. We're in war, and we shouldn't
So
be
don't be
second-guessing
threatening
that.
people
We need to
because,
stand with our families. We need to stand with the men and women who are
Yeah,
serving
you don't
this
wanna get
country.
hurt.
We need to be supportive of them. There'll be time to do a review, but I think what we need to be doing, and what I hope I reflected in my opening comments, is we need to continue to stand united in support of our men and women that are serving, and especially until we get through this, and especially as we have men and women that are
not
in theater
likely.
right now. I have not.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't matter whether I live 100 miles away from you or 2 miles away from you, does it? What's the difference? I live in Alberta. You're the one that came from Manitoba
I'm not at
to Alberta. You came to my province, okay? I was born here in this province,
and I don't
and
know,
you came
to be honest. I'm just
to
trying to
me.
I'm trying to think back on the conversation.
Don't
today
be
and
saying
remember
that
what I
I
can say and
came
what I'm
to
not,
you.
and I
You
don't-
came
I
to
don't
me.
know
You
that,
came to
be
live
honest.
over here in
This is
Alberta.
what I've been told that I can share is
So,
that the wounded have been safely evacuated.
You want to talk about who's where,
Kuwait,
who's
and
living
they
where?
are in Germany. So they are at a safe place right now.
Yeah, well, I was born here. This is my land, my territory, because I was born here. And it's too late to fight. You weren't even born here in Alberta. You were born somewhere else. So you're like a foreigner here in Alberta land. Just a temporary citizen, temporary worker.
Well, they were wrong. Their numbers were wrong, and I can get you the follow-up
Basically.
information. It is what we said it would be. It is a cost of about $12 million, I think, is the actual cost. They were looking at the wrong information. We verified that with diffs, and so, okay, we'll get you the correct information. But we have provided the correct information to
And
both the Senate
the
and the
difference
House,
between you and I
as well as
is that
well
I
work,
work
so.
for a living, right?
Oh,
and
Department of Financial.
money that I have is
Insurance
money
and
that I
finance,
made
yeah.
by
I
working
can't believe
and
I
working
remember to call it
extremely
that. I
hard.
never do, you know.
And when
It's
you
the
work hard,
alignment.
you have cash
Obviously,
and you're
I
able
wasn't
to
the one that
spend
came
it
up
on
with the
stuff.
names for some of these
And,
things. I just
yeah.
want to be clear on that. I don't own
Work
that
hard.
one, but
I would
Commissioner
say to
Owen
everyone
is who
out there,
was
get
directly,
a
and
job,
he's the
work
one
hard,
that
work as
he
hard
was
as you
the one
can
that,
while
they
you're
would work
young,
through. And
while
so
you
he
can
confirmed
work,
that those numbers
because
were
at some
absolutely not
time you want to
accurate.
retire. And if you're going to retire, the government's not going to pay you very much money.
First of all, it's available.
Very little.
You know, they changed in the one
Pensioners
beautiful
always
bill, the
complain
amount
that,
you go to. We qualify
you know,
for
foreign
that. We
people
had
come
taken
to
ours
this
down.
land
We
and
have
they
a
get more
Medicaid
money than the
shortfall.
pensioners
I mean,
get.
that's the main
So
driver of this, and that would help
there you go.
address that. It's pretty significant.
Work hard while you
You
can.
know,
Don't
we've said
just
all
sit
along
around.
The bill was going to come due after COVID, and it has. And so this is one of the ways, one of the options that we have.
Oh, yeah.
And it doesn't
I
even take
remember
care of
that.
all of it, but
Media
to address
apologized to
the Medicaid
Bandit.
shortfall.
I
We've got a
remember
lot of
that.
steps we've got to go
And
through.
of course,
KB4.
Bandit is
All right, so we wanted to
Pedo.
bring you a portion of that press conference there from
That's right.
Governor
Good
Reynolds,
point there,
ordering
Troy.
flags flown at half staff.
So who's
in
calling
honor
who?
and remembrance of
So that's
two
like
Iowa
being a
soldiers
pedo
who were
supporter.
killed in
So
Kuwait. This
somebody
is in
that's a
remembrance
pedo
of Major
supporter is
Jeffrey
now like
O'Brien, as well as
everything
Sergeant
pedo.
Declan Cody.
Calls
And I also
everyone
wanted
that.
to just put this post
So,
up
yeah,
on your
that's a
screen
good
here as
point.
well. The 6 members
Forgot all
of the
about
Army
that.
Reserve who worked in logistics and kept troops
But, good
supplying
memory
with
there,
food and
Troy.
equipment died Sunday when a drone hit a command center in Kuwait, just one day after the U.S. and Israel launched its military campaign against Iran. Iran responded by launching missiles and drones against Israel and several Gulf Arab states that host U.S. armed forces. We're stepping away for our final break of the hour here on Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back.
Yeah. Oh, they got more crazy music on there. Okay, well, we can do something better than that. Here we go. We'll bring our own nighttime music. when we're doing our nighttime show. Oh, yeah. Loving it. Are you having a good time? You're watching the Tommy Temper Show. I'm Tommy Temper, and we have a nice audience out there. We've got my counter on StreamYard shows 97 people watching here right now. Got about 50 on YouTube and another 50 over on X and on Facebook. So thanks a lot, everyone, for watching. We'll be right back with more just for you. Squeefy. Be nice. Be a nice person. How about that? Try and be nice. How hard is that to be nice? Okay, back to the show. A little bit of Fox.
On the other side of that is
picking
my
up
colleague,
on what's
Stefan
happening.
Preview. You're watching live now from Fox.
Oh.
Good morning. The radical Islamist regime in Tehran continues to fire missiles and drones indiscriminately across our region. Their strikes are not just targeted at Israel, they are targeting their neighbors, the UAE, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia,
it's hard.
Kuwait, Qatar, Oman, Iraq, Jordan. Just this morning, Azerbaijan. One drone struck an airport terminal, another fell beside a school.
Echo.
And beyond their immediate neighbors,
Feedback.
other UN member states have been targeted. Earlier this week, Cyprus, a member of the EU, was attacked. Yesterday, an Iranian missile crossed the region and was intercepted above Turkey, a NATO member, before being shut down. More than 780 missiles fired. More than 1,600 drones launched. 6 days, 13 countries. Iran has struck more Arab countries than Israel has in its entire existence. This is a regime
When I had
going
the
down
time out
and trying
Queenie
to
in the
set
chat there because
the
she was getting a
entire
little
region
too
on fire.
abusive.
It
And
will
I
not
told
work.
her not to do that, but she
To the
didn't
people
listen.
of Israel, to our neighbors in the region, and to the Iranian people who are paying a price for this regime's recklessness, be patient. We are advancing. It is only a matter of time before the rocket fire is minimized and their capabilities are dismantled. Every day, their capabilities shrink.
Well,
Every hour, we, together with
you know,
the U.S.,
I look at a lot of
degrade,
people that are on,
destroy,
government money.
and
And it's
dismantle
like,
their
they
launch
can work,
sites and
they can get a
stockpiles.
job.
The volume
You know,
of missiles
even
they are
if all you can
firing
do is sit there
is
all day,
already
you can
falling,
still be a
and we are
telephone
only
operator for
6
some
days
answering
in.
service or something like that, you know?
They are getting weaker
There's all kind of
and
jobs
weaker.
out there.
As they lash out in desperation, let us be absolutely clear about what we are witnessing. In one side, a radical Islamist terrorist regime
Yeah, but
firing at
Queenie,
civilian
you're
population
not
centers.
being nice.
On
and
the other
you're
side,
doing doxing and
Israel
stuff like
and the
that.
US
Like, come on.
striking
When you start
military
doxing
infrastructure
people,
with precision.
you know, like,
We target missile launchers.
I draw the line.
We target
Like,
command
really,
centers.
you
We
have to
target
be respectful.
terror. We do not target civilians.
Like, I'm pretty respectful
They do.
to you, but
That
you
is
come
the
in
main
here and you
difference.
start doing stuff. What do you
Yet
expect?
from this very podium, the Iranian regime's representative stood
be
here
a
and
nice
tried to
person.
sell you
I've told you
fairy
that many
tales.
times.
He said, and allow me to quote him directly, we target only military objectives. That's what he said.
So Queenie's back.
We do not target civilians. We do not target the interest of neighboring states. Mr. Iravani, that is not just inaccurate, it is a deliberate lie. Look at the past 5 days. In the UAE,
You know, like,
missiles
okay,
hit Dubai
to be honest with
and
you,
Abu Dhabi
like, I
airports.
feel sorry
In
for
Bahrain,
things that have
drones
happened
struck
to you in your
hotels
past,
and homes
Queenie. Honestly,
in
I do.
Manama.
And it's not
In
right
Kuwait,
for what the
civilian
government
sites
did,
were
for
hit.
what the
And in Israel,
the
ballistic
Catholic
missiles
Church did
tore
with
into
the residential
neighborhoods.
schools and that whole
Children
thing.
were
Like, that
killed.
was terrible. Absolutely terrible.
Iranian fire
Like, really,
is all
honestly.
over. Saudi Arabia, Qatar,
I don't wish that
Iraq,
on anybody.
and now Azerbaijan.
But
Home,
don't come back
hotels,
attacking
airports.
me
That is not
because I'm
military
just,
targeting.
you know, a white
That
guy, a
is
colonizer,
indiscriminate
whatever,
aggression.
whatever you want to call me. I'm
You know,
just a regular
sometimes in
guy that
times
was
like
born
these,
here. I
people
didn't
can
do
get
anything to anybody.
overwhelmed by the
I'm just
reports,
trying to
by the
lead my
headlines.
life and have
few
some
are
fun
even
on the
asking,
internet. Really,
Was the
honestly.
threat really
I'm
all
not trying
that
to
serious?
piss people off or
So let me
anything.
make it clear.
But when you start getting
This is
so,
what we are facing.
you know, vicious and vindictive and whatever, it, you know, what do you want me to do? You know, I'm not going to sit here and just take it. I'm going to go, no,
This
no,
is
no.
the engine and the wing of an Iranian Shahed 136 attack drone acquired by the watchdog United Against Nuclear Iran. Not a prop, not a toy, a weapon.
So, you know,
Look at the wing.
whatever you do, if you say
Built
things
to
that people don't
travel
like, well, expect
Thousands
blowback.
of miles
That's all I can say.
across borders. It can reach cities in Israel, in Europe, and in a few months, even the US, carrying
That's
more than
true, Brett.
100 pounds of explosives. Now imagine it aimed at your house, at your living room.
Yeah.
At your
The States
child's
pretty much
bedroom.
gets power from Quebec, from the hydro,
This
and
is
British
the
Columbia
terror
hydro.
we are facing.
Probably maybe
When we
Ontario,
say
too.
missiles and drones, it can
You know,
sound so
the
distant.
grids are really interconnected,
It is not
you know,
distant.
in a lot of areas.
That is why we are acting.
Once in a while,
You do not
here in
wait
Alberta,
for
we
a
get power
regime
from
that
Montana
fires at
when,
airports,
you
hotels,
know,
and homes
everything
to
is like
place
running at
nuclear
max
warheads
in
on its
middle of
ballistic
winter or
missiles.
whatever.
You do
Run out
not
of
gamble with
electricity.
your survival. We are only 6 days into this operation, and we have seen so many drones, so many missiles, but everything is severely degraded.
Hey, in the house,
This
let's
is what
welcome
happens when the US and
Sherry.
Israel act together.
Sherry Paget.
An extraordinary
Good to see ya.
combination of unmatched power exercised with precision and resolve. A radical Islamic regime that believes
Yes,
it could
and
intimidate
potash
the
too, Brett.
region
Uranium and
with all
potash
those weapons
and
is
whatever,
discovering
wheat.
otherwise.
Probably
It
other
cannot.
minerals too.
And this effort is far from over. I want to remind you,
Saskatchewan
our
is a very
objectives
rich
are
province.
clear. No nuclear weapon, no ballistic missile program,
They get taken
no naval
advantage of by
threat,
Canada, just like
no terror
Alberta.
proxies operating across the region.
Suck the money
We
out of
will
them.
dismantle them. We will finish this job. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador. It's Pamela Falk from U.S. News and World Report. How worried is Israel
I don't know
about
where Poland
the
is
threats to global
on this
energy
war.
and oil
They've been kind
supplies,
of a
particularly
little
in
bit
the
silent
Strait of
there.
Hormuz? Thank you.
Well, I think we all have to pay attention to what the Iranians are trying to do. They use those drones, and we have to admit, they produced thousands of drones and ballistic missiles in order to affect world economy. You know, when we look at the markets, we see that they are failing. But I think President Trump was very clear about it, that the U.S., with the support of other countries, will ensure that the straits will be open.
Potash
and as I said
manufacture
earlier,
fertilizer.
we need to be patient.
Send that.
Give us
Remember
few more days. You know, today when the people of Iran
they're sending it by rail
looking at
too,
the skies,
out to the west coast to
they
be
see our
sent
aircrafts.
offshore.
They see the American aircraft.
These fertilizer.
Give us a few
potash.
more days. It will be much, much harder for the Iranian to disrupt the vessels coming through the Strait of Hormuz.
Thank you. Mariam Ramati with Iran International. Reports indicates that Mojtaba Khamenei is going to be the next leader of Iran. Do you have any opinion on that? And also you said Iran is already reducing its ballistic missiles and attacks and
is that,
losing its basically
Ayatollah Khomeini's
power
son?
in the war. Do you think that's a tactic, or it's really the Islamic Republic not having enough missiles to
61 in the chat. Thanks a lot for joining us here today. You're watching the Tommy Temper Show. I'm located in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, bringing you news on the war,
the missile launchers,
the Middle East war, which is apparently not a war.
We see the results. So if you saw at the beginning of the war around 100 missiles landing in Israel, today you're talking about maybe 20. So I'm sure we will see.
French is just brand new into the
not because they decided to,
war.
Because they don't have the ability to do that.
I mean, special.
Regarding the name you mentioned, you know, we will find
special operation.
Whoever is plotting against Israel. I don't care what will be his name, who was his father. We will hunt him down, and I think they know it in the leadership in Iran today.
Mr. Ambassador, so this morning Israel told the people of the Dahya in Beirut to leave the
don't overthink the situation.
And so what's the object there? Secondly, at the same time,
exactly.
another
well, that's why Alberta
Iranian
wants to break away from the rest of Canada because too much shit. Oh, hang on. Brett lives in Alberta. Queenie lives in Alberta. I live in Alberta.
Well, first, you know, I addressed the issue
if Alberta breaks away,
and we said very
you're all
going to
have to come
with
us.
The government that they have to take action against Hezbollah. I have to give the credit for what they are saying. They have issued very strong, bold statements.
For the
but
ride.
They have to take action against Hezbollah, and I think our message is very clear. We will find the operatives of Hezbollah and the Iranian
sometimes the truth is
Lebanon,
a revolutionary act,
and we will eliminate them. We are trying to minimize civilian casualties. That's why we give the heads up to civilians to move away from the facilities of Hezbollah in the region. Regarding your second question,
Hezbollah.
We have no conflict with many of the countries or militias in the region. But if Israel will be attacked,
we'll have a hot tub stream pretty soon. We'll have like Brett, Queenie, and I in the hot tub. And we'll have like a
case would you make to the American people who are
streamer
skeptical
special.
of this war
We'll all
that
multi-stream
it's
it to our
beneficial
channels.
to America in the long term? I know Trump was almost assassinated by the Iranian
We'll bring
regime.
DOA in too,
What
bring
other
him into
argument
Canada
would you
here.
make to the American people
DOA can
why
join us
it's
as
worth
well.
us
I think they should look at the actions of the regime in the last 47 years.
But I don't know. Can he get his ankle monitor wet? I don't know.
The attacks against the U.S. military compounds in Lebanon, the attacks against President Trump that you mentioned, and understand that it has nothing to do with what the U.S. will do or will not do. It's pure hate. There is no border between the U.S. and Iran.
Yeah, just some
There is no
crackheads
conflict.
walking by.
But still, you will see the Iranian regime chanting against the American people. It's radicalism and hate. You have to confront it. You can delay it,
The YouTube
but at the end
hot
of the
tub
day,
party.
it will come to your shores.
Ambassador Linda Fasulo, NPR. My question has to do with Hamas.
Beanie, did you hear I bought a boat?
Are there any indications
I bought a $200
that Hamas
boat.
plans anything or
And,
getting involved? And secondly,
we're going to go
have any
boating
of the
this
Gulf
summer.
states been in touch
So,
with Israel
you
about
know.
the war?
Just saying, you might want to come for
regarding
a
the
boat
second
ride.
question, I will not elaborate, but we share.
We're fixing it up right now,
our
putting a
know-how
nice stereo
and
in it,
intelligence
and
with
a
whoever wants
bimini
to
cover
support.
on it, so we don't
And
get
today,
too
when you see
sunburnt.
what's happened in
And we'll be
the
floating
streets
around
of
on
Riyadh,
Sylvan Lake there.
Abu Dhabi, Manama,
It'll be
and
fun.
other
This
cities
is
in
gonna
the
be a
Gulf,
fun summer.
very similar to what we are facing in
Hot
Israel.
tubs and boating.
So we
Sounds
share
like fun.
the same enemy as we speak. Your first question was about Hamas. I don't think Hamas has the capabilities today to attack Israel. So, and we fought for 2 years. We degraded their capabilities. It would be a grave mistake to start something with Israel today. I think they know it. But even if they will try to, the capabilities are
Don't
minimized.
start anything with Israel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador.
Could be
Edith
trouble.
Lederer from the Associated Press. This war has now involved at least 10 other countries, and calls have been escalating for an end to the conflict and diplomatic negotiations to resume, to end
Extra
it.
fertilizer, yeah.
Does Israel support diplomatic
Always looking for
efforts
buyers.
to bring this war to an end?
I think diplomacy will come into action.
Crackhead
Not yet.
Kenny, look at. He
Not
even
yet.
has a wrench in my
We have
chat.
to
Oh my
finish
God,
the
he's
job.
like.
We have to
Crackhead is a
dismantle
celebrity on the
the
internet.
machine
You
of
know
terror
that. Just
that
like
they built
Weenie,
for so
just
many
like
years.
Brett.
It will not last forever.
You're all
It will not
celebrities.
be months. It will be weeks or days. But
I love it.
we
I
need
love
to
that you're
continue.
celebrities.
We need to continue to hammer, to dismantle the capabilities, and
You-
then
you can
to use diplomacy
you can become
to
great.
ensure that they are
If
not
you're a
doing the same.
YouTuber, you can
Because if the regime
become
will
big.
continue, it's only a matter of years.
When you get to
until we're gonna be in the
22,000
same place
subs, you're
talking
big.
about another attack against the regime.
Huge.
So we have to build a stronger mechanism. We are all familiar with the JCPOA, which failed, and with the negotiations.
By the way, if you're
So we're
watching,
gonna have to
make sure you
install
hit that sub
real
button.
effective mechanisms.
20% of the people watching my channel watch on TV sets, on big screen TVs, believe it or
Thank
not.
you very much. Yeah.
Ambassador Adla Massoud, the National.
Look up
With
and,
regards to
hit that
Lebanon,
sub
is
button.
Israel planning a ground offensive like in
I see that
1982?
number go up.
So, we have no desire to engage in any military
At
operation.
9264,
But when
we're
we
trying
see
to
that
hit
Hezbollah
10,000.
Is
Come
sending
on, we
rockets
can do it.
into Israel from Lebanon, saying they want to avenge the deaths of Ayatollah Khamenei, and the Lebanese government is
That's
not
right.
capable
Freedom isn't
of
cheap.
blocking them, then we have to step
Costs
in.
a lot of money
So we
to,
will do whatever is necessary.
annihilate
from the
other,
air, from the
people.
ground, from the sea. But we have no desire to do that. And I think it's still not too late. I think the Lebanese
That's the
government
sad
can
part,
still
Edward.
stop the escalation.
Is that
put more pressure on
you know,
Hezbollah.
you don't
and
like
tell
to
them,
see anybody
"Don't
die,
drag
but
Lebanon
people
into
are
it.
going to die.
If
We
you
know
want
that.
to go fight
And,
against Israel,
special
don't use
things happen
Lebanon
or wars
as a launching
happen.
pad against Israel. So it's not late.
People
too
die,
late.
but luckily,
we are.
in
We also saw
today's
the
era,
sign of Hezbollah preparing for escalation.
it
So
appears
we
like
put
more
troops
people
on
in
the border
Iran
to prevent
and with the
any
regime are
invasion,
dying
especially after
than
October 7th.
Americans.
So yes, we have more presence on the northern border
Which,
today,
you know,
and
I'm
we take
thankful for that,
positions
but
in order to make
sorry
sure that
for,
we will not be caught by
anybody
surprise.
that has died.
Thank you very much.
Not good.
They will stay for a few minutes.
Made it.
But you can imagine the noise, Pamela, when you hear it flying over your house. It's very noisy. What? Yes. Yeah.
So that was Israeli ambassador to the United Nations.
You know what it
Danny
is,
Danon,
Weenie-
speaking
Weenie?
with the press at the
It's-
United Nations.
you're doing
in
too
New
much
York
dope.
City, and he was
And dope
talking
does
about
that to you,
Lebanon.
where
This is a live look from
if you do
Beirut,
too much
Lebanon,
dope,
as
you
night
get
has
really,
fallen.
really
However,
mean.
if you take a
you know?
close look to the
And
middle,
especially if you mix
can
a few
see
other
some of
drugs
the
in there
plumes
with
of
it.
smoke. And we were hearing from Ambassador Danon
It
talking
turns you into
about
like a
Israeli
mean
troops
person.
at the northern
Smoking
border
all
of
that dope doesn't
Lebanon
help you
because
because
of the
the
ongoing
dope
strikes by
fuels
Hezbollah
your
as
mean
Israel
meanness.
continues to
You know what I
retaliate
mean?
with strikes of its
And
own. We are continuing
Like
to follow
smoking that
all of
dope
the
is going to
latest
kill you.
developments
Honestly,
in
you're not going to have a
Operation
long
Epic
life.
Fury as
Hot
it
knife in there
enters
continuously,
into day
day in and
6.
day out.
This says Iran
I'm
continues
telling
to
you
launch
right
a new
now,
wave
like you know
of
that it's not
attacks
good for your
against
lungs.
Israel,
You're
American
coughing,
bases,
you're
and
spewing up
countries
stuff.
around the region,
You're not
warning
feeling good.
the U.S. would, quote,
And
bitterly regret
the best thing for you is
torpedoing
to quit
an
doing
Iranian
that stuff.
warship. This also comes
And
as
your
Tehran's
mind will kind
expanding
of mellow out.
retaliatory strikes
You won't be
occur,
mad
and an
at
Iranian
everybody.
cleric calling
You'll
on
just be
state
more chill,
television
more of
for
a
the,
chill
quote,
person.
shedding of
But
both
hot knife
Israeli
and the dope all
and
day long
Trump's
is like,
blood.
that's part
So
of
we
what
are
your
continuing
problem
to hear
is.
from Ambassador
And
Bannon
the reason
as
I
he
say that is
responded
because I
about
know.
the countries in the
Like
region under attack,
smoked weed,
stating, quote, we
right?
share
I know exactly
this
what it's all
enemy
about. I know what it's
as
like to
we
smoke it all
speak.
day long.
We are going to
And
continue
how
to
you
follow
feel and
all
how
of
it
the
makes you
latest
feel.
developments. And before we head to break, I wanted
and
to
it's
share
like
this live
you're
look
going
of
from
Capitol
a
Hill
high
with
to a
you
low, to a
as we
high to a
continue
low.
to
When you
follow
start coming
all
down, you got a
angles.
hot
Coming
knife
up
again to
at
get back
1
up there
p.m.
again.
Eastern Time,
And
we are
when
expecting
you're on
to
a
hear
rant
from
like you
Republican
are,
lawmakers
the weed
as
just
they
fuels
discuss
the
the
rant.
very latest developments
So
in
I'm just giving you a little bit
and
of
also,
advice,
later
personal
on
advice.
today, we are expecting
Without
the House
if you went to go
vote
and
on the
see
War
a
Powers
psychiatrist,
resolution. This,
you know,
as the Senate
to
voted
say,
down
you know what,
that
I'm
same
mad at everybody. I
resolution
don't know why I'm mad
yesterday.
at society.
We're going
I'm
to just
mad
step
at
away
people.
for a
I'm
brief
calling
moment.
people
A lot
names
more
and
live
stuff like that.
coverage to get to.
I'm
I'm
not
Stephanie Quinn.
feeling good.
You're watching
I'm
Live
losing
Now from
friends. The friends that I have hanging around me are just, you know, they like what they see and they want more of it, and they like the destruction that you're causing to yourself. But, you know, the psychiatrist would tell you, quit smoking dope. That's the first thing. You know, you're like, it's fueling your madness. Really, honestly. And then you come on the internet and people see what you're doing, and they like, some people like it. The people, you know, like I said, you start your own channel, you will always have people that will surround you, and it doesn't matter how good or bad of a person you are, you're going to have your group of friends that will go, yeah, okay, keep going, do it, you know, and they egg you on to keep doing what you're doing. But don't you see that that's like 1% of the people, you know? But the other 90% or 99% of the people are going, you're wrong. What you're doing is bad. You're hurting other people, calling people names, saying that you're saying you're going to come out and get people. You're running around. You're like putting stuff together where you're going to get a restraining order on people and stuff like that. Running to the courthouse to try and file papers because you say stuff about other people, they say stuff about you, and you don't like it, and you're like, they're stalking me. Well, yeah, they're pissed off at you because you're pissing them off, right? It's like what you serve out to other people is going to come back at you 10 times. So now you've got a whole bunch of people pissed off at you, and they're stalking you, apparently stalking you, right? But they're just pissed off at you. That's all. They're not stalking you. They're just watching what you say because you're continuously saying bad stuff about them. So they end up saying bad stuff about you. And you've gotten yourself to the point where it doesn't matter where you go, what channel you go in, you've got people that hate on you. You get timed out all over the place, and it's all because of the way you are and the things that you do. And believe me, it's being fueled by all the dope that you're doing, honestly. And the best thing for you is just to say one day, that's it. I'm quitting the dope. I'm not hot knifing anymore. All the dope that I have here, I'm going to give to somebody else, give it to the homeless or whoever else will maybe appreciate it. And just go cold turkey, quit doing that shit, and clean up your life and be a better person. How about that? Am I right or am I wrong, chat? Like, come on.
Forces are ready.
I should have been a psychiatrist, I think.
With Navy leadership, because it sounds like you're not communicating with them a lot.
Pretty frequently, but more on sort of strategic issues. Again, just to reiterate, I mean, I sort of know my role and what my role is, and I'm not, you know, the one trying to tell the Navy how to
And
do
I'm
their
not
business.
trying to be
But I've sat down
condescending
with Admiral
either. I'm
Cottle
just
and
trying to help you.
Phelan on a
That's
range
all.
of strategic guidance documents on the AUKUS review and a number of other issues. But I'm not trying to tell them how to manage, you know, the aircraft carrier readiness schedule and that sort of thing.
Can I ask who is the one trying to tell the Navy how to do their business?
I don't know.
Okay, I'd like that name, please, when you get a chance. Switching gears a little bit, in my last remaining seconds, talk about munitions
Queenie,
capacity and Ukraine
I've tried
support.
to be nice. You
The
know
war in
that.
Ukraine,
I've
Operation
tried to
Epic
be
Fury
nice
in
to you the
Iran
whole
have drawn
time.
heavily on U.S.
I've never
precision munitions and air
said
defense
a
interceptors. Has the department increased production of key
swear word
munitions such
to
as
you
artillery shells,
ever.
air defense interceptors, and long-range
Ever.
missiles over the past year?
I'm sorry, could you say it again? I apologize.
Has the Department of War increased production of key munitions such as artillery shells, air defense interceptors, and long-range missiles over the past year? I'm worried about.
I'd have to get you specific figures, ma'am, but we certainly are moving very much in the right direction. I'm confident.
Well,
that
and
we're
if you
gonna
start
continue
mixing the
acceleration.
weed with
My time
some
is
other
expired. I'll yield
drugs
back.
too, which we know that you've
Chair, I
got some
recognize
other
gentleman
stuff
from
there
New York,
too,
Mr. Ryan.
because you've talked
Thank
about
you,
it.
Mr.
Like,
Chair.
for
Morning,
example,
Mr.
the
Colby.
drug that you gave to your dog.
I want to start with a quote.
Start
Quote from the
mixing
military
stuff.
perspective, the
Oh,
focus
look out.
really needs to be tightly on the Pacific, especially the first island chain and Taiwan. Does that ring a
Because
bell?
there are some drugs out there
Rings a
that
bell.
make you
Sir?
mad.
That was you. Quote, some believe that
they're,
Washington can conduct a major military
psychotic or
effort in the Middle East
psychiatric type of a
and
drug.
maintain its advantage in Asia. That's a self-comforting delusion, quote. Does that ring a bell?
And they make you
I
mad.
defer to you, sir. Where the source?
That was you, Mr. Colby. Quote, does the USA want to be the policeman of the Middle East, getting nothing but spending precious lives and trillions of dollars? Do we want to be there forever? Does that ring a bell?
I defer to you on the sourcing, sir.
That was actually President Trump in his first term. How about this one? Quote,
I don't know. I
we
consider
simply
a junkie
cannot afford
somebody
to get
that does
enmeshed
like
in a large Middle
so-called
East
hard
war.
drugs like crack,
I defer to you, sir.
heroin.
That was
fentanyl.
actually you, Mr.
Like, to
Colby.
me, that's a junkie. If you're
one more
smoking
time.
weed, you're not a junkie.
Quote, our interest, I
if you're
think,
doing
very
some
much is in
prescribed
not
drugs
going to
by a
war with
doctor,
Iran.
you're
It would
not
be
a junkie.
huge distraction of resources. It
But
would
when you
be
start
massively
combining a bunch
expensive
of
to our
different drugs
country.
together,
That one?
then
Defer to you, sir.
That's
they
the Vice
start
President,
doing stuff to your
Mr.
mind
Vance, in October of
where you start
2024.
getting mad at the world,
Last
mad
one.
at everyone.
Quote, an intervention would not only cost American lives, but also consume vast munitions and equipment
And I know it
and
because
distract
I've done it.
American readiness from Asia.
I've been there.
Harming U.S.
Done that,
capacity
been there.
to deter
But it's just
China.
I didn't do
That
it
one?
for long. Like, it wasn't a
defer to you on
long,
sourcing, sir.
drawn-out thing for me. It was like, yeah, I did that.
And I'm not trying to play gotcha.
whatever.
I'm trying to understand a massive
understand how you
inconsistency in
feel.
what you've said and others in the administration. That was actually
So, like,
from
I'm
a
the
piece
best guy
that
to
you
talk
wrote. I'll
about
put
it
the
because I've
title
been
up
there.
as
I've
just
done
to help
that. I
recall.
know what it's like.
I think it's pretty straightforward, and I remember reading
now,
it and
I don't do-
largely agreeing
I
with
don't
it
do
at
that
the
stuff. I
time.
don't
The
smoke
subhead
weed
of the
at all.
piece, the title, Don't Let Iran Distract from China. The subhead,
Even though you can up
Beijing's
here in
bid to
Canada.
dominate Asia is a far greater threat than anything Tehran can do in the Middle
it
East.
takes too much
Mr.
on your
Chairman,
body.
I ask unanimous consent to enter
And
this
you die
article
young.
from the Wall Street Journal, by the way, into the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Wow.
Mr. Colby, my question is,
You won't be
do you
100
still
years
believe
old,
this?
put it that way.
Excuse me,
You won't
sir. I
make
don't
it
think
to
we
100.
are going to be distracted. We're very conscious of this, the strategy and the efforts of the department, including 1.5
not the
trillion.
distraction piece. I mean, you're very clear that it's a mistake, that there's a far greater threat.
Sir, I don't think the current operations are a mistake. I think we are scoping the military objectives in light of the overall strategy under the president's direction. They are reasonable and attainable military objectives.
In the interest of time, I think any reasonable observer would say there's a massive inconsistency in what you've said for years, and frankly, dedicate a lot of your personal career to before this position versus what you're doing now. So the question
I
is,
don't
were
agree
you
with that,
wong
sir.
then, or are you wrong now?
Oh,
I don't
I'm out
agree with
of,
your characterization, sir.
That's fine. And to bring it to the present moment,
I'm out of
as
water.
many of my
I gotta
colleagues
fill
have
my
quoted, the
water
National
bottle up.
Defense
I'll be
Strategy,
right
which
back.
you wrote, or helped lead anyway, which was signed by the Secretary of Defense, which was approved by the President, begins with a line that, for good reason, has been repeated many times today, and I'll repeat it again on the record. No longer will the department be distracted by interventionism, endless wars, regime change, and nation building. In case that wasn't crystal clear, in October 2024, then candidate Trump said, quote, "You're not going to have a war with me." In case that wasn't clear, in his victory speech on election night, he said, quote, "I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars." My constituents, the American people, everybody watching this, how could we consider that anything but just a straight up betrayal of promises made and a lack of any strategic coherence. I frankly think, and I don't use this word lightly, I think you are lying to the American people about it. I think the vice president has lied about it. The president is lying about it. And to bring it into stark relief is these 6 brave patriots that we lost. And don't you think we at least owe them and their tremendous sacrifice, which our nation is grateful for, just being honest? And you came in here and 3 or 4 times, at least when I was in the room, going out of your way to say, I'm a loyal lieutenant to the president. And I know you're exhausted because I don't think you actually agree with a lot of what he's doing. So I'm going to give you, a chance
call all
to
the
at least say
diddlers
that.
out. You know,
well,
like that's your rant.
Your characterization,
you
sir,
run that kind of an
being
agenda
honest, and I think this is
to do that.
This administration is going to be prepared.
It's useless. You can
for
call out.
That's what the president's talked about.
Every diddler in the world.
Chair, I recognize the gentleman from Georgia.
Does that do anything to them?
Thank
Does
you,
that
Mr.
make
Chair.
them
I'm actually,
a better or a worse person because you're calling them out?
One of my peers here.
It makes you feel good
as we do this hearing because I think I know where you're going with this, and it's just, with the statements you've made. I know what you're talking about when you talk about getting involved in Iran.
It's like, yeah, we know that there's bad people out there. We know there's people that take advantage of children out there.
In some ways, I would say
we know that.
We've been at war with them for about 50 years.
You know,
we've been attacked over 40 times through their proxies.
The law looks after them. The justice system looks after them. What else can you do?
Weaponry.
Sitting there calling people diddlers doesn't help the situation. Everybody knows that.
Talked about the 6 lives
we know that there's the files, the Epstein files. We know people that are even Carney is listed in the Epstein
files. Some of my friends. I have a buddy of mine who was born out Carney that day who I played rugby with for many years. He'll never forget that. We don't forget.
There's so many people out there that are bad. It's ridiculous.
The Biden administration and the Obama administration have both given them money,
I'm not going to waste my life
and
my
allowed them
time,
to have access to billions of dollars that have funded terrorism throughout the Middle East and the world. And quite frankly, they were nearing the precipice of nuclear arms.
It doesn't accomplish much.
And then on top of that, they were able to produce about 100 advanced weaponry platforms.
It's just negative. It's all negative.
As we opposed them with about 7
negativity
during the same time frame of about a month.
You want to be a positive person. You want to be
with something
you want to be nice. So what about nice things in life?
New information, that new technology has kind of also
Aren't there
changed
nice things
all
out there?
foreign policy in that region, knowing that Iran now has become disproportionately more powerful.
What about this war that's going on?
More of a threat to the United States and the entire world in its stability.
Well, thanks, Congressman. I would say you're right, absolutely right. Agreed to put your finger on the reconstitution of Iran's missile and drone capability and so forth, and the balance between Iran has been at a weaker point after Operation Midnight Hammer and the 12-day war. But we could see, as the Secretary pointed out the other day, that Iran was going to build up a conventional shield from which it could then seek to again resume its nuclear ambitions. So this was the time to take action in a way that's consistent with the strategy, which is, of course, with Israel, with our Gulf partners. Now we're seeing partners from around the world in a way that was scoped and attainable military objectives. Those are the objectives of the campaign.
I'm going to be
positive. So I think that's why it's going to be, and it's not going to be a forever war. It's not going to be a nation-building effort, as the President and the Secretary have made clear.
I think that's the take-home for me, is that when you show strength, when you develop relationships with other nations, and the Abraham Accords, and seeing the other countries in that region that traditionally were not friendly to us historically. When I was there in the 90s, I was stationed in the Persian Gulf and deployed there several times. We didn't have the relationship we have now. This huge advancement was made through the first Trump administration with the Abraham Accords. Has benefited us in amazing ways, not just economically, but strategically and militarily in that region. I think times have changed. And I want to point out, I was going to make this all about the Marine Corps and the amphibious shipping, because that's what I focus on typically. But I think this is much bigger than all that. It doesn't matter how many Marines you put there. I'm not talking about boots on the ground. It is a limited projected war. Now, you could say it's a war. I don't care if you don't want to characterize that or not. It doesn't matter. To me, it's all about destroying Iran's capability in a very unstable regime with unstable leadership. When I say unstable, mentally unstable. People that could start a nuclear holocaust. Anybody who's read the book Nuclear War should be scared to death of a country with 2 nuclear arms. Times have changed. Technology have changed, and the threat has changed. And I think what's your point, and I want you to summarize for me, because I got about a minute and a half, but summarize why the United States could not any longer stand on the sidelines and literally supplement. And I'll go back to the Obama administration, which gave them billions of dollars in bad faith because they never were honest with us in negotiations.
Yeah, well,
and
the
Obama
problem is
administration,
that
which said or the
you
Biden
don't really
administration said,
destroy
I'm going
them
to take off the
because
sanctions, allow you to have billions of
those
dollars more
centrifuges are
to then
deep,
fund
deep
terrorism throughout
underground.
the entire regions,
So
which
what you
American
do is you
died
blow
by.
up,
And now they want to be a nuclear
the top surface
power?
over where they're
just tell me what the consequences
creating the
are
nuclear
long
material.
term in American lives.
And they end
what
up
the
just
potential
digging it out
even if
and
it's a 10%
putting
chance that they
elevators
could
back in there
kill
again and then
millions
still
of
doing
people,
the same
wouldn't
thing.
that be a reason to act?
I think, sir, as you
So they
pointed
don't
out,
really
and the president's
destroy
been clear
things,
that we
but
were,
they
and the vice
destroy,
president as well, that we will ensure that we, and the strategy makes
the
clear that we will deny
facilities,
Iran
and
a
then they
nuclear weapon.
rebuild them again.
And
That's what
the
Iran
Islamic
is
Republic was
continuously
rebuilding
doing.
its military capabilities,
The only
and so
way
the
to
military campaign is
stop
designed to degrade that. It's
them
designed to take
from
advantage of a
producing a
range
bomb
of
is to
realistic
get rid
outcomes,
of,
but it's
the
clearly a threat to the
Islamic
United States,
regime
to Israel,
in
to our
Iran,
allies and partners in
because
the
that
Gulf
is
and
who's
beyond.
doing that.
And I'll just use my last 15 seconds to say it's interesting when we lost 2,462
what's
lives
going
in
on? We got a car
Afghanistan
chase?
and we had already won it, paid the price. We then gave it back to the same people we took it from, and that's the Biden administration's legacy. With that, I yield.
Gentleman's time has
going on there
expired.
right
The
now?
chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Cisneros.
All right, we are continuing to listen into this live hearing happening right now on Capitol Hill, where the Undersecretary of Defense is testifying about the Iran war as well as the security implications
Okay,
both
we'll
here
listen
at
to the
home
report as we
and
watch
abroad.
the,
We
car
are going to
chase.
just step away for a brief moment as you're taking a live look of the Capitol. We'll be
Looks
right
like
back.
a pickup truck. What kind of pickup is that? Sure what kind of pickup that is there. Oh, yeah. Okay, it's a big one coming in from L.A. Sky 7. Looks like some kind of an American pickup truck there. And he's cruising. He's going pretty fast because look at, he's going probably 20K faster than the rest of the cars there. Well, I'm Canadian, so I'm thinking in kilometers. But he's probably doing 20 miles an hour faster than the rest of the cars. Look at, holy jeez, he's really going fast. Sooner or later, he's going to get blocked there where he can't go around the traffic, and going at that speed, he's going to have to really slam on the brakes. Oh, look at, he's going into the shoulder. Into the shoulder again. Oh, he's driving like crazy. Look at that. Unbelievable. Look at him go. This is not going to end well for this guy, no doubt. And he's on the freeway there, so they're not going to try and hit him. I haven't seen any police cars in this chase here yet. Mind you, oh, look at that. Wow. So close. Going around that guy. At high speed. Look at that right there. Holy macaroni. Carjack suspect in pursuit. Eyewitness news breaking. Live SkyMap 7. Coming to us here on the Temper Show. Go watching Tommy Temper. Give us a sub up if you're just watching and you're not subbed up to the channel. Appreciate that. I'd like to get a few subs every time we go live and build up the channel. So thanks a lot. Got people watching over on X and Facebook now. Looking good. Got about 50 people on X. Thanks for watching over on X. Appreciate that. Let's see, 5, 6. Any audio? I don't hear.
have received from police is that this was a road rage incident that resulted in a hit and run, and our assignment desk did get some information that this may also involve a robbery. So again, this could be part of a larger crime spree, or this could just be, well, I think at this point it's fair to say this is a crime spree, because now when you see somebody daring enough and brazen enough to carjack somebody in the middle of the day like that at a gas station just to get away from the cops, obviously this is somebody with probably, and we can't say this for sure obviously, but probably already has a rap sheet, if you will.
Carjacking from a gas station. Wow. And he's burning there too. Look at how fast he's going. Where are the police cars? I don't even see any police cars behind him there. He's going so fast. But carjacking from a gas station. Guy on the run.
You called it. Look at those main line. Those main lanes are all full. So now he has to use those express lanes. The main lanes have backed up quickly. That traffic that he's flying
look at where the
past
shoulder
there
is. There's very little shoulder
moving.
there now.
He's still doing 100 miles per hour past all of those people as he approaches the 55 freeway. That's part of the reason.
Look
that
at how the
freeway
traffic's
slows down
backed
right
up
here.
there.
It's also a little bit of an incline here. So
he's going to eventually get to a point where that lane is blocked
Again, a bulk
up.
of that rush hour traffic is coming eastbound.
100.
He is going westbound.
There's one
You're
guy.
so right. The further west he gets, the heavier traffic is going to get. And obviously, the priority is to end this somehow. But right now, I don't see how, because they don't even have units in position. And with traffic building the way it is, those units that eventually arrive here are going to have to fight all this traffic. Now, it looks like he's taking that transition onto the southbound 55. So it certainly appears we're going to go deeper into Orange County here in the next few minutes as he commits to the southbound side of the 55 freeway, I believe.
And Queenie, I timed out your other channel for 24 hours there for attempting to dox in the chat. That was the reason.
I would have expected CHP to be the first people to arrive here, but that looks like that might be Corona PD. He's shooting. He's got a gun. That's a gun. That's an assault rifle. That's an assault rifle that just came out of that driver's side window, shooting back at those units.
Wow.
He just shot in the direction of those law enforcement units. That is
not
believed
live.
to be Corona PD. I can't confirm that. That's believed to be
this is
Corona
not live.
PD. That was a large, long assault rifle that came out of the driver's side of that pickup truck. He is now fleeing at 90 miles per hour, and all of those black
Mind you, I
lights
never saw
are
this one,
at
so
a standstill. We're going to try
let's
and
watch
get
it.
on the south side
Wow.
of the
He had a
freeway
gun
here.
there.
Get better eyes
She stopped and
on
shot the gun.
driver's side, but guys, we are dealing with, obviously, I mean, it goes without saying, we are dealing
What a
with
crazy
a
guy.
major criminal behind the wheel of this pickup truck. Flying across the freeway, Look at this. Getting off.
Assault rifle.
And coming at us. He's coming at us. Now he is, look at this. Is he wearing a uniform? I can't tell for sure. Or maybe a sports jersey. It's either a sport, maybe it's okay, it's just a T-shirt. Okay, I thought I saw an arm patch there. Excuse me. Yeah, it caught me off guard there. Obviously, an older gentleman with a goatee wearing a baseball cap, and it does look like maybe a sports jersey or a T-shirt that he's wearing with that gun in his lap. At least one. Yeah, he's got a gun in his lap there, and now look at this, communicating with the pickup truck next to him. The driver rolling down the window, taking his AirPods out, trying to communicate with another driver. Looks like he's asking for directions. He's at Tustin Avenue, just off of the 55 freeway, and it looks like he was trying to figure out where he is or where he's going. there are going to be multiple agencies now that are going to be working cohesively, hopefully here in very short order to put this to an end. You're talking about Riverside County Sheriff. You're talking about Orange County Sheriffs. You're talking about Anaheim PD, Corona PD, the California Highway Patrol. They will stop at nothing at this point after he just fired that weapon at those units. We don't know if anybody was hit. It was just it happened too fast.
Yeah,
we did not get a good glimpse at the pursuing officers there. But it appeared to be, from what I'm
this is not live.
Corona PD officer
this popped onto my screen on Mirror Now.
As he came to a stop in the middle of the transition there.
It's actually a pretty good chase. It's very rare that you see a guy with a gun shooting at people as he's
I think that's
fleeing.
going to put him. Is that onto the freeway, Rob? I can't tell. Is that it's a freeway entrance?
Yeah, where's he going there now? Miko Wolf, good to see you.
Side of the 91. He wants to get back onto the freeway. That's going to be the westbound 91.
Yeah,
freeway.
men always ask for directions. Women, what do they do? Keep driving endlessly. Yeah, it's the wild, wild west. It's spring rebirth. Hey, good to see you. In the chat.
They will stop at nothing. I think that's fairly obvious at this point, even though we don't see any law enforcement in the picture just yet. That's going to change in the next few minutes. They have to work together and triangulate and catch up with him despite all the traffic. But that is going to change, and you're going to see lots of units pursuing this truck. They will even start.
But I haven't seen this one before, so
to shut down the
I want to see how it ends here.
If they have to. I'm being told as he shot back at that Corona PD officer, Corona PD fired back at the pickup truck. Now, you saw that close-up through the driver's side there. It certainly appeared that he was not injured, but there were bullets flying in his direction. So a shootout there on the transition. Corona PD firing their weapons back. This is now an officer-involved shooting. They stopped, and he kept going, again, at triple-digit speeds, just as he's doing right now in the HOV lane. We, again, are on the westbound side of the 91 freeway.
Wakey, Elm Tree in the house.
I don't see any. In fact, Rob,
coming in from where are you? Ontario, I think.
Okay, that is going to be.
Mistaken.
Dan, help me out here. Is that an unmarked CHP
big ups to Ontario.
unit? That might be an unmarked. Let's go ahead and show me the white SUV really quick. White SUV. Is that's a I think that's a supervisor, right? That would be a CHP supervisor, if I'm not mistaken, under the freeway. It could be a canine or either a supervisor. In any case, that's the white SUV you see. That's CHP. There's another black unmarked unit that's behind him. So a couple of unmarked units, and then I think I saw a black and white behind them. I'm sorry, there's a lot happening up here, guys, but from what I've counted, at least 3 units with their lights and sirens going. 2 of them look like fairly unmarked vehicles, or at least not your typical patrol cars. One of them may have even been a canine unit. In any event, they are not pulling back. They are
Thank you very much for
Look at this, pulling right up on this person in the HOV lane, still looking for a way to squeeze through here.
For the
slowing down
intro,
with the traffic. It looks like he doesn't really have anywhere to
in the
go.
house.
Traffic's
Hold
not
your helium.
heavy. It's like
Hold your helium made this
right
intro
now.
for me. Check it out.
Again, everybody's mad online.
Let's go. You're watching the Tommy Temper Show, and this is the intro that was made by Hold Your Helium. Thank you very much.
Protests in the streets tonight, banners in the
Let's
rain.
go. But thanks a lot for that. Appreciate it. Woohoo. Hold your helium. And this guy's got a gun. He's been shooting at the police, and he's fleeing. He's a stolen vehicle. It's like everything that you can do wrong that'll get you in jail, this guy is doing. Deb's Crazy Daily in the house. Good to see you. Deb's Crazy Daily. Whoop, whoop. Big ups to you. Where's my theme song for you? Can't touch this. Oh, no.
Yeah, as we proceed through this at Chase, guys, I go through all of the possible ways in my head that this could possibly end. And I think it's fair to say that most of the typical ways that we're used to seeing these pursuits end are probably not on the list of how this one's going to end. Obviously, we have no idea how exactly it's going to come to an end, but the behavior that we are seeing here is, let's just say, next level.
Shame on you.
By the way, we are dealing with multiple agencies even before he carjacked this truck. So despite the information that we received about the road rage and the hit and run, that would be a serious enough charge that would warrant a lot of law enforcement, no doubt. But if there was another robbery involved or whatever else, it certainly would make a lot of sense because there was already 2 helicopters overhead when we were hearing about this pursuit. It included Riverside County Sheriff and Ontario PD. Ontario is nowhere near here. So for Ontario to come down
Ontario's
to Corona,
in Canada.
that raises lots of questions. Corona PD involved in this now in a big, big way.
Corona. I like drinking a Corona once in a while.
And CHP, before he carjacked
Especially with
this
the
vehicle, was already on the way
with the lemon
out
in there.
via ground and air units with
The
their
Mexico
airplanes
special.
to continue monitoring this pursuit. So he has had a lot of eyes on him for the last hour or so. And obviously, things have only ramped up.
Back in the shoulder
then.
again.
So again, the backstory here is going to be mighty interesting. We're going to have a lot of blanks to fill in as to how all of this started, what other crimes he has been involved with earlier in the day. I think it's going to be a lengthy list in any event, or at least quite serious. In any event, we find ourselves still on the 91 freeway.
This is the kind of guy that they don't let go. They don't go like, oh yeah, he's driving too fast.
To play with in
just
terms
let
of
him
that
go.
left shoulder.
No.
But
when
the
you
freeway
start shooting at
is
the
going to
police,
start to slow down.
they're not going to stop
stays
now.
on the 91, or even if he takes the, let's see, he's coming up. I want to say he's coming up on the 5, right?
Yeah,
he's coming up on
I
the
know.
5 freeway.
There's an
That'll be
Ontario
a big
in
decision for him. He might commit to the
California.
91, which I think if he stays in that lane, he still has an option, I believe. I just saw that sign. I think he still has the option of staying on the 91 or getting off and getting onto the 5 freeway. He's over the Gore Point thinking about it, thinking about switching over, and I think pushing on that sign right there. So if he stays on the left side, if he stays in that left lane, that'll put him on the 91, right side onto the 5. He's staying left, taking the left lane onto the 91, so staying on the 91 westbound.
No, Elm never said that she's not coming back here. There's no reason for Elm to say that.
I will say,
don't think
for the next couple of miles.
Nothing's ever to happen to Elm over here that would warrant her saying she's not coming back. Maybe Cannabis Rex might say that. He might say she's not. Look at that. Oh, barely squeezing through. He's driving like crazy.
I mean, just with the knowledge of the high caliber weapon that he's got in his lap there.
Again, this is not live. This is a replay.
And the way he's willing to use it, if he's willing to fire
this
at
is a
police
terrible
officers,
one where the guy actually
he's willing to fire
stopped,
at anybody who
pulled
gets
out
in
his
his
gun,
way. And that's
and
why,
shot at
as
the
you
police
guys are
car
talking
behind
about,
him.
it's so dangerous to be anywhere near this. These are all
Unbelievable.
innocent people. If at the very least they could get more units to shut down the freeway,
that was on the run with a gun.
I mean, that from my perspective would be the number one thing that they should be doing is shutting down the freeway. I will leave them to make that call, leave it to them. But right now, I don't see, even those other CHP units that we saw, they have fallen way back.
They could do that, like go way up ahead
speeds.
And then put a roadblock and shut down the freeway. Then he'd be stuck in traffic. Big shout out to everyone watching.
I think he's just blowing up a little dust and dirt there on the side of the lane there. But all 4 tires so far appear to be intact. I don't think he's damaged the vehicle in any way. We've seen a lot of close calls, but I don't think he's actually hit anybody. So the vehicle performing great. We have to assume that he's got a full tank
Oh,
of gas.
look at that.
We have
He
to
can't
hope
get through.
that the tank was almost empty.
Little
And maybe he
chicane
didn't have
there.
time to
Oh,
fill the
man.
gas up
He's
yet.
like-
We don't know. But in any event, he's now starting to shift over to the
You can
right.
see him fishtail a
maybe
little
trying
bit
to
there.
get around traffic, or maybe thinking about an exit plan.
Yeah. If he's going to get stuck in traffic here right away. Look at this. He's barely making it through there.
Yeah, Carmenita is going to be the next exit. That might be Carmenita there. So he had the chance
the
to get off
shoulder.
of Carmenita. There's the shoulder that he's going to use to get around traffic as he makes his way through Cerritos. I think
You can see him. Oh,
traffic
man.
is going
He's so
really
close
start
to
to
the
slow
edge
down.
here.
He's going to be using that shoulder for the next couple of miles. And really, I mean, this is a top-heavy vehicle, as you obviously know, and he is taking some of these lane changes really, really fast. So he is obviously very agitated. His adrenaline must be through the roof. And there's Artesia
Yeah, he's going
Boulevard.
to crash. The way he's driving, he's going to crash.
Getting off at Artesia.
Yeah, exactly, Sherry. Taking like way too many chances. I think that's a red light there he went through.
Red light, through the light, cutting off somebody going in
wrong
oncoming
lane.
lanes of traffic, westbound Artesia Boulevard, coming up
wrong
to
lane.
another red light with lots of cross traffic, going through the red light again in the wrong lanes. He's going the wrong way on Artesia Boulevard, shifting back over to the correct side of the road there, continuing westbound Artesia Boulevard. Guys, what we don't see here is any law enforcement yet. None of them were able to get off the freeway with them. We have not seen any law enforcement for several minutes.
Oh,
This
wow.
is so scary.
But it doesn't matter because you got the chopper following him. So even if he, if he was smart, he would pull into some kind of a parkade of a shopping mall or something like that. Go into the mall and then go out some back door somewhere. That's the only way that he can really get away.
You can't predict. He hasn't established any kind of a pattern. So, to be honest, a spike strip.
There's the police right
in this
there.
situation, I would call it a long shot. Now, there are a couple of units that have managed to pull up here on Artesia Boulevard. I think one of them is the same black SUV, perhaps a different agency. Can't confirm that. Another black and white behind him. Look at him doing 90 miles per hour on surface streets here. About 80 to 90 miles per hour on Artesia Boulevard, coming up on yet another red light here. He's going to skirt around it and go through. Watch this. He's coming up to the crosswalk and now inching his way through here, slowing down for the cross traffic and continuing westbound Artesia with those units behind him.
Huh. Something's got to happen. Super salty. See ya.
Oh, boy.
Got a load or something there. You got to move. Watch out for this guy, Super Salty. You're in California. He might be coming your direction.
This might be the worst time of the day to see this happen.
And you're a little south of where he's
the
at.
worst. 3 to 4 o'clock, people getting off school, as you said, people coming home from work. The streets are obviously very busy. We haven't seen a whole lot of pedestrian traffic here, but he is putting so many lives in danger, and I just worry about what happens when he comes to another stop. If he feels threatened or if he stops the vehicle once again, his options are going to be limited, but he's the one with the gun. And so,
Yeah. Fugitive with a gun in a stolen truck,
forget
stolen from a
about it.
gas
he's blowing
station.
he's slowing down for some intersections and blowing right through others. It just takes one wrong move if you have cross traffic coming through here. And he's look at this,
look at
threading
that.
the double yellow line into oncoming lanes of
look at-
Artesia Boulevard again.
He's gonna get
just
in a
trying to
head-on
get
frickin'
past
collision.
a couple of vehicles here. It's not even like a big traffic jam. He is just trying to flee those units about 100 yards back.
Jeez. Wrong lane again. Wow, look at that. He's in that center turn lane.
I mean,
Lucky
my
there's no
mind
traffic trying to
immediately
turn there.
goes to the wild and crazy chase we covered in Fullerton just a few months ago back in
Unbelievable
November.
that he
We all
hasn't
know
gotten into an
how that
accident
one
yet.
ended, a much different situation, but still, I mean, that
And
was
he's
when
got
we literally saw
I think a
3
long gun there in
carjackings
this car.
in one afternoon in one pursuit. So,
Shot at the
you know, this
police there
guy's
a while
looking
back.
biking across the street here. He's taking a left turn off of Artesia Boulevard onto the southbound side of Woodruff Avenue. Southbound side of
Again,
Woodruff,
this is not
where
live.
he
This is a
maybe
recording,
even
but
saw those people and
popped
just
up on
figured,
my
let me just get off of
feed, and I
Artesia
thought
here.
we'd
He made a
take a
wild
break
left
from
there,
the war.
and when we can, we'll pull
Watch
back
this little
once
car
again
chase
and just see if any of those units have managed to keep up with him. From the side, from the looks of it, I would say not yet. Look at this. Look at this. A whole bunch of, look at this. A whole group of kids crossing the street. School letting out here. This is the worst. This is the worst. This is the worst. Let's just hope he continues through at a slow clip here, lets the kids cross, and just keeps going. Nobody here has any idea what has happened or what is going on inside that pickup truck. Please just keep going. Please just keep going.
What's he doing now? He's like, stop there.
He's stopping. He's stopping. He's trying to
reason.
maybe communicate with that white SUV. Look at this. There are a bunch of units now. There they are. They've caught up now. A whole different story as they're going to, okay. So the first question I have, and Rob will help me out with this when he can, I want to, and with the help of our assignment desk, I want to get a better idea of what other agencies are involved here, because like I said earlier, there are going to be numerous agencies, as there likely were right there just at that intersection
This is
alone.
one of the better chases. Well, if there is such a thing as a better chase,
certainly we're in Cerritos' jurisdiction.
but a more captivating
so
chase
Cerritos
than most
PD,
of them.
That was actually Corona and
Considering
Anaheim
this guy
still.
has a gun in his vehicle and he's actually shooting at the police.
And Anaheim, still
That's
the primary
really unusual
agencies
to see
here
that.
have managed to catch up with him here in Cerritos, now taking a turn onto, I want to say that's O'Connor Avenue. We'll confirm that here in a second. That's South Street. Made a turn onto South Street, going northbound on South Street. The good news, guys, is that there were about at least a half a dozen armed units behind him, that they will be in a position now
Wrong side of the road again.
Mitigate whatever we
Look at
are
this.
about to see here. But here he is, face to face in oncoming lanes of traffic with more unsuspecting motorists, completely innocent bystanders, as he just tries to squeeze through. Those units are going to, I mean, what are the options? I mean, you have to wonder, what are the options for these units? They are ready for anything, but how do they strategize to bring this to an end?
You got to shoot his
any
tires
quicker
out
than
or
we
something
see
like
any other
that.
chase?
Maybe.
Because this guy has to be taken off the road as soon as possible. We know that. That's a given at this point. Coming
What's he
to
doing?
another
Stopping
stop
again.
at South and Autry, and he keeps going. He's got a half a dozen units making the left turn with him. Look at him, very nonchalant. One hand on the wheel. What's in his left hand? You guys might have a better shot than I do with the monitor. Okay, so he's on a much narrower residential street. Yep, another school zone, a much narrower residential street on Michelson Street. Coming up on, I mean, he's not really familiar with this area, so he's going to probably make up some of these turns, just kind of go, I mean, but this is a fairly enclosed neighborhood here, so this street might lead to a major. This one that he turned onto might actually not. That looks like a playground that I just saw. Looks like another school. Is that a school, Rob? It's another school. Passing another school. I don't see any kids around. Here comes that, I think is C8, that's Anaheim PD. Anaheim PD overhead, Anaheim police on the ground, and Corona PD following this guy to the bitter end.
Wow.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Who's your daddy?
Yeah, just as I thought. I think he's a little bit trapped in this neighborhood. Not exact. Look at this. Firing more shots. More shots at those units. Firing at least 2 more shots. Pointing right. Something came flying off either the back of the truck or he threw it out. Did you see that, Rob? I think he ran over something too. I think he might have run over some trash or debris. But we just saw 2 more flashes from the barrel of that gun fired right in the direction of those officers.
Holy jeez. This guy is bad. Bad.
100 miles per hour, Colleen and Ellen. 110 miles per hour down Bellflower Boulevard.
That's not even like a freeway. That's just a normal city 2-lane. Into the oncoming traffic again.
Oncoming lanes of traffic through Bellflower and Del Amo.
We're
in Lakewood, and you start to see a little bit of smoke coming from the brakes as a hard brake there as he came up on that intersection.
Oh, wow.
So
His
a little
brakes
bit too
are starting
hard.
to fade.
You saw a little bit of smoke emanating, and now he's continuing through
Breaking it again right
through
there.
Del Amo, rather, continuing south or northbound. I'm sorry, northbound Bellflower through all of these red lights, hoping to lose those officers. When we get a chance, we'll widen out once again to see if any of them have managed to keep up after that last shooting. And it looks like they have fallen back again. They have fallen back, trying to figure out, and certainly we hope that nobody was hurt there, but that's a very real possibility.
Yeah, exactly.
At
Hamilton,
fairly
Patty.
close range. You guys might be able to re-rack that video when you get a chance, and we can maybe see he turned a tight corner there, and then he stopped the vehicle. If he was able to see those officers from the position where he shot that gun, that was fairly close range. Certainly hope for the best for those officers. We're continuing through another major intersection, the wrong way through another red light, continuing northbound Bellflower Boulevard.
Jeez. Come on. This guy's got a crash or something here, man. He's just so many wrong side of the road,
The answer
weaving in and out
is
of
zero.
traffic.
There is no possibility that
And
they
high
will back
speed.
off of this guy intentionally.
All
There
leads
is
to a
no
crash
possibility
eventually.
that this is going
I don't think he's gonna
end
stop and
any
bail.
other way than either
I don't
him
know how
going
he
to
intends
jail
to get out of the
tonight
situation,
or
but
worse. So that's the given that I could tell you.
he's got way
but
too many cars
how we
behind him
get to
to
that
stop
point
and bail
is
because they'd
certainly
be
up for
running right
grabs.
after him. So he's going to keep going until something happens, until he crashes. That's what I'd predicted. But like when you're fleeing like this, where do you expect to get off? Where's your end game? There is none. Chopper will follow you. Like I said, his best thing is to go into some kind of a parkade or something, and to where he's hidden from the chopper, and wait
By
for
the way, I have to
police,
correct
and then
myself.
try
I said
and
northbound. He's traveling
get into a
southbound
mall or something
on
like that.
Bellflower. I think for the last couple of minutes I was saying
and then just
northbound.
walk out
He's
somewhere.
traveling southbound ever since he made that turn out of that neighborhood. So traveling closer to Seal Beach here as he makes his way through Lakewood, and now continuing here, slowing down where he has to, but really with no hesitation, jumping into the wrong lanes of traffic and continuing to blow through red lights. I apologize, Ellen, you mentioned something there. You asked me a question. I didn't quite catch it. What was that? Well, it's a good question, and there it is. There it is, the 405. He's jumping on the 405. And that, I think, will be
Israel
the
has
northbound
destroyed
side of the
150
405.
ballistic
It sure
missiles
is.
in Iran.
It sure is. He is taking the
And
405 northbound,
Israel is
and we
destroying
are back on the
Tehran's
freeway.
missile
the good news
capabilities
with this,
as we
aside
speak.
from the obvious, is that CHP will now be, with maybe a little bit of luck on their side, maybe in a better position to shut down the freeway. At least shut down the freeway behind him, potentially even shut down the freeway ahead of him. But this is an all-hands-on-deck situation. They will use
Look at all the
every
backed up
unit at their
traffic in the
disposal
other lane.
to shut down the freeway. I have to believe that's the case.
California traffic. Ooh, look at that plane coming in. So close to the chopper. Wow, did you see that? They're right near the airport. They're Probably LAX. Yeah, pretty much. Landed the high-speed chases, especially LA.
They are going to have to call in. My anticipation here.
I think the reason you see it in LA is because they have
and I don't
so
know
many
what's going on behind
choppers.
the scenes,
They can
obviously,
afford
guys,
a chopper for the
but
news
the
agencies because of the
practical thing that I
large
could
amount of
think
money that they're making on those
and there
TV
happens
stations.
to be one nearby, is for the LA County Sheriff's Department, for example, to bring in one of their armored Bearcat vehicles. Presumably, they will need to bring in several armored vehicles to surround this truck. But this is a situation where a pit maneuver ain't going to happen. Spike strips are out of the question. All of the things that we're used to seeing, throw that book away. Just take that textbook and throw it out the window. I think this is going to require multiple armored vehicles ultimately to surround this truck and potentially box it in unless this comes to an end some other way sooner. But in the meantime, those units are following from a distance. They don't want to get up right behind them, as you mentioned, Alan, because obviously every time they do that, they end up getting shot at. So nobody wants to see that again. They're going to stay back a little bit, not too far.
Exactly.
They don't want to lose them,
He's got his
but they
window
will pull
back up
a
again
little
now.
bit so they're ready for the end here. And now he's off of the freeway at Temple Avenue, by the way, maybe getting back on. There's an opportunity if he makes the right here, another entrance ramp, I believe. In any event, making a turn, a right turn onto westbound Willow Street. Westbound Willow Street at about the speed limit here, slowing down a little bit compared to the driving we've seen earlier on surface streets. In any event, he's now going westbound closer to the Long Beach city limits. That's probably exactly what was going through his head when he got off the freeway, because it was already starting to slow down.
Meanwhile,
and as we've said already a few
quiet
times,
on
this is the worst time of the day, not only for pedestrians, but traffic-wise, and
there.
just the potential for risk here is just through the roof. So again, making another random turn, appears to be a random left turn southbound onto Cherry Avenue, southbound Cherry Avenue in Signal Hill, as we make our way closer to the shoreline now in Long Beach. He is, again, slowing down compared to earlier, but still driving very erratically and steering right around anybody in his way. No respect for that red light there, going right through that as well.
He's actually,
Hill Street.
short of his driving on the wrong side of the road and going through red lights. He's actually a pretty good driver,
believed to be either a
considering he
canine
hasn't
or
hit
a
anyone yet.
supervisor. That possibly Corona PD. And then you've got several other units from not only Corona, but Anaheim PD as well. So,
That was weird.
again, several agencies in pursuit, multiple
darkened the
agencies
screen for that
involved in
bullseye.
this pursuit in other ways. And
That's
as we
pretty
make our
strange.
way through Long Beach, Rob,
I'm getting
the
hungry.
shade
I need
is on
something to
from
eat.
that highlight tool.
It's like, well, actually, it's 11 o'clock here.
I'm sorry, guys. We're working on
Feel like
that
something here.
as he's
Luckily, I
making a
have
right turn now onto
one
westbound
can.
PCH, making a westbound turn onto PC. Okay.
I have one can
All
of
right,
oysters
Jay,
here.
stand by 1 second. Long Beach PD, I'm understanding from our assignment desk, is being notified as they are now.
So I think I'm going to have a can of
jurisdiction.
smoked oysters.
Again, it's almost pointless to count the number of jurisdictions we've been through at this point. Needless to say, we've been through dozens of jurisdictions.
What are oysters good
all
for?
of them now trying to zero in here.
I hope
on
he
this
doesn't
truck.
crash or something while I'm gone. I got to get a fork. I'll be right back.
He is on PCH, westbound PCH, technically westbound. It's obviously a north and southbound highway that goes all the way through LA County, but he is traveling in the westbound direction along PCH. There will be another opportunity. In fact, he could even take this all the way to the 605, or the 710 freeway here in the next couple of miles. If he goes all the way through. I've got some mixed minus issues in my ear, guys. Stand by 1 second. coming to a stop, coming to a stop. Somebody just, is somebody firing at, or is he firing out? See, it almost looked like somebody was firing in. Did you see, Rob? Could you tell? Couldn't tell. It could go either way, but he was firing, maybe firing out through the windshield of that truck. I don't know what he was firing at, but it looked like from up here, it looked like he was firing out of the vehicle. Again, I don't know what he was pointing at, but more shots fired here on PCH.
Oh, good. I didn't miss anything. And I've got my fork. My can of oysters.
Yep, we're going to stay on the driver's side of the vehicle here as he makes his way through another major intersection. What was unclear there is what he was shooting at, because if he was willing to fire through his own windshield, he must have had a target that he was pointing at. We did not see where those bullets ultimately landed. This is the third separate shooting by my count. And quite frankly, guys, we don't know if anybody has been struck by gunfire over the course of this pursuit yet. It's certainly possible. We just don't have that information yet.
Unbelievable. Plus, I have some crackers. So I'm going to have oysters on crackers. Yeah, I've got some sauce here, too. Arby's sauce. Nah. Ginger. Oh. Maybe some wasabi. I've got a little package of wasabi here. You know what that is. Wasabi. Makes your nose burn. I'm going to put some wasabi on here. Only because I can. Wasabi with oysters on crackers. Now that sounds good. How do you open wasabi? I can't open it. Oh, that always works. Oh, that wasabi. It's gonna frickin' burn like a son of a gun. It's gonna be good. Turn it into a Japanese delicacy here. I'll just spread the wasabi all over the oysters. A little bit diminished. And it's thick. Man, this will be burning my nose. I know that. How's he doing? Oh, he's still on the run. Okay, the first one. There's just a little bit of wasabi on it. Oh. Mmm. That's good. I can feel my libido improving already.
To 80 miles per hour again. This is about the fastest we've seen him on surface streets in quite a while. He was slowing down dramatically as he weaved his way through LA County and then into Long Beach, but now he's on PCH with not a whole lot of traffic in his way, doing about 60 now. I should mention that we have already bypassed the 710 freeway. There is the possibility that he aims towards the 110 freeway and decides to get on the Harbor Freeway, and then at that point he has more options. But in the meantime, we have bypassed the 710. He is still committed to PCH, and anytime you see any traffic in his way, still pulling the same tactic of jumping over the double yellow lines into oncoming lanes of traffic, blowing right through the red lights. The dangerous driving continues, but quite frankly, the scariest moments are when he pulls into
like
a stop
around
or
here.
slows down. So
they'll chase a guy,
but
if it's a high-speed chase, the police will stop.
They need to outnumber
and especially the RCMP.
Vehicles. And
the
potentially,
RCMP,
most likely,
they don't
this will
like
culminate in a
anybody.
use of force situation because of the amount of the dire threat here.
Okay, this one has a lot of wasabi
in
on
this
it.
guy's vicinity is so immediate, the danger is so immediate, they have probably, and I say probably because I don't know this for sure, it'd be great to get this from somebody, from an expert. I have a law enforcement officer sitting right next to me who was flying Air 7 this afternoon, Dan, who has 30 years of experience with LAPD. Would I be correct, Dan, in saying that they would be...
yeah, that's a little bit hot.
Likely at this point that a supervisor has authorized the use of force to fire into that vehicle. Yeah, at this point, it's fair to say that gunfire may very well be fired in his direction if they can get units in position to bring to an end. That is certainly a possibility. A more peaceful resolution would be if they could somehow disable this truck some other way with an armored vehicle. But the way he's driving and the way the way he's willing to use that
pit
gun,
authorized,
all bets are off.
No doubt.
It's really hard to say what's going to happen.
Not only a pit, but gunfire. Anyone that's shooting at the police, man, they're going to shoot back at that guy like right away. If he breaks down or something like that, they'll surround him and they'll start shooting. That guy will be dead after this. Unless if he stops and comes out with his hands up. That's the only way he'll survive. But to me, I don't think he's going to come out with his hands up once he crashes or stops or whatever, runs out of gas. Just tuned in. This is not live. This is a pre-recording. Some of the other stuff in the windows here is live.
I know we're having some communication, guys. I'm not even sure if you can hear me. If you can hear me, we're still on PCH. We've come underneath the 110 freeway. We have left the jurisdiction of Long Beach, and we're now in, I believe, either LA County's Carson jurisdiction or potentially even Torrance as we make our way further west here along PCH. Again, I know we're having communication issues. I cannot hear you guys right now, but the chase is continuing with several units behind.
Uh-oh. Whatever happened, the feed stopped. Oh, no. Don't tell me it ends like that. That would be bad. Because then we can't figure out what happened. And I spilled some oyster juice on some of my stuff here, which is not good. Oh, come on. Don't tell me that the car jack ends like that with the feed dropping out. Well, hey, you get what you pay for. What can I say? Let's go back to window 1. Oh,
bombing units. We need you guys to clear 6th Street.
Hey, hang on. We're okay.
Okay.
Back again. Woo! That wasabi is hot. What? You fell in the bathroom, Elm? Wow.
Oh no, oh no.
Oh, barely threaded right through there.
Copy. Nothing on FM4.
He's going slow. Maybe he's looking for a place to bail. Really slowed down.
How many holes, Rob?
Let's go.
No icon.
Come on.
I've got the two-way off.
You got to move it, move it. He's going pretty slow. Is he looking for a place to bail? Might be. Maybe that's his neighborhood where he lives or something.
I'm trying to connect on my phone.
Whoa, this is wasabi. It's hot.
Shot again. It's coming to a stop. Coming to a stop.
That's a pretty hard stop.
They can't hear me,
going
right?
on there. Now he's racing away fast. Wow, burning my nose.
The newscopter has to come down. Take newscopter off. Newscopter has to come off until we come down.
Wow, 26 war links.
Nothing. Any cops behind them? They're all following, okay. Can somebody text me a number to maybe I could try dialing in?
No, you don't want to get doxxed and swatted. That's for sure. Whoa, he hit that copper.
Whoa. Oh, into the pole, into the pole. They can't hear me, right? Oh, gosh. Look at this. Suspect, he's running without the gun, They're going to take him down here. He's now on Western Avenue. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. He's on foot trying to carjack somebody else. Whoa. There he goes. 5 cops on him, 6 cops.
They got him. They're going to pummel him, or they are pummeling him. Look at that.
No, I'm going to dial in. Give me the number.
Looks like just a normal guy, too. Aren't they always? Just a normal guy.
Officers. I want to thank him. And then I want to also make sure that our community is aware of our victim services. We have a fantastic victim service here in APD. We have 52 counselors. We're very fortunate here. But anyone who is having any trauma or any issues or questions about this can call them at 512-974-5037. Also, if anyone has evidence that they would like to
Some
send,
kind of
I know a lot of people capture video
mass shooting
and audio.
in Austin?
This QR code, if they want to hit that, they can send and upload that information, and that will go to a detective. And again, if you see, the amazing thing is when we look at all of these 911 calls, it's about calling as soon as possible. Anyone who sees something, hears something, please call 911 immediately. Thank you all for coming.
Okay, we'll take 3 questions.
I have a question right here. So I've heard that one of the victims was outside of Buford's waiting for an Uber.
That's right.
Can you tell us generally, without compromising the investigation, where the victims were?
Yeah, I think it is important. These were not all people that were inside the bar. This is, 6th Street is a, what's great about 6th Street is you have the entertainment areas, and I'm talking from east to west, you have the entertainment, but people come to walk along 6th Street, that's it, and there's restaurants, all of those things. A lot of the people were struck outside of the bar. And one thing about Buford's, which is something that we all appreciate, is a nice patio, and so that's what they have on the side there. And so these were some people that were outside, that were in that back patio, but the majority of the people that were shot were outside that bar.
Can you say more
They
about
got
the
him.
welfare check? Did law enforcement consider taking away his
Hauling him
firearms
away.
after that 2022?
I believe this in 2022. It may have been out of New York that check welfare was there. I think I don't know that they had enough to do a commitment for him. I think what I'm hearing is they gave him resources.
Luckily,
to call.
he didn't kill anybody else.
Welfare led to any commitment.
And actually, sideswiping that police car put him out of control to where he ended up hitting that power pole. And you knew that something like that was going to happen eventually, the way he was driving.
I think, again, this investigation
there's
is
the truck.
we're working in tandem
Hit
with
the
our
power pole.
FBI partners, and certainly as we look at different indicators, we conducted 2 search warrants, and all of those are being gone through. And you talk about the digital evidence and all the things that we have to do. We are not ready to talk about exactly what.
When you shoot a gun at the
is.
cops,
but again,
that
from that early
really
on,
pisses them
the
off.
scene
Really pisses them off.
calling in the FBI was the right thing to do. And you talk about a scene of that gravity and then the potential for terrorism, that had to be investigated, and it is.
And yes, you're right.
We'll
It
take one
doesn't
more
take
question.
10 cops to
You talked
get
about
handcuffs
how
on a guy.
the 6th Street area led to
They were all really,
quickly.
the adrenaline was
Now
really
that you see
flowing
this-
when they hear
the success
that
in
somebody
a situation
took a
that
shot.
had.
Actually, 3 times
thinking
he
about
took shots at
tracking
the
any other
police. So
areas of the city differently
when that
to make sure
happened,
you're able to have a
they would shoot that guy. He's just
Yeah, I
lucky
think
that he's
when we
not
look at,
dead.
and again, Halo being that
Never
area
mind
where
being
there's so much
pummeled on
concentration, and as
by, 10 cops.
Austinites, that 6th Street area
You're
is
right.
that entertainment area.
Probably
We
would
get,
have taken,
thousands of visitors
2 or 3
there
cops
on
or
the
something
weekend.
like
And
that.
so, believe me, as new chief, when I came here, I thought, my gosh, look at the amount of overtime and the resources that we spend on 6th Street. But this is why. I mean, we have to be prepared, and anytime that you're having a very dense crowd and people are out, we need to be prepared to go, and not just for police, but for medical purposes, all of those. And so this is just, again, to look at the CAS, the strike team that
some
we
kind
have
of a
in
mass
conjunction
shooting
with fire and
in
EMS.
Austin.
That's what responded to these scenes as well, is being able to get there quickly to address these situations. So they will remain, and as we move forward, any crowds that we have, we are a department, again, that practices best practices throughout the country, and people look to us to what we do. Having that group every Friday, Saturday, Sunday, they're in this room. They have these cameras up on 6th Street. All of this, they're being looked at. So it is something that we do for very large events, so we're ready and we're prepared to go.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
That was the very latest from Austin Police as we were learning a little bit more about this ongoing investigation into last weekend's shooting at an Austin, Texas bar as the FBI continues to investigate the possible ties with terrorism. This is a social media post from Fox News stating that Austin Police released video of the suspected terror shooting and frantic 911 calls where witnesses told dispatchers, quote, there are people dead over there. 3 people died in this shooting that happened over the weekend in Austin, Texas. And meantime, 3 police officers killed the 53-year-old suspect. And now the FBI continuing to investigate a possible motive and the possible ties to terrorism. Any additional information, we will bring that to you right here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, though, we are going to just step away for a brief moment. I'm Stephanie Quinu. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. While we were in that breaking news update, I did want to share some additional information with you on an ongoing headline news topic that we continue to follow, and that is the conflict in Iran. This is a live look here on Capitol Hill. However, it does appear that we may be having
I'm making
a
a bowl of
new
noodles.
update right here
I'm extra hungry.
live. But what I want to do is right now, I do want
Lobster
to go back
fishing
to a previous
adventures
event that
in the
we do
house.
have
Hey.
now that happened moments
Good to
ago,
see ya.
and that is with Republican lawmakers talking about Operation Epic Fury and
fire in Florida.
DHS funding. Let's share a portion of that right now.
The freedom capital of the world, a beacon of hope where liberty still shines bright.
I didn't see that.
And let me also tell you what our military and our veterans want. After having seen the egregious activities of Iran continually at war with us since 1979, we've seen the Marine Corps barracks attacked. We've seen the U.S. embassies attacked. We have seen the U.S. coal attacked, and members of the military paraded and shamed. Our military members want to know that we, in fact, have their back. And that means a response from the United States, not seven presidents saying we cannot have a nuclear-armed Iran. To our active duty military, we know you are in harm's way. We pray for you. We pray that you have all of the training and the equipment that you need, and if you don't, contact us and we will make sure that you get it. But you are defending this great country, and we, in the Republican Conference, we have your back. To the men and women serving our nation here at home and abroad, and especially those standing watch in the Middle East tonight, thank you. Thank you.
This is the one right here with the massive fire burning.
Company. This is 3PL, right? This is, Rox, is that what you're saying, the company's name?
Yep, it's a Global Warehouse Solutions and 3PL Fulfillment and Drayage, Miami. Again, this is in Miami Gardens. Just for some perspective, this is just north of the North Dade landfill to
just
the
in,
east
massive
of
fire
Skyway
burning at
Elementary
Miami
School.
Gardens
They are not
warehouse.
being impacted. And there we see Miami-Dade Fire Rescue from the ladder here attacking this thing from all sides. As Chopper 6 was getting there, we saw just like the blasts of the flames into the air. There you see another fireball. Just a massive four-alarm fire here. Trying to get more information on this facility because, of course, you know, a warehouse, storage facility, and you see a massive fire like this, and the first thing you think about is any people, right? Obviously,
look at
what we see here from the outside
water's on the
is
fire.
The fire trucks from Miami-Dade Fire Rescues
are
attacking this from the ground, but looking to see if there's any cars around in the parking lot, any potential employees here. But they do operate this Global Warehouse Solutions. They operate Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. To 5 p.m. Shipping, receiving hours as well. It starts earlier in the morning. So just getting a little bit more information about this facility that is completely engulfed this afternoon.
Yeah, it looks like they hold inventory. So let's say there's a company that's importing furniture or something from overseas. This place essentially stores that inventory until the retailer can order it. So that's what we're understanding. So we can imagine there is a ton of inventory here. Not sure if that's what may have sparked the fire, but all of that is presumably damaged. And that's going to be obviously costly, but we're more concerned about the lives, right? And if there are people inside as this fire is raging, and you could see those trucks attacking it from the ground, but barely, Rox, making a dent in that area because it stretches so far across this area. Apparently they have a location in California, and so they're you know, nationwide, and we don't know what that's obviously going to mean for the company itself, but as of right now, this is the focus,
it's like
getting this under control.
A transport shipping company or something, or what? Okay, that feed is disappeared on us there, but anyways.
Put on that uniform, but they will defend the 100%.
Gives you a look at what's happening over there in Florida. Miami.
I want to share the names of Sergeant
warehouse fire.
Deacon Cody. Cody was 20 years old. He followed a pathway that was very similar to my own. We both went to Drake University. We both wanted to serve our country. This young man actually was ahead of me in line. He was already a staff sergeant at age 20. With his family's blessing, he went to go serve in the Middle East. And he was serving with the detachment out of Des Moines, the 103rd Expeditionary Sustainment Command. There he was joined by his major, Jeffrey R. O'Brien, from Waukee, also growing up in Indianola, Iowa. He was a senior NC officer who had dedicated decades of his life to answering the call and mentoring young troops. This week they will come home with a flag not flying over their home, but draped over their coffin. The reflection of 6 KIA are a reflection of the ultimate sacrifice put forward to defend this nation. But they're also accompanied by 9 wounded in action. We spent most of the day on the phone yesterday with the spouses, with the families, with the kids, as they were evacuated from Kuwait under a barrage of Iranian weapon systems. I'm happy to report that they are now safe in Germany, waiting for their family. Their wounds are still under assessment, and I won't make any comment on their health or their final diagnosis until the families are with them. But I will say this, that the toll that's being taken, not just on those serving on the front line, but on the simple fact of trying to get Americans back into country, 17,000 of which have have been done so bravely by our State Department and our Homeland Security, as well as the families just trying to get on a plane today. They'll pass by another group of individuals in uniform, our TSA agents. The same TSA agents who I awarded just 30 days ago
just checking my
a Distinguished Medal for.
Doorbell cam.
Their longest shutdown without pay. Frontline members of our security
give me a
apparatus,
notification, but it was
protecting
just
all of
somebody
us,
walking by.
who now are facing no pay again. And while they're joined by brave sailors from the Coast Guard, members of FEMA, thousands and hundreds of thousands of individuals who are paid under the DHS budget, tragically,
you're going to get relief at the pump
on the other side
when the oil tankers start moving oil again.
That deprives not only national security, not only the pay for these individuals, but makes it hard for a family member
may not happen
to be able
until
to visit a wounded veteran
until the
in a time of crisis like this.
Iranian
Americans know it doesn't need to be this way. I'm proud of our leadership for continuing to fight forward, to recognize that we should fully fund our government, something that's not been done in the appropriate way since 1993, but most importantly, that we defend the things that matter, our nation. So for that,
I thought
1%
somewhere
of
between
Americans
10 and 20 cents
wearing
up
the
here.
uniform,
It was
whether overseas or at
$1.14
home.
for a liter up
Not
here
only do
in
we thank
Canada,
you, we have
right
an
where
obligation to
we
you.
have a refinery
I'm
right
proud
in
to
the
say that
city
this
here
team
in
is
Edmonton,
standing up to do the
where
right thing
all
in the
the
same
oil
way that
is
you
in,
have.
Canada.
And as a combat veteran like so
We're
many on
like
this
up to
stage who have
$1.14
flown these
here
operations in the Middle
per
East,
liter.
our security at home
Canuck
starts
buck.
with our security overseas. The most important security is the one that takes all of us into account, including our families, right here on the home front. Thank you very much, Lisa. With that, I'd like to invite my very good friend, a aviator, a helo specialist, a Navy veteran, Miss Jen Kiggins, to come to the podium.
Thank you, Zach. It's a privilege to be here to represent Virginia's 2nd District, home to our East Coast Navy. When you turn on the news at night, you most likely are seeing an F-18 taking off an aircraft carrier, probably from my district. We're so proud of the men and women who have stepped up to serve. You know, we joined the Navy. I'm a Navy veteran, married to a Navy veteran, mom, proud mom of a future Navy veteran, active duty Navy pilot. When we join the Navy, when we put that uniform on, we don't join the Navy to sit at the pier. We joined the Navy to take that warship to sea, to be that tip of the spear, to be that deterrent. I couldn't be more proud of the men and women who are serving in the Middle East right now, especially the sailors from my district, but all of our military members. We're asking them to do an important mission, to finish the work that was started by Iran decades ago when they declared war with America. They've been chanting death to America in their streets for decades now. So the fact that this administration has put their legacy on the line and has taken that step to say we'll tolerate this no more and to make our country and our world a safer place, I couldn't be more proud to be a part of that team. At a time when we're asking so much of our military members and their families, I want to encourage my colleagues across the aisle to step up and support our military like this group of Republicans and our Republican conference has done. Right now, we're playing politics with something like the Department of Homeland Security funding. I don't need my active duty members to be worried about the safety and security of their families that they've left here in the homeland. We need to go ahead and stop playing politics. This is a time to be unified, a time to stand together with our military and our military families so they don't have to worry about that safety and security piece. So I couldn't be more proud of the men and women in my district. I couldn't be more proud to stand with them every day of the week and to remind them that not just me, but my entire conference, the people on stage behind me, and the people here in Washington have their backs. We support them every day of the week. God bless each and every one of them, and God bless our great nation, the United States of America. Thank you, and I give the floor back to our chairwoman, Lisa McLean.
Thank you. And Mr. Crawford, if you want to join me, Chairman Crawford, we'll take a few questions.
Thank you very much, Chairwoman, Chairman, other members. When it comes to the Department of Homeland Security funding bill, the Democrats' demands, as you know, are policy in nature: a ban on ICE operations at churches and schools, a ban on mosques, requirements of judicial warrants, etc. Are you, as a conference, any closer to agreeing to those demands, or some of those demands, or are you not, in which case the bill seems destined to fail again?
Let me take that. I'll take that. Listen, we've been clear. We funded ICE. We continue to fund ICE. We continue to fund our homeland, but we are not going to put Americans at risk. We are on the side of law and order. We are on the side of law-abiding citizens. All you have to do is compare and contrast the split screen. Take a look at who the Democrats are supporting. Illegals. Sanctuary cities. All we're asking from the Democrats is to keep America safe and put Americans first and law-abiding citizens first. So what I find is a little bit funny is the party of masks, right, all of a sudden wants to unmask all the ICE agents. Just look at the contradictions. You should ask yourself why we're in this situation to begin with. If 20 million people didn't cross our borders, we wouldn't be having this situation and we wouldn't be having these conversations that we're having right now. So what I would ask the Democrats, protect the people that elected you to serve, and that's your constituents, and protect Americans.
One other point I'll add to that. One of the demands that's been
the party of
communicated
masks.
That
was a good one.
ICE to cease operations
the Democrats,
or to not operate within proximity of voting locations. What does that tell you? So I think, think about that. That means they anticipate there being a reason for ICE to be at polling locations, and that should tell you everything you need to know about where they stand.
Thank you, Chairman. A couple of questions on the Iran bills up for vote today. Do you anticipate the war powers resolution will fail? And do you believe you'll get enough Democrats on the non-binding resolution declaring Iran a leading state sponsor of terror to pass under suspension?
I wouldn't handicap either one of those, but I will say this, that we need to understand that the president plays a role in the legislative process. So if they want to engage in political theater and raise this War Powers Act that they're trying to move, whether or not they're successful remains to be seen, but the president will have the final say on that. And I would also say that the president is acting well within his constitutional authority under Article 2, and he's doing it very well.
Last question. On DHS negotiations, what, if anything, do you think you can maybe find a middle ground on with the Democrats?
From my perspective, not much. Because what they're asking for is absolutely ridiculous. What we're asking for is follow the law and protect American citizens. Take one more.
Oh, yes. Chairwoman, I want to ask, what led to the decision for House Republican leadership to call on Congressman Gonzalez to resign? And do you expect him to finish out the rest of his term? Yeah,
my hope is he would finish out the rest of his term, and we didn't, leadership didn't, we issued a statement. We didn't call for him to resign. We asked him to
withdraw from
the race. So I would refer you to the statement that leadership put out. With that, thank you.
All right, so that was the very latest from Republican lawmakers as they were talking about Operation Epic Fury as well as DHS funding. There continues to be a partial government shutdown as the Democrats refuse to fund the Department of Homeland Security. All of this over immigration policy. I wanted to take you live right here as we are awaiting another live event. We are expecting to hear from Representative Hakeem Jeffries as he is scheduled to also talk about DHS funding as well as Operation Epic Fury. This comes as the House is set to vote on both issues. So we are continuing to follow the very latest. Okay, and we also have some breaking news. We're gonna get to this in just a moment. We're hearing about some major shakeups within the Department of Homeland Security. We're going to be bringing you all of that in just a moment, continuing to gather that information. This is happening in real time. We do want to bring you all of the latest breaking news developments, but we are hearing right now that there is going to be a shakeup within the Department of Homeland Security, working to get all of those details, all of the reaction as this comes in. So what we're going to do is we're going to just step away for a brief moment, continuing to follow this breaking news, and we'll be right back. Stay with us.
Okay, so there you have it. Action all over the place. There you can see some footage coming in. Looks like the flag of the Islamic regime flying in front of a bunch of debris there. So we're looking at some war damage. Leave It was on yesterday, Spring. I actually did a video there yesterday, and we had Leave It on there, given the latest information from the White House press briefing. So yeah, she's still around. She was on there. Geez, my mic is like really long. Hang on. Let me fix that. Bring it back a little bit here. There we go. Suck it in a little bit. It's crazy. Check this out. Some pretty good footage here. Yeah, I just cut that mic off and it's long again. That's a little better. Wow. In Iran, lots of stuff burning, lots of stuff exploding. They're being hit pretty hard. Like I say, their very latest round of attacks is supposedly going to be like police stations and places where the regime can squelch the local population. That's why they're going to hit at all those local police stations. But yeah, you can see missiles being shot in the air. Missiles exploding. Look at that. You see how fast that came in? Holy smokes. Buildings on fire, smoke. That looked like kind of a residential building. Lots of damage. I got up pretty early. I got up at 6 o'clock this morning, and I was up pretty late last night, so I didn't get too much sleep. So I'm starting to get tired here right now. If I could fall asleep right now. So if I fall asleep on the stream, it wasn't because I was drinking too much. Just saying. Yeah, you saw how fast that video was of that missile coming in there. It was just like zoom. Like almost too fast for your eye to see it. Unbelievably fast. Oh, cruise missiles you can see a little bit easier. Yeah, or a drone. You see drones coming in there all the time. But they've apparently got a new kind of propeller on drones so that the drones can be silent now. So be on the lookout for that. Probably the latest variety of drones are going to be producing with that new propeller. Some kind of a plastic propeller that is doesn't make a lot of noise. So drones pretty soon are going to be very quiet coming in. Okay, what else am I going to have to eat? I'm making a bowl of ramen noodle for my weight loss program. I don't know if they're bad for your weight, but I'm going to have some ramen noodles there. And they're spicy hot too. Like that package that I put in it was like red hot pepper. So after having the wasabi, having a little bit of that will be excellent. Top up for the wasabi. Look at that rocket go. Holy. Now, if this is somehow video, well, it says it's from Iran, so maybe that the missile being launched from Iran towards the coalition military of Trump, Israel, and I don't know who else is in there now. There's a few other countries that are saying, yeah, we're with you. Like France is in there. Not sure who else is. Okay, I'm gonna check for more video or for more things happening. Curly May in the house. Hey. Thanks for the share. Appreciate that. Good to see you over on Facebook. Curly May giving us a share. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Just showing the world a little bit about what's going on. That's all. That is all. Well, people are even putting titles on their videos saying World War III has begun. I don't know about that, but they have taken out Ayatollah Khomeini, the astute leader of Iran. Pentagon reveals deadly strikes on Iran. Iranian ship ends up getting torpedoed in the Mediterranean Sea. Latest thing to happen. Don't see anybody live streaming over in Iran. There, that was me falling asleep right there. Did you see that? My eyes closed and my head tipped over. I might fall asleep. I don't know. That music. The music has put me asleep. Let me turn that off. Mind you, if I put their music on, it'll probably give me a copyright strike. Hang on. It's not even the right audio. Hang on. It was 6. 666 is the audio. Let me put this one on here. Hang on. And bring on the 6 audio. Whoa. That's the big one. Okay, let me look for some clips here. On Iran war. See if I can find a few clips here off of X to look at. It's actually a pretty good clip. This is the one of the soldier that is being subdued. Check this one out here. This is the soldier that is being subdued because he's speaking out against the war. And there was some kind of a hearing going on in Washington, D.C. And then they ended up trying to pull him out of there. He resists, of course, which you never resist. Never resist. And they ended up breaking his arm as they pulled him out. So look at him hanging onto the door there, refusing to go. But he was trying to speak up against Trump, the Republicans, and the war that's going on. And he ended up kind of being taken to the cleaners there. They wanted him out. They didn't want him interrupting the whole thing. And looks like he's either a soldier or an ex-soldier. And he said, maybe he is a soldier, but he's saying, I'm not dying for Israel, is what he's saying. So, yeah, that was quite the scene. This is all over the internet, this particular clip here. But, yeah, sad to hear that.
The hand of a Marine. Sir. Okay. Control your Senate. Aren't stuck in the door. Okay, sir. A U.S. Senator just broke the hand of a Marine. Hand's stuck. A U.S. Senator.
Let's see. Let me play that from the beginning again with the audio.
To name that shows your exemptness as leaders. This is wrong. No. And nobody wants to fight for Israel. reminder to all our Commandant, please stand up as a Marine and stand up for America. Out. No one wants to fight for Israel.
Where's Brett? Brett's got to like this guy.
Wants to fight for Israel.
His hand, his hand. Oh, his hand.
Sir. Let go of your hand. Let go of the door. Let go of the door. The senator broke his hand.
They broke his arm, I think, on this event here. Trying to get him out of there.
Sir. Okay.
So, yeah.
Sir.
Pretty crazy stuff.
Just broke the hand of a Marine. Hand stuck. A U.S.
Crazy. Hey, let's see what else we can dig up here.
Name that.
अंदर हो गया यार.
Okay, here's another clip. This one is the Iranian regime's ability to impact U.S. forces and regional partners is rapidly declining while American combat power continues to build. Here you can see this looks like concrete fortified shelters for something, maybe airplanes or something in there. Let's check this one out. No sound on this clip, but you can see some bombs hitting various installations. Able to get right in there, blow it up. That looks like some kind of a airplane there. A bunch of airplanes out in the field, and they just get taken right out. Wow. The firepower is immense out there.
ساختمان خبرگان میدون رسالت همین 2 دقیقه پیش.
Hey, what's this one all about? Come along, try harder. What's it like being such a bitter old hag? You look like a camel's vagina. That's funny. I'm guessing it's a grueling slog. Oh my. What is that? What did she say? Katie Hopkins said, actually rather liberating. Old is not an insult, but rather an achievement. And something tells me you know more about the inside of camel's vagina than a man should. Ooh, it's getting spicy out there on the internet.
ببر.
Okay, here's an update on the war in Iran. Check this one out. Bring a little audio on here. Here, hang on.
I have an update from inside Iran for those who are genuinely worried about people. The mainstream media are telling you crap because they want to use your natural worrisome reaction to stop the war and save the regime. My mother called me this morning to reassure me that everyone is safe. She had to call because the regime has cut off the internet again. It's a crime to cut off the internet on people during war, yet the regime does that. She said there have been loud explosions. It is still ongoing, more than in the 12-day war last summer, but nobody is panicking. Everyone is chill because they know from experience that they are all targeted, they're precise, and mostly from residential areas. And for those targets that are closer to the residential areas like mosques and siege bases inside neighborhoods, she said many people have received phone calls warning them to evacuate beforehand. It is consistent with what we learned from 12-day war. She also said even though we're close to the holidays, families are staying home as President Trump and Prince Reza Pahlavi instructed them. And they are avoiding public places like schools because we know for a fact that the regime uses them as human shield. So this is exactly why we Iranians in exile keep saying thank you to Trump and Netanyahu. You can clearly see how much attention and effort they
did you hear that? Everybody that says, oh, it's so terrible that what the U.S. is doing to Iran. She just said, we thank you.
Put into protecting civilians, our families, while the regime deliberately targets high-density residential areas to maximize civilian casualties, not just in Israel, but in Saudi Arabia, in Dubai, in Qatar. Our only real concern right now is the regime itself, the malfunctioning of their made-in-China missiles, and their ongoing use of people as human shields. And how do we know about this human shield thing? In 2020, the regime fired 2 missiles at a passenger plane full of Iranians and children near Tehran, right after attacking a U.S. base in Iraq. They expected Trump to hit back hard, so they could play the victim card. But Trump didn't retaliate, and they miscalculated. And we Iranians learned in a very painful way what this regime is capable of. I know many of you are worried. Please stay calm. No one wants war, but we have been left with no other choice. This regime is a cancerous tumor, and at this point, the only option is an invasive surgery. Please be patient, stay hopeful, and pray for the American and Israeli heroes, and for my people to stay safe and pass this storm. Please share this video as much as you can with your friends because
there you go.
As
That's
I said,
the message from
mainstream media
a person from
anymore.
Iran. I don't think she's in Iran at the moment because obviously she fled, but she's in communication with other people in Iran, and she thanks the USA and Israel for doing what they're doing to Iran. So for those of you naysayers that say, well, it's just some kind of a takeover of Iran, it's more than just that. It's the people. The people are, being held down, pushed down, almost like held captive by this regime, forced to wear. Did you see her? Did you notice that she was not wearing a hijab? If she was actually in Iran, she'd be thrown in jail for not wearing a hijab. She doesn't want to wear the hijab. She's not interested in the Islam religion, and she wants freedom. They all want freedom. Well, I don't know what the percentage of Persians there are to Islamics in Iran, but I would bet that the percentage is something like 95% Persian and 5% Islamic lovers. Well, there you go. This is the Islamic regime's flag flying over a bunch of debris from a spot where a bomb landed in Iran. Quite the story. And it's ongoing. Oh, look at this one here. This one's for Sandy Foster. I got a story for you. Trudeau government faked intelligence to frame Freedom Convoy truckers as violent extremists, the investigation finds. Doesn't surprise me. Trudeau, right? I remember when we were still maybe in, I don't know, Alberta, maybe somewhere in Calgary or something, leaving towards Ottawa with the convoy. Trudeau came out and called us all a bunch of terrorists and, made up a bunch of names and stuff like that and tried to blackball us. And here you can see, look at, they not only did that, but they faked intelligence to frame us in the Freedom Convoy as violent extremists, which was absolutely wrong. We were the most peaceful, loving people, all across Canada as we traveled. It was just peace and love the whole way. And even when we got there, there was no violence whatsoever. The worst that I saw was the people from Quebec brought fireworks, and they shot off some fireworks at some of the intersections, which I didn't really agree with, but they did it. But it wasn't like we were, involved in a bunch of violent extremism at all. So, yeah, Trudeau government, F you. And now it's the Carney government, F you. We can say that and get away with it because it's true. And Trudeau should be arrested for doing that, for faking the intelligence. Trying to pick up a few more stories here. See what the latest is. Oh, hang on. I got a box just arrived. It's a seat for my quad. A rear seat for my quad so that somebody can sit comfortably behind the driver on my quad. So it's a big box that just arrived outside. So I have to go out and get it. I'll be right back.
ساختمان خبرگان میدون رسالت همین 2 دقیقه پیشه.
ببر. ביום השישי של מבצע שאגת הארי, אני פה בבסיס חיל האוויר בדרום הארץ, עם הטייסים המופלאים שלנו ושל ארצות הברית וצוותי הקרקע המסורים. שיתוף הפעולה הוא היסטורי בין צבא ארצות הברית לצה"ל, בין חיל האוויר לחיל האוויר האמריקני. אנחנו ממשיכים להלום במטרות משטר הטרור באיראן וגם מול גורמי הטרור בלבנון, וההישגים הם גדולים, אבל המלאכה עוד מרובה. אני רוצה שוב להודות לידידי הנשיא טראמפ על שיתוף הפעולה בינינו.
I thought he'd be speaking a little more English,
יחד
but
נמשיך ויחד נשיג את המשימות שלנו.
apparently he's talking about, let me bring it in there, that's Benjamin Netanyahu at the Air Force Base. This is the day 6 of the war. The cooperation between the U.S. Army and the IDF is historic. We continue to strike the terror regime in Iran. I want to thank President Trump. Together, we will win with God's will, is what the clip is all about and what he's saying. Interesting. Good ramen. Spicy. Spicier than hell. And Iran's death toll reaches 787. And this clip here shows that the Iranians are laying flowers outside of the Israeli embassy in Paris, believe it or not.
آمریکا که بذاریم یکم دونه دونه کنیم یکم اینجوری دورش بذاریم که برای اونجا هم بریم بچه‌ها از گلاتون چون دیدم کمه زیاد نداره 2 تا آوردن 2 تا آوردن کامی بیشتر چیز میشه فقط برای آره دیگه عزیزم همینجا گفتم on va mettre juste les fleurs et après on part. Regardez. C'est juste on est obligé de juste coller. Bien sûr. Pas de soucis. آمریکا که بذاریم یکم دونه دونه کنیم یکم اینجوری دورش بذاریم که برای اونجا هم بریم بچه‌ها از گلاتون چون دیدم کمه زیاد نداره 2 تا آوردن 2 تا آوردن کامی بیشتر چیز میشه فقط برای آره دیگه عزیزم
Thank you to Israel from the from Iranians over at the Israeli embassy in Paris. So they do appreciate what the U.S. and Israel is doing to free their people in Iran. And there's that flag with the lion on it. That's the flag that they want to have flown, not the Islamic regime flag. So there you go. And Iran calls torpedoing of a Iranian ship by the U.S. an atrocity. Iran's foreign minister accused the United States of committing an atrocity at sea after a U.S. Navy submarine attacked an Iranian frigate in the Indian Ocean. Let's see if we can. We'll come up with that clip in a bit if we find it here. And this is a guy that, if the regime is deposed in Iran, this is the guy here, the Iranian American Moj Madra says the future of Iran after the Islamic regime falls should be led by Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi. He says Pahlavi is the most prepared and the most supported by the Iranian people. A growing coalition inside Iran already backs him. Well, what they should have is a democratic vote. You know, if there were any parties in Iran, have a vote and basically decide which party should be ruling. And it probably is going to be him with his party. Oh, this is an interesting one. Let me just preface this one here. Sat down in Texas with congressional candidate Apirin Vinvazani, a refugee who fled the Iranian Revolution, to discuss the chilling parallels between the fall of Iran and the current state of the West. Let's listen to this story.
Islamophobia is the stupidest, dumbest term in the English language. There's no such thing as Islamophobia.
There's no word in
There's
English
no
language.
such thing. It should be called Islamotrauma. And every Persian of Iranian descent has Islamotrauma because it's a rational fear of being raped, your kids, your daughters being gang raped, you being murdered. And we saw this. We've seen this movie.
As we're in Texas, we like to fit in as many interviews, get as many points of view, ask as many questions as we can. We're now meeting Abteen. I hope that's the gentleman's name, because I'm pronouncing them all wrong in a minute, but... Sir. Cheers. Pleasure to meet you.
Good to meet you, brother.
Yeah, good to be here.
Thank you guys for coming.
Can you...
Sorry, I'm a little casual. We're in the office. I had a suit on, and we're doing Facebook Lives, Instagram Lives every hour by the hour to tell the voters what's up, to get out to the polls.
You hear that, Brad? We're not trying to put down, you know,
I'm always casual, so
people that believe in the Islamic religion.
How casual I am.
But
can you just introduce
when you are oppressed by that religion, like he has been in Iran,
District,
it's
running for Congress, never been in politics. I was born in Iran, moved here as a political refugee. My father was in the Iranian Air Force, did all his training here in the U.S. in San Antonio.
It's all coming out now.
We escaped Iran, landed in Germany in '89. Literally two days after we landed in Germany, the Berlin Wall came down. And then we came to the U.S. thinking we're going as far away from these Islamic fucks as we could. Excuse my French. We were in California, so I joked that I've been a refugee twice in my life. We moved to Texas in '95, thinking there's no way these people are going to show up here. And look, today they're here. And this is the last stand. This is where we got to fight. They don't have good intentions. They're trying to destroy our communities. They're building mosques. They invited me to their mosque to go over there for a candidate forum. I went there, called them out. I asked the women why they're okay being worth half as much as men on the other side of the room. And then they start calling me a liar. I said, listen, you may be able to, lie to these white people. I can read the Quran. I know where you guys are BSing. I'll challenge you guys and I'll go toe-to-toe with you that you are worth half as much as men. And they just went crazy. And I said, the other thing that I think is important is there's 100,000 people in Iran that have been slaughtered. They're Muslims. I'm a Christian. I'm not asking you to pray for me. I'm asking you for them. Did you pray for them? They said, no. Your numbers are wrong, blah, blah, blah. I said, okay, well, let's say 10 people died. Did you pray for them? They said, no. I said, why? They said, well, they're Mossad agents. I said, you're telling me a 6-year-old kid that is a Mossad agent? So you guys are not a place of worship. You're full of BS because you're political ideology. And if you're political ideology, this mosque is not a house of worship. This is a place of political ideology. And they just erupted and went crazy.
How can you support this?
How
can you support
this? We went
this?
today to Epic Centre Mosque.
Yeah.
I've seen footage of you outside when you was there.
Fled Iran.
There's lots of police cars.
Come on.
What for?
He
'Cause
knows
they told
what's
us
going on
to
there.
get off the property today.
When he's speaking is
so,
exactly what
I was shooting a documentary. I think you might know the gentleman. I was shooting a documentary, and we by the way, I grew up in Plano, so I've been in Plano 31 years. We were standing on a public street and, interviewing, and then these guys called the cops, and it was just two of us. We counted 8 police cars. They called on us, and we're like, why 8 police cars? They said, well, they were threatened because I had a handgun on my side, and the director of the documentary said, this is Texas. Everybody has a handgun. So they just freaked out and called the cops. They called 8 police officers on just me.
And do the police react like that, especially because it's a mosque? Would they act like that for church?
The police guys thought it was funny. They were just giggling. And I wasn't there. The director went to the police, but the cameraman had the live mic, and he was hearing everything. He goes, the cops were just laughing. But listen, abusing the police resources. To call 8 police officers, each police car had 2 people in them. Imagine how much gas has to be burned, how much resources have to be wasted because these guys are trying to build essentially a military outpost in the middle of our community where people that are non-Muslims are not welcome in that community.
Tell me what's happening in today's election.
Well, today's election, I think, is important. I think, the Democrats are just completely gone. They're just communists. But unfortunately, on the Republican side, we have a lot of sellouts.
You bunch of commies.
And people don't know this. People like Rudy Giuliani, like Mike Pompeo, like John Bolton, like Lance Gooden here from Texas' 5th District. These people are taking money from MEK, which is a terror-designated organization by the Department of State. They're going to these terrorist camps in Albania and taking money from them. And the Republicans, a lot of them are for sale. And my goal is I'm going to go to Congress. There's 535 people in Congress. I don't trust a single one of them. I'm going to go there not to make friends, but to make 535 enemies. My goal is to be there where every single one of those 535 consider me their #1 enemy. And when they consider me the enemy, I'm going to call them out, call their BS. They're going to start listening. They're going to start listening to the little guys. Because right now, these people in Congress, they're just going there and taking money and not doing anything. And they don't realize how much of a threat this is. This is not, I'm going to take money and the good guys are bad guys. They're taking money. God bless you. They're taking money and this country is going to be gone. They're basically mercenaries selling themselves, not having any idea the ramifications of them selling themselves for a couple bucks mean.
The election today, so are people voting for you today?
Yes.
Okay.
So I have an election, Texas 32nd Congressional District. I'm running against 7 candidates on the Republican primary. There's 2 Democrats on the other side, 1 independent. On the Republican side, we have a lot of good candidates. The establishment favorite who's got a President Trump endorsement and all the swamp endorsements.
What's his name?
His name is Jace Yarborough. Actually a great guy, just young and inexperienced. And I don't know if he knows how much these people are thinking he's going to get in line and vote exactly the way they want. I'm going to go there not to make friends. I'm not going to vote the way that the Republican. Greg Abbott sold us out. He's brought 700,000 H-1Bs here. Our local kids cannot get jobs. He's bringing people here from India, Pakistan to pay them $150,000 a year to teach English. Does that not blow your mind? People here in the United States are not allowed to teach English, but somebody from India or Pakistan coming here to teach English. If that doesn't make you angry, I don't know what will. Greg Abbott has sold us out. That's why when I went to the polls today, I voted for Doc P. Chambers. That's who we need in Texas.
I've heard a lot of people talk about him.
What's that?
Chambers. I've heard a lot of people.
Yeah, I mean, listen, people want change. That's what the whole point of election is. When we have a free, fair elections, the goal is if people have let you down, if people have lied to you, if people haven't made the promises that they made to you, then you go to the polls and you vote them out.
How are you expecting to do?
I'm going to try to sneak into second place. When I sneak into second place, we go into the runoff, and the runoff is a complete different game. We're gonna get into second place tonight, and when we get into second place, watch out, the establishment. I'm coming after every single one of you.
We're going to go to your office now, ask you a few more questions.
Cheers. Let's go.
Abteen Vaziri. You made the comment when we first met.
Yes, sir.
That you're not a career politician. How important is it? Because we have a detachment in the UK from the political class and the people. They have these career politicians, and I don't think they actually understand the working class or the working man. How important is it for you to be a working man?
Yeah, I went to law school. Never really intending to be a lawyer.
It's the same problem up here in Canada, for sure.
I do foreign direct investment. Been pretty successful in my career. I think it's really important because we used to have some of the most successful.
We're starting
people
to
in
suffer
America that
Islamic trauma
politics. They're
up
successful
here.
business people, CEOs, those type of. Now it's become a business. People that are opportunists, they're worth nothing, and they go to Washington. On the House side, usually they leave with $30 million war chest.
Ilhan Omar?
What's that?
Like Ilhan Omar?
Yeah, like Ilhan Omar, who, by the way, thinks that alcohol should be illegal, but then she owns a wine company and completely.
But the wine company doesn't sell any wine, does it?
No, it's a complete scam.
Okay.
And so these scammers have figured out that it's become business. In the old days, you want to be a baseball player, football player, basketball player. Now you want to be just scammer politician, and you go and start stealing money. Why? The more taxes that we pay, the more corrupt that Washington becomes. Because you got to remember, the Constitution of the United States says Congress has the power of the purse. So the House and the Senate are in charge of the money. That's where they get paid under the table. That's why they all become rich. That's why they all become multimillionaires when they leave office. And I think it's important for people that are not career politicians like me. I've never ran for a single political office to go there. I'm upset because I see this moron named Mamdani in New York, and it reminds me of Ayatollah Khomeini. I get PTSD every time I hear Ayatollah Mamdani because Ayatollah Mamdani I don't know if you know the atrocities that the Islamists did in India. So, and people can't call me a racist because Iran, all the stands used to be part of Persia, right? So Afghanistan, Uzbekistan, these were all states. Stan means Ostan, which is a Farsi word, which means state. So Hindustan, which is India, was a state in the Persian Empire. Pakistan was also a state in Persia. They split up from Persia, and then the Islamists did so much killing. They killed 1 million people. They made the non-Muslims pay taxes. They raped, pillaged. They destroyed each other so bad that they had a civil war, and Pakistan split up from Hindustan, which is India. And what did they do? The first thing they did, develop nukes and try to nuke India. So some of those Muslim extremist families that got kicked out of India, one of those families was Ayatollah Khomeini's family, who's not from Iran, from India. He's a hardcore Islamist from India. And Ayatollah Mamdani, his family got ejected from India and they went to Africa. So when I see people like Ayatollah Mamdani, when I see people like Ayatollah Khomeini, that made me think, my late father was as an Air Force officer in Iran.
He's not even Iranian.
He's instilled in me
and he was
all
running
of the game
country.
plan, and I know how crooked these people are, and how evil they are. So even though I'm in the middle of creating a business, I'm in the middle of building a truck stop, I put everything aside to run for politics because I know the danger that we have right now. We're at an inflection point. President Trump is only in office 3 more years, and then the old Republican Guard is going to get back in office, back to the same gravy train, stealing money, endless wars, and all the BS. So we need new blood. We need young people that have the same values of President Trump, that have cojones, that have a backbone. Why does everybody love President Trump? Because he's not intimidated. He doesn't care. He should not be going to war right now with Iran in the middle of a primary season. But you know why he did it? Because it was the right thing to do. Because he didn't care about the damn election. He knew that it was important to go after the head of the snake, the Ayatollah, and get rid of him. And all these weak European countries that were too scared to even send help or even let President Trump, use the airspace, now they see how successful this operation is. And by the way, I can't say successful because there's going to be people that are going to be hurt. But there's risk reward that President Trump took, even though it was not the best thing for him, even though it was the unpopular decision, even though in the middle of the midterm elections, not the good time to go to war. He knew they were weak. This is the right time to attack them. It was the right thing to do for the world. He did this as a gift. The people of Iran, for years and years and years, are going to thank.
Chad, you have to listen to this guy. He left Iran because of the Islamic regime, and everything that he's talking about is from his heart. It's not made up. It's like, this is the way it is. And if you're out there supporting the regime and going, oh, the Americans are the bad guy for doing what they're doing, you're wrong. You're absolutely wrong. This is like the best interview ever to educate those of you that think that what Trump is doing is the wrong thing to do. It's not. And yeah, you're right. He's risking his reputation. He's risking his chance of the Republican Party getting reelected again. It's a big risk. Politics is a risk, but you have to have some risk if you want to have reward. And in this case, the Islamic regime is not well liked in Iran. And like he said, this guy said that they killed 100,000 people. You heard the words out of his mouth. I don't know what the exact number is, but they've been killing people over the last 40 years. And just recently, they've killed probably 40,000 people since the protests have been happening in Iran.
He did killing the head of the snake. The rest of the world, he saved the rest of the world from being enslaved to these Islamists, because that's what their plan is. And you know this better than I do.
The Persian people have been enslaved since the Islamic Revolution. Your family, I guess, fled after the Islamic Revolution.
Yes.
I know Goldie is a streamer, but I don't know anything else about Goldie. I know that her mother was interviewed by
from the left to the
Jeff, Travel Fund 69 in Toronto.
In the West, is it happening in America? Is it happening in Europe? What's your opinion?
And she said,
there's so many dumb ideologists, even some people from my own birth country of Iran, that they're like, well, Islam has done atrocities, but look at the Christians, they had the Crusades. What I tell them is, if the Crusades happened today, some of the generals and the frontline officers would be of Persian descent, because the atrocities that we saw in 47 years made us realize that these people are evil. it happened so quickly overnight, just like this Sharia crap that they're trying to pull off here. People in Iran, we're Muslim, they're Muslim, so what?
I think Al Munson
well, guess what? They closed
you.
down every beer factory, they shut it down, turned it into a mosque. Every movie theater, they shut down, turned to a mosque. A game that was created in Persia under Hindustan was called chess, was turned illegal because it says it promotes gambling. So every freedom you had overnight, they try to, basically overturn you, trying to
you're hiring
get you. Sharia means submit. They're trying to get you to submit to their backward ideology, and then for 47 years, what did they do? Rape, pillage, and kill. And I hate this term they use called Islamophobia. Islamophobia is the stupidest, dumbest term in the English language. There's no such thing as Islamophobia.
There's no word in English.
There's no such thing. It should be called Islamotrauma. And every Persian of Iranian descent has Islamotrauma because it's a rational fear of being raped, your kids, your daughters being gang raped, you being murdered. And we saw this. We've seen this movie. So Iranians, they know all this BS. They're not going to fall for it because it happened to them overnight. Their freedoms were gone, and they started raping, pillaging, and killing them. And we're not going to let that happen here.
The question I want to know, though, is when the Islamic Revolution happened, what role did the Marxists and the left play?
We'll start using that word.
Yeah, and are they playing the similar role here on the ground?
100%. That's actually a great question. So, it's this marriage between the Marxists, the Islamists, the new communists. And by the way, in the U.S., they found useful idiots called LGBTQ too.
Wow,
so what happened in Iran is the Islamists didn't have political power. The Marxists were leftists. They went to Soviet camps. Yasser Arafat and the PLO trained in the same terrorist camps in Eastern Europe, in Poland and Czechoslovakia back then with Rafsanjani and Khamenei. So they all ganged up together. And their plan was, as leeches, we're going to find a country with natural resources, with a lot of money, and we're going to go take that country and then use the resources to grow the Islamic Caliphate. Today. Why do you think all this death, destruction, rape, all the funding of political ideology, all the funding of terrorism happened in Iran? Why do you think Ayatollah Mamdani is the mayor of the city of New York? As a Muslim Brotherhood loyalist, he's not there because New York has power. He's there because New York City has a very large budget, $127 billion budget that's equal to many European countries. So his plan there is to try to steal this $127 billion, a billion here, a billion there, pass it to the Democratic Socialists of America. They're going to use that money that they've stolen from the coffers of the people in New York, and they're going to use that to steal elections and give these Islamists more caliphate power, and then they're going to take over the entire world. That's their plan. Iran was a tragedy because this is a country with trillions of dollars in resources, and they use all those resources to build mosques, to build missiles. They spent $6 billion to promote Islamism in Japan.
Influence.
$6 billion. People in Iran are starving, and they use $6 billion to try to promote Islamism in Japan.
There's a good.
Because they're more bothered about world domination for the caliphate than they are about individuals.
They don't care about they were willing to let all 90 million people in Iran die so they could keep on the natural resources in Iran. Their problem, they don't care if people in Iran wear masks, wear hijab or not. Their whole, it's just to control them, to keep them down so they could keep stealing the resources and using that to grow the Islamic Caliphate.
The communist...
And that's what they're trying to do in New York. That's why New York is so dangerous. That's what made me want to run for office. Even though I'm not a politician, I've seen this playbook. It's like me coming from Back to the Future and telling these people, and by the way, you're doing God's work.
Hey, make bombs out of
fertilizer. People need to stand up to them. It's not time to be nice. Constitution or no constitution, these mosques here are unconstitutional. These mosques are places where they're raising money for Hamas and our Irgc and CARE and all these different, every terrorist organization you can think of. They're weapons depots. They have jail cells. They're spying centers on local communities. Like if they're coming here from India, these mosques are spying on them. And by the way, Biden opened the borders and allowed 30,000 people to come in.
Listen to what this guy's saying.
A bunch of people that could potentially be terrorists. Guess where they go to get their weapons and money?
About
these
what's
mosques.
going on
These
in
mosques
these
are safe havens for these terrorists. These terrorist cells that come in the country, they go to these mosques, they get their money, they get their guns, they get regrouped. These are not places of worship. These are military outposts for terrorists that are trying to come here and destroy us. And by the way, that's what they were trying to do in Venezuela. They had an outpost in Venezuela. They were going to use that as a launching pad to attack the United States, and President Trump blocked them from Venezuela, from Margarita Island.
To the Marxists and communists that helped the Islamic Revolution
Never
in
heard that
Iran,
one before.
When they were successful, what happened to the Marxists and communists?
They got killed off. So the Islamists are the most brutal. They will use all the useful idiots. Let me tell you who they're going to kill off first. They're going to use the LGBT. They're going to use the Marxists. They're going to use the communists. And the most brutal survive, right? So the first people...
Brett, do you hear that? Do you hear that? which side is the LGBTQ on? The Marxists, the communists, that whole thing. They're all supporting exactly what you're supporting. You're on the wrong side. You got to be educated a little bit. This guy here is a really good educator. Listen to him.
People they're going to kill off is LGBT, then they're going to kill off the communists, they're going to kill Marxists, and then the Islamists. So they're using all these people, all the Marxists and the communists. These are just their tool for them to grow. In their book, in their Holy Land Foundation document that was released May 22nd, 1991, they list out the playbook exactly. They're going to use our money against us. They're going to use our freedoms against us. And they're going to use resources from NGOs and other things. And they're going to use other organizations like these new communists as Marxists and socialists as idiots to get into power, and then they kill them all off.
You're clearly awake to this. You're clearly very educated on this. I fully understand. The last thing they do in the mosque is pray. It's a command and control center for the community.
And you call Tommy down for him bringing this up and exposing this kind of stuff.
How many high-ranking positions of the Republican Party are awake to this danger?
I don't think any of them are awake. That's what's scary. Even people, there's like, Brandon Gill, he's got great intentions.
He's good.
He's good. Keith Self, when I was at that mosque, the guy that's Republican that was running against Keith Self, he said Keith Self used to take money from this epic mosque, and now he's against them. So I don't know what to believe.
Are you not listening to what this guy is saying? Do you not understand what's going on? Brett, have you actually read the Quran? I've read the Quran. It's like, and the Quran that I read was from about 20 years ago. And you know what? The book is not the same today, because even the very first chapter in the Quran on a brand new Quran that you see today, it's been modified. And then all of the so-called bad stuff is taken out of the Quran. But the Quran that I read, the very first chapter is talking about killing Jews. Like, really, honestly, I'm not kidding you. Like, go read the Quran and then listen to what this guy has to say.
I don't know what's true. But instead of starting an anti-Sharia pact, why don't you make some promises? Every single one of these Republicans, and by the way, Greg Abbott was complicit. Not, he's getting $14 million campaign contribution from a guy whose name is Sayyid Anwar. Sayyid means he's a direct descendant of the Prophet Muhammad. So you're taking $14 million from a direct descendant of Muhammad, and you're trying to not grow Islamism in Texas? It's a lie. These people are just looking the other side. They're taking the money, but they have no idea what they're signing up for. People like me, people from other countries, we know exactly what these people are selling their soul for. And when I go to Congress, I'm going to make sure, it's not that I'm saying no new mosque in the state of Texas. I'm saying I'm going to shut down every single mosque in the state of Texas in America. There should be 0 mosque in the state of Texas, 0 mosque in America. And it's not a First Amendment thing. It's Article 3 of the Constitution. It says only one court is supreme, and that's the Supreme Court, and all the courts below it that Congress set up. And the Supremacy Clause says only United States courts can have.
Brett, this is not Tommy Robinson talking. This is an Iranian that lived in Iran, lived under the regime, lived under Islam, and understands exactly what the whole thing is about. And everyone else really doesn't understand this. Like, I understand this. I've traveled. I've been over there. I've seen the way they operate. I've been to lots of different countries where they're in control, and it's not a good thing. Do you want your girlfriend to be wearing a hijab? Honestly, do you? Do you want Sharia law? Do you want to be taken over by the Muslims? Because that's exactly what they say they're going to do. That's why they're setting up mosques all over the place. And you've got countries like Japan that are going in there and saying, hey, we don't want to have any mosques in Japan. Close down whatever there is happening. You've got countries like Poland where they're like, our borders are closed. We're not allowing any of this nonsense into our countries. There, even back in the old days, people knew that they wanted Christianity in their country, and they tried to keep Islam out of their country. But now they're coming in, and exactly what he's saying, the mosques are being used for more than just pushing the religion. They're being used to do stuff in the basements. I've heard stories about that where people have infiltrated, gone down into the basement, and listened to exactly the way they talk. They talk differently when they're talking, to the public than they do when they're down in private talking to their people. Like, it's getting to the point where somebody has to do something, and you watch what happens. Mark Carney is so foolish that he's going to bring in some legislation. We can't even talk about this stuff. And you know what? I'm not anti-religion. Practice whatever religion you want, but if you're practicing a religion that is, causing death to the infidel and calling me an infidel, well, I would say that I take some exception to that. That's for sure. I don't like it.
Jurisprudence. So that means all the Sharia courts, all the mosques, they're all unconstitutional. They're places of espionage.
They're political. They're not religious.
They're political, and
which means you're not allowed to be registered as charities, which they are.
That's right.
Yeah, they're basically hiding.
Political and religious.
They're hiding under our freedoms, pretending to be a religion, even though they're a cult, they're political ideology, and they're basically places for our enemies to thrive, to try to kill us. People need to wake up. Our politicians, most of them are not awake. Most of our Texas politicians, most of the Republicans are not awake. They have no idea what's coming at them. I'm here to tell them, I know what's coming at them. You know what's coming at them. We need to wake these people up.
Is it fair to say that some congressmen, some politicians, like Keith Self, I met him this week, he seemed very awake. Is it fair to say that maybe they've had an awakening? They weren't aware of how bad the problem is? Many people aren't.
I'm hoping to God that's the case.
Okay. He seemed very strong when I met him.
I haven't met Keith Self. I'm hoping to God that's the case. But we need to hold them accountable, because this is not something that you can forget about.
People are calling me an extremist, or anybody on the right wing an extremist. Oh, whenever you hear anything on TV or whatever, it's, those bad right wing extremists. Meanwhile, what are they doing? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Sure, there might be a little group of some extremists that are plotting to overthrow the government or something that get found out about and they get dismantled. Sure. I'm not saying that stuff like that doesn't happen, but it's not like the vast majority of people are like right-wing extremists, trying to take over and topple the government and stuff like that. No, the extremism and the extremism that you have to watch is coming from the left side of the fence. Exactly what these guys are talking about. That's what you have to be watching for. This is the big threat that's coming to North America. It's already hit the UK. It's already hit France. Those countries, are they going to be able to deal with it? I don't know. They're already trying to change their government in Britain to do that with the new British party that's come out there. Why did they have to bring out this new party? Because they see that their whole country is being taken over, and it's not the same country that it used to be. And that's the same thing with the United States, and the same thing for us up here in Canada. I don't want it. And the government seems to be, doing nothing about it. It's like, if there's a religion that is bad, why are you bringing thousands and thousands and thousands of people into the country? Why? What's your purpose? Why are you doing that? Stupidity is just, it's unbelievable. Unbelievable.
I think this is the topic du jour right now. A lot of politicians, including Jace Yarborough, who I'm running against, great guy. He's like, well, I'm going to fight radical Islam because I'm going to, go to the, anti-Sharia caucus. That doesn't mean anything. What are you going to do? My campaign promise is, I sent 42,000 texts the other day, said zero mosque in the state of Texas. I got 4,000 people text me back, said, go F myself. I don't care. I'm going to shut down every single mosque, so help me God. That needs to be the campaign promise of every Republican, not just me. We need to shut down every single mosque. They're unconstitutional. They're illegal. They're places of rape, torture. And why do you think 780 mosques are being burned down in Iran? Because the virgins that they're capturing, that they're supposedly under backwards Islamic Sharia law, they're not supposed to kill, they torture them and they rape them in the same mosques. We do not need torture chambers and rape chambers and mortuaries that are unlicensed in the state of Texas under the guise of a mosque. We need every Republican in the state of Texas to say, we are with you, Upteam Vaziri. We're going to help you shut down every single mosque in the state of Texas.
Do you think that the primary and the next election could be seen as a sort of referendum by Texans on Islam in their backyard?
I think this election, we have the Proposition 10 that says ban Sharia law. I don't know what? Honestly.
And I have actually been in mosques in Iran. I've been in mosques in Canada. So I know exactly the way they operate and what goes on. I haven't been, to actually because I don't understand the language, right? I haven't been down in the basement and those kind of things, but I have been in the mosque to see, what they're like. And, of course, they're very cordial and whatever. But, yeah, at the end of the day, if what he's saying is true, which I would tend to believe him, I would, honestly. I don't think he's making stuff up. I think he's telling you exactly what happened over in Iran, and he obviously doesn't want it to happen in the United States or in Texas.
Let's see how much teeth it has. I just think we need more politicians to wake up. It's like they're the army of the dead. In Game of Thrones, everybody put their differences aside and they killed the army of the dead. This is the army of the dead. They will not stop till they turn everyone into a zombie. We got to stop these Islamists. They're bad, bad, bad news. I've experienced it. My father was tortured at the hands of these.
Let me ask you one more question. I'll finish on this.
Wow.
We see women, since Donald Trump started bombing the Ayatollah, killed the Ayatollah, desecrated them all.
Yeah, it was.
Since that, we've seen some beautiful scenes of celebration, emotion, women joyous, celebrating, like the most beautiful scenes. But then we see, whilst Iranian women and women who have had to flee Iran to Western nations for safety, whilst they celebrate, we're now seeing Democrats supporting women who are in opposition and supporting the Ayatollah and the Islamic regime of Iran. What's that about?
They're getting paid. They're getting paid. Listen, the whole Gaza movement was complete BS. These
You're educated.
These people were paid protesters. They're the Democratic Socialists of America. They put up Facebook ads. Come get $30 a day, $100 a day, whatever.
Where's the money come from?
It comes from Qatar. It comes from the Islamic Republic, and it comes from Trita Parsi and from...
Yeah, my point with the immigration is, why do we need so many people from a certain country? For example, we have like way more people coming in from India than any other country into Canada. And are they refugees? They're not even refugees. The only reason they're coming over here is because they can, because the government says, hey, come on over, temporary workers, and then you can become a nationalized citizen if you come over here, and then bring your mother, bring your father, bring your grandmother, bring your grandfather, just bring your whole family over. The Canadian government, the Liberals, have made it really easy for a new immigrant to bring all the rest of his whole family over here. And of course, those older people are not adding to the workforce at all. They're being added to the welfare roll. We have to all work to pay for their health care and everything else that they need when they come over here. It's getting ridiculous. And you know why the governments are doing that? The liberal governments are doing it because every immigrant that walks in the door is a new voter for the Liberal Party. It's a new voter. That's the only reason in my mind that they are doing it. They're not doing it to make Canada better. They're bringing immigrants in to increase their voter base. So where someone like Brett is like, oh, you should vote for, no, not for the red or the blue. You should vote for the purple party. Meanwhile, millions of new Liberal voters are walking in the door. What are you going to do about that? Your little vote for the purple party is completely meaningless when there's millions of new Liberal voters walking in the door. Like, come on. Enough of this crap already. And then it overloads our healthcare system, and everybody cries, oh, it's not, you're racist to blame the immigrants. It's not the immigrants' fault that there's no healthcare. Well, no, it's not that individual immigrant's problem, but mass immigration is obviously the problem. Healthcare is a matter of supply and demand. If you don't have enough supply and you've got a ton of demand from all the millions and millions of immigrants that are coming into the country, obviously that's the problem. And the lefties out there are like, no, you're just a racist because you don't like immigrants. It has nothing to do with whether or not I like immigrants. I've traveled around the world. I like people from all over the place. It doesn't matter who you are. I'll try and get along with you. But if you come to our country, speak our language. Don't be going blah, blah, blah, blah, blah, blah, blah with some other language and all living in one part of the city and just not even assimilating with the rest of the people and not even bothering to learn English or to speak English when you're out in public. Of course we're going to be offended. It's like me traveling over to France or something, and sitting there and looking around and everybody is speaking French and I'm going, oh, wow, I don't understand the word that they're saying. That's what it's like living in Canada now, for God's sakes.
Quincy Institute, and from NIAC. These are all organizations.
Who's behind those organizations?
The Islamic Republic of Iran.
Okay. So they have, because what we saw after October 7th, we saw on October 8th, proxy
and it's not propaganda.
Take over every
I'm
Western
just telling you the way it is.
Mercenaries on the streets of these nations. Many a times we hear death to America, death to America. What can America do about that? When you have these proxy groups, when you have an education system funded by Qatar, funded by Iran, when you have universities that are radicalizing people to hate their own nation, what can you do to stop that? What can you do to stop that if you get
first-hand experience?
So, listen,
is what
I
I'm
think a lot of our politicians have looked the other way because we have this, you know, in other countries, there's corruption, right? In China, there's corruption. People pay people on the table. In here, we have institutionalized corruption, which is this lobbying organization. Well, I get it. You could be a registered lobby for other countries, but you cannot be a registered lobby for your enemies, the Islamic Republic and IRGC. These should be illegal. Everybody in Congress has looked the other way. That's why we have 535 people in Congress. None of them are Donald Trump. They don't have any backbones. That's why you need people like me. I'm going to go there. I'm going to try and make enemies with these people, and I'm going to stop the gravy train. Guess what? They're going to try to label me as stuff. They're going to try to destroy me, but I don't care. Because you know why? There's 90,000, 100,000 people from my country of birth that have been slaughtered. This is the least I could do.
You're about to step into the battleground, into politics. Why? Especially, are you a successful businessman?
Yes.
Entrepreneur?
Yes.
Why would you get involved in this? Because you're right. You're going to come under attack. You're going to get slandered. You're going to get labeled.
Because it's the right thing to do. Because it's the right thing to do. Because I watched my father scream in the middle of the night from the torture he experienced in the hand of these people. I watched, I mean, listen, you talk to a lot of Iranians. Everyone has a story. My story is a pretty messed up story, but it's not the only one.
Listen to him.
There's 90 million people in Iran. 30, 40 million have stories very similar to mine that all had to flee. And now we have seen this movie. It's like we've seen the zombies. We're trying to tell you the zombies are coming. Nobody's listening. We need people to understand the zombies are coming.
The zombies are coming.
What's happening in your country where women are getting gang raped, it's coming here. It's coming here in Texas.
Yeah.
And you know why it's coming in Texas? Because Texas is the top of the...
Have you not heard the stories of the gang rapes over in the UK from all of the immigrants? And you know who's doing it? The immigrants are coming in and they're gang raping the women. Women in Paris can't walk down the street at nighttime. That's how bad it has gotten.
Of freedom. They feel if they beat Texas, they have defeated us. They feel like, you know, why do you think they went after Lebanon? Why do you think they went after Iran? Lebanon was the best
Christian,
place. Yes, Lebanon was a Christian country. They opened their doors. They allowed Palestinians to come in, and then they took over the government. But it was known as a place where people were partying, having a good time. They're being Western. They hated that. They went and destroyed Lebanon. Iran was secular. People were partying, enjoying. I mean, you've seen the videos. That was on their target list. They went and destroyed it.
I'm starting to get high blood pressure.
Texas, and to a lesser extent, Florida.
God's
and if
sake.
Texas falls, it's all over.
Let me ask you one last question, because I keep thinking of others. To people in America who wanted no foreign intervention, a lot of the people who supported Donald Trump, a lot of his base didn't want intervention. They don't want a regime change. They're concerned that this war is going to cause a mass flood of refugees coming from Iran. If this war is successful, will we see refugees come from Iran, or will we see Iranians who have had to flee and live in European countries in America going home?
Yeah, listen, my soon-to-be wife, girlfriend, she's half American, half Venezuelan. Listen, Venezuela doesn't have that much population, 33 million people. 9 million of those people were displaced. 9 million of them, a lot of them are here in the U.S. Their country was one of the richest.
Okay, so Brett, I'm looking over here, talking to you. Brett. So you think that bringing in a whole bunch of people that are shouting death to America is going to be a good thing? It's going to turn out well. You really think so? You really think so?
Richest countries in the world.
You think they'll go home?
They will go home, 100%. What Trump did is fix that country, and it hasn't been fixed. Slowly it's going to get fixed, but all those people are going to go back home. There's something like 30 million people that are from Iran that fled Iran.
And are saying death to Canada and are burning the Canadian flag. You really think that's great? Come on.
Listen, somebody like me, I'm not going back to Iran because I'm Texan. I'm American. I have a lot more in common with Texas and the United States than I do with Iran. I love my culture. I love my food. I love my music. But I'm American. I wouldn't survive in Iran. But out of 30 million or so, I bet 15 million will go back. And 50 million will go back to rebuild Iran, I promise you.
Look at Tommy Robinson has spent time in jail for just plain speaking out for the things that he believes in. Really, honestly, he's not wrong. He's spoken out about these rapists and stuff like that. I think it was maybe something like that him speaking out about those rapists raping women that ended up landing him in jail. Like, come on.
Here's a promise that I'll make to you. Then this is very controversial. Iran's going to be a Christian country. Just watch.
I know I speak to Christians in the underground church where they're talking about the amount who are leaving Islam and converting to Christianity within Iran because they've had the.
I converted to Christianity because for years and years and years I just hated religion
the
because of
The
Islam.
crisis is being manufactured by mass immigration.
And I realized
it's not rocket
the reason
science to
that
figure that
Europe
out.
was taken over was because of lack of faith. There was a vacuum. Islam came in and filled this vacuum.
We are
the United
easy
States were lucky
pickings.
because we do have the Christian
Derek,
church and it's
all
pretty
of us.
powerful. In the Middle East, we got to stop playing defense. We got to play offense. We got to bring Christianity back to the Middle East.
We're being used.
Christianity came from the Middle East.
The
Jesus
government
was Middle
is
Eastern.
using
We got
us.
to bring Christianity back to the Middle East. That's the only way we're going to save the world.
Bringing it upon us.
Thank you for your time, man.
Thank you, brother.
And you'd think that the government would be
Thank you.
out there
Thank you for all
to
the hard work
protect
you're
the
doing.
country,
You came all the way here
but they're not.
from London to do this.
They're
and
actually
we really
bringing
appreciate
in
this from the bottom of our heart.
a big problem.
God bless.
That, you know what? If you bring in a few people, it's a little problem, okay? And it's not big. You can manage it. But the more you bring in, it's just like this guy is saying here, the worse it's going to get until the country is just a duplicate of Iran. Okay? Do we want to be have the Islamic ruling Canada, which it could happen. The United States has it in pockets. You've got different states where you've got more of that. But in Canada, it's spread all over the place. There's a brand new mosque up in Fort McMurray, for example. Hey, why are they up there? Why is there a mosque and a whole bunch of people up in Fort McMurray? You know, all over Edmonton, all over Calgary, Red Deer, any of the major cities, especially Calgary. You know, and all it's going to take is this one day. They're going to go boom, and it's going to be, before you know it, they're all over in the political system, right? Just like in London. Who's running London? Who's the mayor of most of the cities over in the UK, and why is that, right? And who's the mayor of New York, for example? Just for example, okay? Like, it's spreading like wildfire, and nobody's doing anything about it. This guy here is pretty smart. He knows what's going on. He lived over in Iran. His father was tortured by the regime, right? For what? Probably for just speaking. So it's going to be like that. If you're like me and you speak out, you're going to end up being tortured or in jail. That's what's going to end up happening. All I can say is shame on the governments of the world for allowing us to be taken over. Back in the old days, people fought to keep this out of your countries, but now it's all being let in, and we're all going to be suffering in the end. Maybe not me, maybe not right now, but my children will be suffering. For sure. Let me get this audio in here. Hang on.
Thanks to my colleague Stephanie Quinn, who was with you for the last few hours, taking you through today's top stories and that continued coverage of this breaking news. And right now, as we are in this new hour, we're just getting this new update. For the first time, we're hearing from Secretary Kristi Noem speaking on her ouster from the position of secretary there in the Department of Homeland Security. Of course, we just heard remarks from her there, but this is her first statement that she is now putting out on social media, saying this: "Thank you, President Trump, for appointing me as the special envoy for the Shield of Americas. Secretary Rubio and Secretary of War saying that they are incredible leaders, and I look forward to working with them closely
Brett,
to
eventually
dismantle cartels
you'll learn
that have poured
and it
drugs
might take
into our nation and
the whole
killed our
country
children
changing over,
and grandchildren.
and you have to
the
be
Western Hemisphere is
heading over
absolutely
to the mosque,
critical
okay?
for U.S. security.
Then
In
you'll
this
learn.
new role, I will build on the partnerships and
Things
national
have to
security
get so bad
expertise
before you
I
figure,
forged over
oh,
the
you know
last
what?
13
Maybe this
months
isn't all
as
that
the
great.
Secretary of Homeland Security. We have made historic accomplishments at the Department of Homeland Security to make America safe again. We delivered the most secure border in American history. 3 million illegal aliens have left the United States. We have located 145,000 children. FEMA delivered disaster relief at a 100% faster rate. We ushered in the golden age of travel, saved the American taxpayer $13 billion, and revitalized the U.S. Coast Guard. And so that's the full statement that you're able to see there on your screen as Secretary Noem is now speaking and reacting there publicly after being removed as the head of the Department of Homeland Security. Of course, we do know that this does come with other elements as well. Taking you out to this live vantage point that we have outside of the office of Senator Mullen. The Republican from Oklahoma has since been named by President Trump as the person that he would like to replace Kristi Noem in this position. And so to kind of talk about all of this, what we're seeing here, there on Capitol Hill, I'd like to bring into the conversation now political analyst Brian Sobel. Brian, thanks so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox.
My pleasure, Christina. Another busy day on Capitol Hill and in Washington, D.C. and around the world.
Absolutely. These storylines that we've been following here, they're out
Apparently,
of our nation's
Kristi Noem
capital.
got booted.
It was interesting today. We were hearing mumblings behind the scenes that this potentially was on the verge of happening. Ultimately, that announcement was made just over an hour ago by President Trump, saying that he's effectively pulling Kristi Noem. We do know that it's been also a very busy week for her, having to testify there on Capitol Hill. I first want to get your reaction to her statement that she was able to put out on her X account, now speaking publicly for the first time on the new position, sort of framing it that way, it seems like, talking about what she will be stepping into in the next few, is her next venture.
Well, to me, it was sort of a face-saving statement that the president had reassigned her, as it were. But I don't think anybody in Washington is fooled by the fact that she was let go by the president as head of DHS. And the testimony earlier in the week in Congress did not go well. And some other things that were emerging about Kristi Noem, including a lot of money spent on television commercials and other things, I think came to a head. And Donald Trump took the decision to make the change.
And so as you see there, if you weren't able to hear the full statement, we're showing it on your screen once again. But I also want to go back to the statement that President Trump initially put out when all of this information dropped, putting it up on your screen now for folks at home who may have missed it. But it's quite lengthy. But Brian, I want to read it out here just so we can sort of frame how President Trump initially put this information out as well to all who were following and listening into this breaking news. He said, "I am pleased to announce that the highly respected United States Senator from the great state of Oklahoma, Markwayne Mullin, will become the United States Secretary of Homeland Security effective March 31st, 2026. The current Secretary, Kristi Noem, who has served us well and has had numerous and spectacular results, especially on the border, will be moving to the Special Envoy for the Shield of the Americas, our new security initiative in the Western Hemisphere. We are announcing on Saturday in Doral, Florida. I thank Kristi for her service there at Homeland. Serving 10 years in the United States House of Representatives and 3 in the Senate, Markwayne has done a tremendous job representing the wonderful people of Oklahoma, where I won all 77 out of 77 counties in 2016, 2020, and 2024. A MAGA warrior and former undefeated professional MMA fighter, Markwayne truly gets along well with people and knows the wisdom and courage required to advance our America First agenda. The only Native American in the Senate, Markwayne is a fantastic advocate for our incredible tribal communities. Markwayne will work tirelessly to keep our border secure, stop migrant crime, murderers, and other criminals from illegally entering our country, end the scourge of illegal drugs, and make America safe again. Mark Wayne will make a spectacular Secretary of Homeland Security.
She got the boot.
Thank you for your attention to this matter. Again, we did want to make sure that
put in
folks
charge
knew
of
that
a
this
different
was
file,
quite
that's all.
lengthy that President Trump
Basically.
put out there on his social media
She could have got
accounts.
turfed
But
right
really
out,
in that
but
long
she didn't get
statement, he
turfed right
did
out.
address, of course, reassigning Kristi Noem to her new position,
Reassigned,
but trying
yeah.
to get into the background that we can see there from Senator Mullen for folks who might not be familiar with him all around the country. Again, talking to how long he's been there in Congress on Capitol Hill, 10 years serving there in the House of Representatives, another 3 in the Senate chamber. What else did you hear from that and see from President Trump that might have led him to this decision?
Well, I think particularly the fact that Donald Trump did very well in Oklahoma over and over again, and Mark Wayne Mullen is a huge supporter of Donald Trump's. They consider
we're listening to the
themselves
story right
friends,
now.
You know, beyond just
She got,
their respective positions.
reassigned.
Christina. And I
basically.
think he trusts that this senator, junior senator from Oklahoma,
if she got the
now
boot, it
becoming
would have been
DHS
right out,
secretary, will
like, never
completely
to be seen
support the
again.
president's policies on immigration
was
and these other
reassignment,
issues.
maybe because-
And there's a photo of Mark Wayne Mullen. And so
I don't know what the reason would
change, I think, started coming over the last few weeks as Kristi Noem was losing favor in Washington, D.C. and with the president. And it's been very clear over the years that when you lose some favor with the president, he's going to make a change pretty quickly.
And so we're looking there at this photo that we have
Well,
of
what
Senator
they do know
Mullen
is
as
that we're
he's
pretty
getting
lefty
ready
up here in,
to see
Canada.
what happens as he takes there. I do want to play out a quick soundbite that we have from him as well.
Like
we
the
haven't been able to play
Democrats.
this out here on Live Now from Fox, but we heard from the senator very briefly. Let's listen.
No, the president, I still got to communicate, so we'll talk about it moving forward. But I appreciate it, guys. Yeah, the president and I have already talked. Obviously, the statement went out, but we need to talk with the president.
Well,
We're
that's
gonna
where
get on the same
Canada
page
is looking
and
at
do what
different,
things we need to do.
Do you want to at different countries. That's why Mark Carney is flying all over the world to different countries to find places where we can export our products. You know, if the U.S. wants to put up barriers, tariffs against our products, well, then we need to sell them to other countries, and that's why Carney is jetting all over the place, trying to make deals with other countries.
Just trying to
But so far, he hasn't done very well.
unfolded. Again, we wanted to play this soundbite out for you thanks to Bill Maloogian there with Fox News, who was one of those reporters who was able to get this
Spring
initial
says she was
reaction
fired.
from Senator Mullen. And so, Brian, as we were listening in there, he made an interesting
Well, that's what I
comment,
know.
saying that he found
Well,
out
you could
just
say she was
before you
fired.
guys did. That's what
Okay.
he kind of framed it as, his now introduction
But when
to
somebody
this
says,
new
"Oh, you know
position
what?
he's now going to be nominated for. What else stuck
I
out
don't
to you from
think
his
you're the
comments?
person for this job. Let's just
That he needed
transfer
to
you
get on the
over,
same page with the
reassign you
president
over
about
to a
what the
different
job
division."
is going to entail, what the president's expectations are.
I guess you
when
can
you
say
take
she was
over for
fired
somebody
from that
else,
particular
especially
job.
at that kind of level, you first have to assess what the president didn't think.
But I
Kristi
don't think
Noem
she was
doing,
fired from
and that now you
helping
are going to
Trump,
be doing as the new
right, if she
DHS
was
secretary.
reassigned.
At least if you're smart, that's how you're going to handle it. And I think the senator is a smart guy, and I think he wants to make sure that he understands the president's expectations and what the mission is. And it appeared from those comments that kind of closure discussion had not yet taken place.
He
In
wants,
fact, it was almost,
the
president
Carney wants us
announcing
to become
that
part
he
of
would
the
take the
EU.
job almost before he knew he was going to take
Instead
the
of
job.
negotiating
So,
with Trump.
welcome to Washington, D.C.
Like, he hasn't
and how
negotiated
quickly
at all
things,
with Trump, as far as I'm
occur
concerned.
there, in D.C. But
You know, when does he
I've
go
walked
over and
up
have
those
a
steps
meeting and
many
come
times
out
and
with
watched
walking out and
reporters
going,
chasing
I
people
did
up
it.
those
I
steps
worked out a deal
many
with Trump.
times, and,
That's never, ever
You know,
happened.
he's kind of running the gauntlet there.
And
You
so
know,
as we're
keep
continuing
in mind,
to wait
Canada
and
has
watch,
what's known as the Mexican, Canadian-U.S. free trade agreement. So a lot of the products that we have in Canada are sent and sold to Canada under the existing free trade agreement. But eventually, that free trade agreement is going to expire, and then what's going to happen if you don't work or negotiate to some kind of a trade agreement? Trump is just going to say, "Oh, we're going to put up 30% tariffs against everything coming from Canada because you guys have been ripping us off with this free trade crap for years and years and years." and it's been a trade deficit between the two countries. Well, a trade deficit, yeah, because of the oil that you're buying off us. You buy just a ton of oil off of us. So if it wasn't for the oil, there wouldn't be a trade deficit, I'm sure.
And gave her another position. And in doing so, I think that softens her feelings about being moved to a different position and allows for the senator to take over DHS. And, you know, at this level, Christina, a lot of these families know each other. It's just, Christina,
New World
a lot
Order.
of these families know
It's
each
Carney's
other.
New World Order.
It's just, you know, it's a very rarefied air. And so when you're in Washington,
Of course,
DC, or
Carney
frankly,
steals
in
all
some
the stuff
states,
from other
at a certain
politicians now,
level, everybody
doesn't
knows
he?
everybody pretty well. And that's the case here. And I do want to say, before we move on with the conversation, that Kristi Noem had a major challenge in dealing with the immigration issues and everything else. And I think she comported herself well, given the circumstances, but it started to become a little bit unraveled in the last few weeks, particularly with what happened in Minnesota and the testimony on Capitol Hill.
Daisy?
Word coming
Who
out
is
about
Cat Rex?
a lot of money being spent on what looked like vanity things like television commercials and other things. And I think it finally hit a crossroads for the president. He said, she has now
Sound like
become
a
a
troll
distraction.
loved
And when
Trump.
you become a distraction,
I don't think you love Trump.
You have to go away. And that's what happened here today.
And so we'll continue to watch and listen into some of this reaction as it's coming in. And Brian, I want to get your reaction to this. I'm putting up this tweet that we have from Jackie Heinrich there with Fox News, saying, according to a source that's familiar with the matter, President Trump spoke with Noem just before that Truth Social post went out. And then saying also there that Lewandowski, folks may not be familiar with that name. I'll go into a little detail about that in just a second, saying that they are expected to leave
You
this
can drop
office
links
and
over on
position as well
Facebook.
with her. But we do know that Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem refused to answer questions this week from two House Democrats about her relationship with a Trump ally who works as an unpaid advisor to her department. That's, of course, Lewandowski there. Of course, it was during that House Judiciary Committee hearing that Representative
Spring
there
birth
from
is,
California
yeah,
asked
okay.
Noem if
That's
she
what I
had,
thought you
quote,
were talking about
sexual
when you said that.
relations with Corey Lewandowski during her tenure as DHS chief. Lewandowski has been a long ally of President Trump, who ran his 2016 presidential campaign and currently works as a special advisor at the Department of Homeland Security. We should also note here that Secretary Noem, who's married, her husband was attending that hearing, reacted with noticeable anger there in her voice, saying, "I am shocked that we're peddling tabloid garbage in this committee." And so this sort of complicates the matter when you're looking at it from a larger standpoint. You mentioned the fact that President Trump possibly began to think that some of the energy around Secretary Noem might have been a distraction for his administration and some of the policies that they're trying to continue to roll out here.
You know,
but what's your reaction to hearing that Lewandowski would likely be out
that's
as
all
well,
I ask.
alongside
Just
Secretary
don't dox me. Don't dox me or my name or my family. Here
what has
or
become
in your
a controversial situation.
And be
the
civil.
DHS
That's all I
Secretary
ask.
Noem,
Pretty
Lewandowski, all the other things I've
But when
already
you start
mentioned
attacking me personally,
are all distractions
that's
from
when
what
you'll get
Donald Trump thinks is the core mission.
You get banned from here, which your other Cat Rex is banned from here because you were disrespecting me.
Their problems become
So just watch
that has a problem. That is a
Spring
problem
Birth there,
in the rank
and
and
if she's
file,
disrespecting me personally at all, then ban her. Don't just time her out. Ban her.
Kind of a crossroads, as I say, and something has to
thanks,
break.
Daisy,
And what happens
pointing that
is, in this case,
and it's
Secretary
12th
has to go
man
away.
coming in from
And
Alaska.
In this case,
Whoop,
given
whoop.
another
Good to see
position,
you.
but
You finally
clearly,
woke up.
That was,
How are you doing today?
Was going to happen, given
Looking
everything
good.
that's been going on over the last few weeks.
Big
All right, I want to put this up on the screen there as well. This is more from Jackie Heinrich there with Fox News, saying this, quote, "It was a combination of her many unfortunate leadership failures from Minnesota to the ad campaign and to the allegations of an affair."
no.
A source familiar with me tells me of President Trump's decision to remove Kristi Noem as DHS secretary. So
Okay, so that's the reason why that it actually happened. Let's listen to this bit here.
میبینی صدا انفجارشو؟ من اینا رو فقط تو کال آف دیوتی دیدم. میبینی صدا انفجارشو؟ من اینا رو فقط تو کال آف دیوتی دیدم.
Oh, I shouldn't be laughing, actually. Sorry
Right.
about that.
He's an interim. He will be an interim director of Homeland Security, and he has to. And his nomination will go forward to the Senate, and he'll have to go out and secure support. But he's in the Senate, so he knows a lot of these senators already. I think they will have confidence in him. He's got a really interesting biography.
And some people are saying that
American status and a lot of other things. And I think that is
Tucker Carlson is kind of a turncoat or something, and they're not liking him lately. But Brett, you'll probably like this one here from Tucker Carlson. Listen.
Particularly candid and honestly kind of articulate clip from a couple of years ago. This is from August of 2024 from an Israeli rabbi, Joseph Misrach, describing how Israel should take advantage of a then ongoing conflict with Iran, much less intense than the current conflict we're seeing with Iran, to destroy the Dome of the Rock and Al-Aqsa. Watch this.
If it was up to me, the last time when they shot hundreds of missiles, I would pretend that one missile came from Iran and shoot it down. You know, then all the Arabs will go against Iran and it will be the end of the problems. You make them fight with each other, this bunch of lunatics. Never too late. You deal with a bunch of cowards.
Shoot it down into the Dome of the Rock in Al-Aqsa. Destroy what's on what the Israelis call the Temple Mount on the foundation stone. Destroy it and blame the Iranians. And that has the effect, as you just heard him say, of turning our enemies against each other. Turning our enemies against each other. Although they've refused to recognize it for quite some time, the Europeans are the enemies, the mortal enemies of the Israelis. That's the Israeli perspective, obviously. Look at the effects. And so if that were to happen in this conflict, it's not the Israelis who would bear the brunt of it. It's the Europeans, it's the Canadians, it's the Australians, and it's us, and it's the Russians. 20% of Russia is Muslim. All of those countries would be in for serious turmoil and bloodshed, and maybe already this shortly into the war.
Oh, okay. Like I said, some people are calling him some kind of a turncoat or something, but, you know, he's digging up something that one guy said. And now everyone's going to go, oh, yeah, it's the whole country that's saying that they should blow up some iconic, religious thing in Israel and blame it on Iran. And that way get everyone going with this war. You don't have to do that. The war is already here. It's already started. And everybody knows who the bad guy is.
End of the year. So now game on with
don't need to
the United
fabricate
States Senate
stuff.
in Oklahoma, and then the position in the House of Representatives. So in all of these cases, when you see a sitting member of Congress, particularly a senator, who's willing to leave office and take a presidential appointment, or in this case, a job in the administration, it has consequences. It all flows downhill, and now you've got the politics of Oklahoma and the governor who, as you say, does not get along very well with the president. The person he appoints, is that somebody that reflects his
اونهایی که
point of view,
گوششان به اینترنشنال
Oklahoman point of view, which was very
اونهایی که به هر
important
دلیل
of
رسانه ما رو
Donald
گوش
Trump,
نمیدن
remains to be seen. But every single time somebody is plucked out of the Senate or the House of Representatives to take a position in an administration, it has this rippling effect.
And so it'll be interesting to see. Of course, we are in a midterm year as well.
What's this?
I am hearing.
These 3 American men have invaded 9 countries in 23 years, killed 11 million civilians, and no one calls them criminals. Who are they? Oh, look who. Oh my gosh. And nobody says a damn thing.
Him on Truth Social. We do know that President Trump is expecting to make remarks later today in just about an hour, actually, or so, a little less than an hour or so. He's expected to have an event happening at the White House. And so hopefully we'll be able to get some of those reporters in the room to be able to ask him some questions. But as we're watching...
That's right. That'll be good when that happens. Reza Pahlavi is who this man is here. And he kind of almost looks like the old Shah of Iran. But anyways, he's from that political ilk there where the people actually want him to be running Iran. And he says a free Iran will immediately recognize the state of Israel and friendship with the United States and its people will be restored. Iran without the Islamic regime is a peace-loving country. A free Iran is a force for peace. Let's listen to him.
To all of our friends around the world, under the yoke of the Islamic Republic, Iran is identified in your minds with terrorism, extremism, and poverty. The real Iran is a different Iran, a beautiful, peace-loving, and flourishing Iran. It is the Iran that existed before the Islamic Republic, and it is the Iran that will rise again from its ashes.
I was in Iran before the Islamic Republic, and I know what the country was like, okay? And it was like a free country. You could hop in your car, go to like an A&W type place. They would serve you beer in your car. It was like freedom at the university. The women were not wearing hijabs. There was no oppression. It was just a great place to live, honestly. And then along came Khomeini, Ayatollah Khomeini, and it was complete repression, people being jailed, locked up, tortured, all kind of stuff going on. It was just all hell broke loose.
The day the Islamic Republic falls. So let me be clear about how a free Iran will act towards its neighbors and the world after the fall of this regime. In security and foreign policy, Iran's nuclear military program will end. Support for terrorist groups will cease immediately. A free Iran will work with regional and global partners to confront terrorism, organized crime, drug trafficking, and extremist Islamism. Iran will act as a friend and a stabilizing force in the region, and it will be a responsible partner in global security. In diplomacy, relations with the United States will be normalized, and our friendship with America and her people will be restored. The state of Israel will be recognized immediately. We will pursue the expansion of the Abraham Accords into the Cyrus Accords, bringing together a free Iran, Israel, and the Arab world. A new chapter will begin, grounded in mutual recognition, sovereignty, and national interest. In energy, Iran holds some of the largest oil and gas reserves in the world. A free Iran will become a reliable energy supplier to the free world. Policymaking will be transparent. Iran's actions will be responsible. Prices will be predictable. In transparency and governance, Iran will adopt and enforce international standards. Money laundering will be confronted. Organized corruption will be dismantled. Public institutions will answer to the people. In the economy, Iran is one of the world's last great untapped markets. Our population is educated, modern, with a diaspora that connects it to the four corners of the world. A democratic Iran will open its economy to trade, investment, and innovation.
Hang on. Who would you rather have running Iran? Ayatollah Khomeini or one of his sons, or this guy?
And Iran will seek to invest in the world. Opportunity will replace isolation. This is not an abstract vision. It is a practical one, grounded in national interest, stability, and cooperation. To achieve this, now is the time to stand with the Iranian people. The fall of the Islamic Republic and the establishment of a secular, democratic government in Iran will not only restore dignity to my people, it will benefit the region and the world. A free Iran will be a force for peace, for prosperity, and for partnership.
There you go. Rise, Iran.
All of the effects of those initial strikes that came about nearly a week ago at this point there on the region in Iran, but right now also here in the United States, watching this latest news that came to us here as we're watching to see, as we will be hearing from Senator Adam Schiff in just a few moments, as Secretary Kristi Noem is now being ousted from her position as the Department of Homeland Security Secretary. She will soon be replaced possibly by Senator Mullen. So we have this live vantage point outside of his office, waiting to see if we get any additional reaction in the next few moments. But in the meantime, we did also hear from Senator Adam Schiff, who spoke outside there on Capitol Hill, reacting to this news. Want to play that out for you here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you. We don't have any cameras. Oh, we got our people. What's your reaction? Hold on. Yeah. Hold on a second. We got a bunch of. Just give us 1 second. Camera guy.
No worries. No worries. So you're the most important.
We are. Yeah.
You're the ones who are going to make me look like Ryan Gosling, right?
We're pretty good.
We'll do our best. You got to be really skilled to pull that off.
Okay.
So look, I think it's positive news that Kristi Noem is being essentially fired. She should have been fired a long time ago. It is telling and at the same time distressing that what seems to have gotten her fired was her PR campaign, because she acknowledged that the president was aware and supportive of this PR campaign, this $220 million boondoggle, this waste of taxpayer resources that largely promoted Kristi Noem. That was a sweetheart contract given to the husband of one of her staff, also someone who did her PR back in South Dakota. That was a horrible waste of taxpayer resources.
Okay, there's the story right there.
This was what ended up apparently reportedly getting her fired when her leadership at the agency resulted in Americans getting killed in Minneapolis and elsewhere, and the kind of chaos we've seen throughout the country says a lot about the priorities and the concerns of this administration. But look, I'm glad she's going, and soon I hope go
Well,
on.
at least you're not getting timed out, Brett.
And pray that there's a
Don't
new
time
chapter
Brett
for
out.
DHS, but I will believe it when I see it.
Senator, do you? Some Democrats have said
And
perhaps
don't
this could help with the DHS
Put
negotiations.
Brett in the tank.
I don't know. It couldn't hurt, but I suspect that the White House is really running the DHS negotiations. They're going to call the shots when it comes to what kind of reforms they're going to support. So I don't see it immediately changing the dynamic, but look, I think it's an unmitigated positive to see her leave the administration. There really has been almost no accountability for any of the overwhelming malfeasance in the administration. So finally, there is at least some accountability.
Senator, are you a yes on Mark-Wayne Mullen? And do you think there's anything he can do or should be doing if he gets another?
I'm going to reserve judgment on Senator Mullen. We'll hear what he has to say I start out with a great deal of skepticism, to be candid, that he or anyone else is prepared to change the policies of that department, because I think the policies of the department are coming from the president. And the president is okay with chaos in our streets. We're not seeing chaos around the world. He is very much the chaos president. That is his leadership style, for lack of a better description. So I don't know whether a new secretary is going to change that, but I will wait to hear what he has to say.
Senator, that gets into a tricky area, though. The president was elected by the American people. He's clear about his policy. So if your judgment about a new secretary is based on the president, then I'm not sure how that works.
Well, I think you're right. I would agree that the fish rots from the head. And the real problem that we have with the chaos in our streets is coming from the White House and from the Oval Office. But I evaluate each of the nominees for cabinet positions and other positions. We'll hear what he has to say and whether he's going to try to lead this department in a different way. So I'm not going to prejudge it completely, but I will acknowledge I'm going to go into this with a lot of skepticism based on what I've seen. Last question. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
All right, as you see there, we wanted to make sure that we were able to pull in and listen to some of this reaction that's just now coming into our newsroom. I do want to continue that conversation as well there on Capitol Hill. I want to take you out right now to this live vantage point that we have there outside of Senator Mullen's office. Again, so many questions still at this point as to how this will continue to play out there on Capitol Hill. We do know that Senator Mark Wayne Mullen, the Republican from Oklahoma, is now poised to be the next Homeland Security Secretary to replace Kristi Noem, according to President Trump. A little bit of background about Mullen. He has been a staunchly sort of proud version of the MAGA firebrand that's likely to be in lockstep with President Trump's immigration agenda. But to talk a lot more about how this will all unfold, I do want to now bring into the conversation political analyst Casey Burgett. Casey, thanks so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox.
Anytime, Christina.
Well, we were kind of speaking behind the scenes. Folks there on Capitol Hill were reading the tea leaves, saying that this was a possible move that could come as early as today. It did break now within the last hour or so that Secretary Kristi Noem is going to be out there at the Department of Homeland Security. What's your initial reaction to seeing that President Trump put this out, and what sort of shaped his decision to get him to this point?
Yeah, I think after the hearings the last couple of days with Secretary Noem, it was a matter of when and not if. And then you started to see the answers from Republican senators like Lindsey Graham and Senator Kennedy within the hearing themselves. When they start being asked, do you still have confidence in the secretary? They didn't unequivocally say yes. And anytime they're not saying yes, again, these are supporters of the president, these are staunch Republicans. They were hemming and hawing about their support, and outright with Senator Kennedy saying a lot of the behavior there is starting to be inexplicable, putting him in a position to defend the indefensible. And anytime we start hearing quotes like that and you start making senators look bad in just routine oversight hearing settings, the writing is on the wall, and we saw that come to fruition today with the announcement that Secretary Noem's out and Senator Mark May Wolin is now nominated to succeed her.
It's going to be interesting to see how it all unfolds there on Capitol Hill, and also really looking at where Secretary Noem is going to be headed from here. I want to put this up on the screen because she made this announcement as well on her social media. Of course, President Trump initially made that announcement with his Truth Social post, but he did say thank you to President Trump for appointing me as the special envoy for the Shield of the Americas, saying that she'll be working with Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth as well, talking about this new version, or I should say position for her, that's going to be focusing on cartels and drugs that are coming into the nation. Casey, let's talk about what this position is. I've never heard before of this, heard of the Shield of the Americas. What is this shaping up to be, and what likely will her new role represent?
Yeah, I have spent too much time learning about government, studying government, writing about government. I have no idea what this is. Like, this is a brand new position. It seems like it's going to be some sort of quasi-independent extension of some sort of amalgamation of agencies. I don't know. But to me, this is screaming like an offer ramp where you don't necessarily have to throw her completely under the bus with a firing, but rather a transition out. So it gives President Trump a way to say, hey, I didn't fire her. She's still a valued member of this team. He doesn't have to admit full defeat on not only this hire, but the running of that agency. But as to the details of this position, this envoy, this I don't even remember what it's called, like what they're doing next, I don't know anything about it. I'm sure this will be announced as some sort of government agency or sub-agency that's going to pursue.
Quick story here.
cartel
This one here. This is coming in Iran. This guy is in Iran saying this. Check this out.
ترامپ عزیز خیلی خیلی ازت ممنونیم که مشعلی و کشتی و نابود کردی.
Dear Trump, we are very thankful that you killed that rat, Ali. And now it's Mojatab's turn to get eliminated.
مشعلی و کشتی و نابود کردی. حالا نوبت مشتباست که از بین ببریش.
There you go. From within Iran. That's why his face is blurred out, because he doesn't want to get eliminated by the regime.
Her tenure. We have to talk about ultimately what led to her ouster. That has a lot to do with the conversation there in Minnesota and the operation that was done by some of those ICE agents there, where not only there was a focus on immigration and removing some folks, but 2 people were killed during some of that by some of those federal agents. Do you think that moment was truly the crux that sort of turned the tide against Secretary Noem and led to her now leaving the department?
I think nationally, in the national conversation, again, this immigration enforcement, this was a very popular pillar of President Trump's re-election campaign. He promised it. He came through on it. They were very aggressive in the early days of administration. This was a popular policy that we saw shift. Now it's one of his biggest vulnerabilities.
Hey, look at this,
where you
Brett.
see a lot of even Republicans saying,
these are Muslim countries in favor of removing the regime. In fact, they don't like the Islamic regime in Iran. Okay? These are all Muslim countries: Jordan, Kuwait, United Emirates, Saudi Arabia, Oman, Qatar, Bahrain. They are Muslim countries against the removal of the regime. No, they're not against the removal. They're for the removal. Oh, sorry. These ones are against the removal. Great Britain and France. Okay. But these ones here are in favor of removing the regime. And these are all Muslim countries. You see that? So even the Muslim countries don't like what Iran is actually doing. Makes sense?
And
no, it's all propaganda, Tommy. It's all propaganda.
The $220 million ad campaign, which featured Secretary Noem in a
You're
very
just
prominent
feeding
position.
everyone propaganda.
The minute she tied him to that, it made him look incredibly, at the very least, complicit in that spending of taxpayer money, and then vulnerable to ultimate oversight, which I promise Dems are not going to let this go, about how that contract was actually awarded. So tying him to something that he maybe didn't have any involvement in or has potential political liabilities, I think that was a bridge too far and the straw that ultimately broke the camel's back there.
And we know that wasn't the only thing that was brought up during those hearings as well. The name Lewandowski.
And there's this story here too, which is saying Israel is carrying out false flag operations across the region to drag everyone into the war. Just in, Iran denies launching missiles at Turkey. So what? Are people saying that it was Israel that was launching something at Turkey in order to bring Turkey into the war? Could be. You never know. You never know. There's always that possibility. Just like the school children that were killed. The Americans say they didn't do it, and Iran says they didn't do it. You know, so who's right, who's wrong, who knows? Sometimes when you're in a war like this, there's things that are done just for, like they say, false flag operation, propaganda, to bring Turkey into the war. Was it Iran that actually did it, or was it Israel or the United States that shot something, some kind of a bomb into Turkey to bring them into the war? You know, that's where You know, you could be on one side or the other, and some guys saying, well, you're feeding propaganda. I'm saying we don't know who did it. You know, we don't know, but could be propaganda from the Israel side, or it could be Iran lying about the fact that they did it. Who knows at this point in time? And maybe we might never find out.
Face that could possibly just carry on his mission moving forward.
It is. It is. I mean, this used to be a very popular tenet of the president's administration, though the tactics since then have caused approval
But
ratings to go down on
you have
immigration
to admit,
enforcement
Iran
generally.
has
But
definitely
presidents
been
of both
attacking
parties
lots
use
of
new
countries.
face of
For example,
an agency.
here's a missile going in and attacking Azerbaijan. They hosted official mourning ceremonies for Khomeini, believe it or not. Just breathtakingly retarded for Iran to bomb Azerbaijan at this point when they're holding a ceremony for Ayatollah Khomeini, and then Iran bombs them. Go figure. Oh, it's probably another false flag. That bomb isn't coming from Iran. It's probably from Israel, right? I doubt it.
Saw even with Senator Adam Schiff be somewhat open to having a new conversation. I can guarantee you his new conversation openness was never going to happen so long as Kristi Noem was there. That was a vulnerability for the president. It was a very big advantage for Democrats who really have very few levers of power. And so now installing someone else can at least give the opportunity to turn the page, which I promise the administration is definitely wanting to do.
All right, and we have it there from Aisha Hasni. That's a special government employee. Corey Lewandowski is also expected to leave DHS with Secretary Noem. That's according to Peter Ducey, who's also doing quite a lot of reporting on all of this. It is interesting as we're
And
trying
hey,
to
just in from Sputnik News, Russia says it will do everything possible to make U.S.-Israel military operation against Iran impossible. They'll make it impossible.
Our strategic partners, and we'll continue to maintain dialogue with these countries, and we'll do our best to, including with other countries of the international community, in the United Nations Security Council, and the United Nations General Assembly. We'll do everything to create an atmosphere that will make this operation impossible.
You hear that? So Russia will do everything they can to make this operation that United States and Israel has going, make it impossible.
It's going to be a conservative voice there, so the Republicans are not going to lose a vote there.
But they're not going to be able to do much because they don't have any money.
How much Democrats
Russia's
are still
broke.
going to stick on this contract that obviously upset a lot of folks in the White House, including by reporting the President of the United States. Will they continue the oversight of this? Because there are a lot of unanswered questions. And with the testimony of Secretary Noem, a lot of contradictions in this government contract, $220 million, awful lot of money. This is a vulnerability for the president that I think that he's hoping can be turned over with Secretary Noem leaving. But I doubt Democrats, again, because they have so few levers of power, are going to let that go so quickly, and they want to have more questions about this just because, if for no other reason, it is a potential vulnerability for the administration and Republicans in general.
Of course, we know that this is a year of elections. The midterms are coming. So all of this still ties together with how we're seeing this reaction. I do want to put
And
this...
here's another one here. Apparently, Qatar just shot down 2 Iranian jets, marking the country's first aerial combat in history. And they were just minutes away from reaching the Al-Udeid Air Force Base, which is the largest U.S. air base in the Middle East.
To DHS, I will be looking to appoint a strong, small government conservative voice to support President Trump and protect Oklahomans' way of life. We do have from our own Ryan Schmelson reporting that he's hearing that possibly is Representative Stephanie Bice. So we'll continue to watch and see how all of this unfolds here on Live Now from Fox. Casey, any final thoughts before I let you go?
No, this was we had to have turnover in the second Trump administration. Oftentimes they come in groups, at least historically speaking. When you have one turnover, you can look to other agencies to potentially use the same narrative, the same news cycle to make.
Here's one here in Iran. Americans are bombing, and just watch the smile on their faces. You know, watch the smile on their faces as the bombs hit. Okay, so that shows you that the people of Iran are actually happy that their country is getting bombed. Who knew? Who knew? Figure that one out. Try and figure that one out. Wow, here's a story. It says basically, let me get it to where we can see their faces here.
Every country can face to it, and I want to say we are so happy. CNN and some fake news, I don't know. No. It's like Christmas. We are so happy here. It's 47 years, all the Iranian, we've never been, in the history, we've never been Muslim. We are not, and we won't be, and it's the biggest threat every country can face to it, and I want to say we are so happy we are kicking out the mullahs, and we will take back our monarchy and our dignity. CNN and some fake news, I don't know. No.
Okay, so there you go. Do you hear what she says? Iran is not Muslim. Is she wearing a hijab? Is she Muslim? No. She's just a regular person from Iran. And, like the vast majority of people from Iran are just like her. They don't wear a hijab. Okay? Everyone understand that? Not rocket science.
Thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. As we are continuing to watch as all of this is unfolding, I do want to put up this live vantage point we have there on your screen. We now officially have this shot there into the White House as we're expecting to get an event starting any moment now from President Trump today. As he is
President
now
Trump is
welcoming
going to speak.
the Major League Soccer team, the champions,
Okay, that should be
into
good.
Miami.
We'll watch that in a bit when it happens. Okay, breaking. An Iranian missile has struck an oil refinery in Bahrain. Bahrain is completely uninvolved in this war. So why is Iran attacking it? Let's watch this clip. Maybe. Maybe not. Oh, it's not working. I wanted to show you. Bomb going off.
Orders are now set up, trying to get in position to get all of these arrivals as they're walking into the room. And so we'll continue to keep you updated here on Live Now from Fox, but we'll keep this on your screen and take you out to it once it begins. Possibly President Trump on the backside, if he's able to answer any questions from the press, certainly will be asked about this change there at the Department of Homeland Security. In the meantime, though, I want to continue on with our live vantage points as well. Taking you out to this, it's a live look that we have outside of the Senator Mark Wayne Mullen's office currently. We are waiting to see if he once he steps out, any continued remarks. We heard very briefly from Mark Wayne Mullen as he was walking up the steps there on Capitol Hill. In case you missed it, I want to play out that out for you here on Live Now from Fox.
No, the president, I still got to communicate, so we'll talk about it moving forward. But I appreciate it, guys. Senator. Yeah, the president and I have already talked. Obviously, the statement went out, but we need to
Okay.
talk with the president.
Bomb is going
get on the
off
same
now.
page and do what we need to do.
Do you want to make changes at DHS?
When did you
make changes at DHS?
When did you find out, sir?
A little bit before you guys did.
Do you want
the
promise
job?
any changes?
Senator, did you expect this?
Let me, guys, I'll talk to y'all before. Let me go.
Do you want the job?
Later, alligator. Okay, here's that bomb going off. This is Bahrain, the oil refinery. Oh my. Look at this. They're quite far away, and they're seeing something like that. But that was, it didn't come from Israel. It came from Iran.
Let's listen into these comments in case you missed it here on Live Now from Fox.
In the House, in the Senate, and within an administration, prioritize the expenditure of taxpayer dollars. And our view, as Democrats, is that taxpayer dollars should be used to make life more affordable for the American people. In an environment where the cost of living is way too high, which is why Democrats are going to continue to focus on driving down the high cost of living, fixing our broken healthcare system, and making sure that people in this country who work hard and play by the rules aren't simply surviving, but they can thrive. Because far too many people in this country are struggling to live paycheck to paycheck. One of the challenges that we have in this country is that Republicans have decided to manage the public's money recklessly.
Oh no.
Taxpayer dollars
The Democrats
should be
are
used
speaking
to
out.
make your life more affordable. Instead, Republicans have decided to actually use it to enact massive tax breaks for their billionaire donors. That's what the one big ugly bill was all about. Republicans have decided to use taxpayer dollars to create a $75 billion slush fund to unleash mass and poorly trained, out-of-control ICE agents on American communities, brutalizing and in some cases killing American citizens and violently targeting law-abiding immigrant families. That's how Republicans have chosen to use the taxpayer dollars of the American people to manage public money.
Okay, more rhetoric from the Democrats. Let's hear what another person from Iran has to say.
What are you doing here? Protesting. Look what the difference between free Palestine, whatever that is, and free Iran is. Woo! Police. We love the police.
We love the police.
We love security. We love America. We love Iran. We hate Islam and we hate terrorists.
Yes.
And we don't know what Palestine is because it doesn't exist.
Exactly. What are you doing here?
Oh.
Protesting. Look
Did you hear her?
between free.
She's from Iran, Brett,
Palestine,
the
whatever.
Iran lover. The people in Iran don't know what Palestine is because it doesn't exist. Did you hear what she said? So this is who you're for. Like, you're pro-Iranian, and she's Iranian, and you're like pro-Palestine, but you can't be pro-Iran and pro-Palestine at the same time, apparently, because they're two opposites. They're divergent. Well, just so you know, so don't be like pro-Iran, anti-Trump, when clearly the Iranians are like, they don't know what Palestine is because it doesn't exist. You heard it from her. I'm not making this. Yeah, Tommy, you're just promoting more propaganda out there. Yeah, right.
When and if there is...
What was your impression of serving with him in the House? Did you
I don't
ever
have any. I don't have any comment right now on what's.
I'm
to
just
come.
serving it
Let's
up.
focus on what's taking place right now. Kristi
Believe it or not.
Noem is gone. Good
You
riddance.
don't have to believe it.
She was a disaster, and House Democrats made something very clear several weeks ago. We said either Kristi Noem is fired or she's going to be impeached.
Does that change the ICE conversation?
And
Does that
Kristi
open the door to fund DHS now?
Noem has been fired, consistent with what we have demanded on behalf of the American people.
The Democrats say she's being
But let
fired.
me also make clear,
You guys say she's being fired, so
a
I guess
change
she
in
was fired.
personnel is not sufficient. We need a change in policy. And that has to be bold, dramatic, transformational, and meaningful. And we've laid out 10 different demands standing on the side of the American people, including but not limited to judicial warrants, a ban on racial profiling, a prohibition on ICE targeting sensitive locations like schools, hospitals, polling sites, and houses of worship, a requirement that ICE agents are actually vetted.
Oh, geez, it's
criminal
more the
background
Democrats crapping on the ICE agents there. No, you can't wear a mask. Meanwhile, the mask-wearing Democrats are telling ICE not to wear masks. Does that make sense?
This just in, it's big. A U.S. official telling Fox thousands of Iraqi Kurds have launched a ground offensive in Iran. Decimated, destroyed, defeated. All words the Pentagon used to describe Iran's various military forces on day 5 of Operation Epic Fury. Moments ago, President Trump, this just in, it's big. A U.S.
Okay, there's that story once again.
Of course, this change in personnel is welcome. Kristi Noem was a disgrace. And we made clear what was going to happen. One way or the other. Could happen the easy way or the hard way. He's chosen the easy way. But now we still have work that needs to be done in terms of the policy changes.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. Congressman Tony Gonzalez said yesterday.
Hey, here's another story. A Pakistani pro-Ayatollah rally in London was met with a huge counter-protest by exiled Iranians and local British patriots who refused to allow the Islamic terror regime that massacred hundreds of thousands of people inside and outside of Iran to be, read more, glorified in England by Pakistani colonizers. Ooh, they're colonizers. Okay, let's listen to this story here.
We are just outside the counter-demonstration for the mourning of the Ayatollah. Now, many of the Iranian diaspora...
Oh, I don't want to get a music strike there, so we'll only play a little bit. Anyways, you get the gist of the whole thing. Counter-protesters basically took over the pro-Ayatollah Khomeini. They're not even from Iran. They're a Pakistani pro-Ayatollah rally protesters, whatever.
And members of those committees.
Go figure.
To make sure that we are looking out for the appropriate expenditure of taxpayer dollars. And wherever that leads, it leads.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. After votes today, you all will go on a week-long recess. Can you provide any visibility to the American people about where the negotiation stands? Republicans and the White House continue to say that they've moved on some of the demands that you have made. However, right now it just seems to be a debate between, you say that they haven't moved enough, they say we're moving in their direction. What can you say to the American people over the next week or so?
I'm not going to defend anyone.
You all are out? Well, it's unfortunate that
I'm not here to defend people.
have decided that they would rather.
So you guys figure it out on your own.
Shut down the Coast Guard.
Who's good and who's bad? Who's right? Who's left?
Reform
who's center British?
Under control, which is what the American people want to see happen. And
I'm just feeding you the info, and you can decide if
in
it's
the
right
direction
or
of
wrong.
acknowledging that things at the Department of Homeland Security were broken. They had a corrupt political hack who was running DHS. Shame on every Republican senator who put her in that position when they knew she was unqualified. Now, in terms of the negotiation, we remain ready, willing, and able to talk with anyone, anytime, any place in a position of significance within the administration if they are prepared to make sure that ICE conducts itself like every other law enforcement agency in the country and stops brutalizing and killing American citizens and law-abiding immigrant families.
Really quickly, the last time a few weeks ago, the administration.
Okay, hit that sub button
action,
if you're not
you know,
subscribed to the
TSA,
channel and you're
global
just sitting there
entry,
watching. 20% of you watching right now are not subscribed to my channel. So hit that subscribe button. Do me a favor, okay?
If the shutdown continues to go on,
Sub
the
up.
administration will again
Appreciate
try
it.
different ways to exert leverage and bring you all to the table to end the shutdown.
Trump administration
I'm
is
watching
deeply
that ticker,
unpopular.
and it's not moving.
They failed again and again and again, and they're on the run, governmentally and electorally. And our view is simple. Abandon your my way or the highway approach. You're not intimidating anybody. They tried to break America within the first 100 days, and they failed to do it because the American people have held firm. And as Democrats in the Congress, we got to continue to forcefully push back. We'll do that in the courts, and we certainly will do that in communities all across the nation. And we're winning the hearts and minds of the American people. We just saw that again in Texas and in Arkansas. And we'll continue to see that all the way through November. Any normal administration would dramatically change course.
Okay. Hate to keep busting him off the screen there, but you know, he's a Democrat. That's okay. Look at this. 50. Listen, look at these numbers here. Okay, maybe it's propaganda, maybe not. I don't know, but it's kind of the way I think, because I said 90% of the people are Persians and not Muslim in Iran. Look at these numbers. 50,000 of Iran's 75,000 mosques have been closed. You hear that? Only 2% of the population attends weekly services anymore. And if you're a devout Muslim, you bow in the middle of the day, you pray in the middle of the day, and you attend your mosque on your day of Sabbath. And apparently only 2% of the population actually does that. Meanwhile, Iranians have been rediscovering what is it called? Zoroastrianism, the native religion of Iran. Zoroastrianism. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, there you go. Didn't realize that was the name of their local religion. Zoroastrians are still existing in Iran. There you go. Got some kind of a big fire going there. There's all the people. Little fire going there. Yeah, they're all having a fun time.
Well, now I will tell you that Pam Bondi, she's got to go, and Stephen Miller has got to go. And we're going to
people in the chat are saying Bondi should go. I saw Daisy say that.
That has now led to the termination of Kristi Noem.
You're saying with Mullen that he has to confirm. Can't he just work on an acting capacity, and that would mean that you have to work with him in the meantime?
No.
Thank you. Obviously, there are two votes this afternoon on the War Powers resolution. Some of your members are seemingly wavering. How do you expect it to go? And if it does not move forward, will you then support the alternate that was also brought up?
Well, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Right now, we're focused on securing strong Democratic support for this War Powers resolution. We believe that Donald Trump needed to get authorization for engaging in a war. He admits it's a war. The so-called Secretary of Defense, the most unqualified person to ever hold that position as well, he acknowledges that it's a war. And the Constitution is not ambiguous on this subject. And there's a reason. The framers were very clear. They wanted to make sure that the people's house, that the most direct representatives of the American people were the ones who could weigh in on issues of war and peace, so that we could press an administration as to whether they have a plan. What's the justification for sending American men and women into a theater of war, risking their lives? As we've seen, we've already tragically lost 6 heroic servicemen and women. And we mourn for them, and we pray for their families. And we don't want to see any more American lives lost in Trump's war of choice. And so we're going to continue to engage with members over the next few hours in advance of the vote. There is going to be strong Democratic support and bipartisan support. And we're hoping that just a handful of additional Republicans beyond the two who have publicly said they're with us will do the right thing on behalf of the people that they are privileged
Edith Scope in the
to
House.
represent, so we can enact
It's
this war powers
Telescope,
resolution.
the famous
George Washington
Telescope,
said in his
who
farewell
single-handedly
speech to
took
the
the
nation,
convoy down.
and I've never forgotten this upon reading it. It wasn't there at the time.
Give him credit. Come
that
on.
The Constitution is sacredly obligatory
Made
upon
sure that
all.
Santa
That was his farewell
went all
message,
the way back
final
to the
public
Philippines,
speech
right?
to this new nation. The Constitution
And Red
is
Squirrel
sacredly obligatory
hasn't visited him
upon
since
all.
for
That means everybody.
whatever reason. I'm not
There's
sure.
no Trump exclusion. There's no wannabe
I mean,
king
Red Pirate.
exclusion. There's no autocratic exclusion in the Constitution. It's sacredly obligatory upon all. And we just need our Republican colleagues to get some guts at this moment. As Rand Paul said yesterday, get some guts and start acting.
Which mod? Who's
like you're part of a
who's
separate
been
and co-equal
attacking?
branch
Yeah,
of
but at
government.
least you're not timed out. You know, come
On
on.
the subject of
Like
Iran,
Queenie.
the
Queenie got
administration
timed
and
out for
Republicans have said there
24
may be a
hours
need for a supplemental funding request.
for
What is House
trying to
Democratic
dox
leadership
me.
position on a potential supplemental request?
Yeah, we haven't had any conversation about the possibility of a supplemental funding request because at the moment, the administration can't even provide a justification for why we're in this massive conflict and war in the Middle East right now. They have not bothered to make that case to the American people. And their explanations are all over the place.
You heard about the block
In
party.
terms of what prompted
It was at a
Donald
racetrack.
Trump's decision. In fact, most recently, the White House
Once in a
has
while,
said
they'd
Donald Trump
actually
had
race
a
cars there,
feeling.
too.
Can you believe that? A feeling. You sent American men and women into war
That walks
with a
like a
high
duck,
likelihood
that
of
talks
them
like a
dying
duck.
based on Donald Trump's
Must
feeling?
be a duck.
That's insanity to me. There's no evidence that there was an imminent threat to the United States of America. No evidence that they had reconstituted
It could be
their
a
nuclear
chicken,
program.
right?
No evidence that they have
It might
intercontinental
not be a
ballistic
duck.
missiles
It might
that can reach
be
our
a
shores.
chick.
And so,
N.
before we even get to the consideration of a supplemental request, let's have the debate about how taxpayer dollars are being wasted right now. Billions spent to bomb the Middle East, triggering an
Strike.
all-out war that now involves more than a dozen countries, as opposed to actually Republicans bothering to find a dime to lower grocery prices.
Oh,
or make
for
life better
God's
for the
sake.
American
He
people.
lowered gas prices.
Thank you, everyone.
Give him a break. You know, it wasn't the communist mayor of
All right,
New York
as you
going
see
to
there, we
open
wanted
up
to play out some of
free
those remarks there
grocery
from House
stores or something
Minority
like
Leader
that.
Hakeem Jeffries speaking amid the Iran strikes. Of course, that press conference that he held also came just minutes
Hang on.
after
I want to hear
President
this
Trump
about
announced
Trump. Trump is saying, this is about Cuba. I think there's something about Cuba here. Let's listen to the story here. Hang on.
Very badly. They're failing. Cuba right now is, to put it mildly, a failing nation. And I've been hearing about Cuba. I said before, since I'm a little boy, I've been hearing about Cuba, and everybody wanted to change. And I can see that happening. Marco Rubio is dealing on it, and at a very high level. And, you know, they have no money, they have no oil, they have no food. And it's really right now a nation in deep trouble, and they want our help.
Ooh.
Doing very badly.
Hang on a
They're
second.
failing. Cuba right now is,
I wonder why they have no oil. Just as an aside, why doesn't Cuba have oil?
delivered the most secure U.S. border in American history. I look forward to supporting
They're up
President Trump's
10
mission
cents
to
a
safeguard
gallon
the
or
American
something.
people and
There's a war
defend
going
the
on, and all those oil tankers
quite a lengthy
are
statement
unable
there from
to
Senator
fill
Mark
up oil.
Mullen. We
Well,
also
yeah,
have this live
you would
vantage
expect
point taking
oil
place
prices to
right
go up here in the
outside
last
of his
week.
office as we're still waiting
But
to see
before
if
then,
he'll
they were
continue
quite
to
low.
walk out and make more reaction
And when
speak
this
to
war is
reporters
won,
in the wake of
the
this
tankers
announcement
will
from President
start
Trump
tanking
as well.
again.
And so we'll
Don't
keep our
worry.
eyes there, but also on several of the other reaction that's coming into our newsroom from other senators on this. And so we've heard from Senator Schiff as well as Senator Cory Booker also speaking out Also heard very brief remarks as well from Chuck Schumer, reacting to this news on the ouster.
Well, they've gone
of
up
DHS
10 cents a
Secretary
liter
Kristi
here
Noem.
in Edmonton.
In case you missed it, I want to replay some of those
$1.14
moments for you
at
here
Costco,
on
which
Live
is
Now from
amongst the
Fox,
cheapest in
just so we're
town.
able to catch you up to speed as
Costco
so
is
many
always
continued
cheap.
lawmakers are going to be making these reactions, and the press is working there on Capitol Hill to always grab some of that reaction as they're able to step up to the microphone. And so once again, here we do have some reaction coming into us from right there from House Minority Leader,
Yeah,
and I
that's
should say
true.
Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer. Let's listen into this
Uh-oh.
here on Live Now from Fox.
Some big truck outside here. What's he doing?
The president has fired Kristi Noem. Good riddance. But the problems at this agency, at ICE, transcend any one person. The rot is deep.
And it's temporary,
the
Edward.
has to
The
end the
gas
violence
increase is
and
temporary.
rein in ICE.
When
What
the
would
ships
you
start
need
flowing
to
again, the price will go
confirm
down again.
Senator
Don't worry.
Mullen to this position? Do you need assurances
This
on
is
immigration?
a problem of policy, not personnel. The rot is deep. No one person can straighten this up until the president
Yeah,
changes
sanctions
the whole agency,
and
stops the
oil
violence,
sanctions too.
and
I know.
reins in ICE.
But you know, that's how you squeeze the communists out, you know. And then you go, then they go, oh, we surrender, just like Russia. Remember, Russia used to be full bore communist, and then they went broke.
Some Democrats are saying
Yeah,
that
well,
they think this
pretty
might
much the
make
same
it
thing in
easier
Cuba.
for your negotiations on
That's
Cuba.
up to them. They've been stonewalling us.
But you're in the
negotiations. They've been stonewalling us on the most important issues, and those have to change, and they have to change them. We have to change them by legislation, because any one person, I don't trust any one person being in charge of this agency as long as Trump is
Schumer.
president, given the policies he's espoused, given how ICE has been structured. The rot is deep.
Does that mean the Democrats are going to block any nominee from getting through? For
As I
DHS?
said, he's
Terrible.
got to change the whole policies in ICE. It transcends. It's not a personnel issue, so I wouldn't focus on that.
So the legislative fix has to come before you for the nominee.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Is that what you think, Warren?
Okay, everyone.
All right, so we did want to bring you that reaction that we also had.
I'm
from
just about falling asleep here because I got up at 6 o'clock, so I have to lay down and have a little nap here in the middle of the afternoon. So I'm going to end the stream and basically take a break because it's pretty grueling here. And we'll see if I come back. I don't know if I will come back here today. I might. Maybe if I come back, we should have a panel. That would be fun. Do another panel here. Channel was fine without Queenie and Dee in here. They bring problems, not anything contributing to the channel or its improvement. Ooh, okay. Sounds good. Well, the chat is the chat, and you guys chat, whatever. And, you know, people are going to be having personal attacks and crap like that, and that's just the way the chat goes, you know. And, you know, I'm not going to stop that kind of stuff. But otherwise, see you all later. Take care. Stay out of trouble. And let's do the Tommy Temper dance.
Breaking news, it tempers again. Everybody's mad online. Parliament's debating while the comment section's losing minds. Protests in the streets tonight, banners in the rain. Tommy grabs the microphone and tries to stay sane. Left side shouting, right side too. Everybody's certain that their headline's true, but somewhere in the noise another page. Welcome to Tommy Temper, where the facts get checked and the jokes get better. From Canada out to the world's wild weather, we talk it out, maybe laugh together. Yeah, the chaos rolls, but we still remember. Keep your cool with Tommy Temper. Convoys rolling, speeches fly, cameras everywhere. experts argue nightly like it's political warfare. When Tommy pours another coffee, smiles at the scene, says common sense still fits somewhere in between. Trending topics, outrage storm, everyone declaring the new world norm. But reason sneaks, spasm, and a folding chair. Welcome to Tommy Temper. News and nonsense mixed together. Serious talk, but light as a feather. Laugh through storms we can't control forever. When tensions rise, just regroup and center. Tune it in with Tommy Temper. Take a breath, check the source. Debate without going full force. Disagree, but keep it clever. We're all riding this ride together. Welcome to Tommy Temper, where calm survives the loudest pressure. Truth with humor, that's the measure. Making sense of the global theater. News gets wild, but hearts stay gentler. Stay reasonable with Tommy Temper.
Remember, folks, if everybody's yelling, somebody's got to bring snacks and logic.
Huh? Is it over?